Once humans and monsters tore into each other, then the heroes banded together, hunting the Demon King and refusing to let him win. Back then, those were the legends. Now the world had finally slipped into peace, and dungeon raids had turned into something you paid to watch. That day, our protagonist missed the job, then the world hit him with the worst kind of silence. He got fired. Adventurers and monsters started whipping up mana-made decoys, then crashed into each other in a no-holds-barred fight. Dungeon raids with zero chance of dying turned into the most thrilling pastime across the whole land. Footage of these brutal battles hit every screen on Earth. Heroes, demon kings, adventurers, and monsters weren't bedtime stories anymore. They'd turned into careers. Deep inside the Demon King's castle on the 4th floor, the battle raged right before their eyes. A dagger tore through the air, and the host's voice boomed over the broadcast, pulling the crowd in tight like they were about to witness something insane. Alvar gripped his magic sword and tore into the fight, each strike hit like a thunderclap, and the werewolves crumpled one after another. 3 more, then another, until he'd wiped out over 10 foes, and yeah, his strength was monstrous, but every attack he threw came with brutal risks, leaving him exposed for just a moment. Paladin Lark threw himself in front of him, bracing the shield like a heartbeat as the fight raged on. His defensive precision held their raid together like glue, pure spectacle, backed by raw power. The protagonist stayed silent, fully knowing that even with the commentators turned off, their words had to sound exactly like this. Lark's unshakable defense held the line just long enough for another party member to rush up, and with a calm nod, he handed the front lines straight to Alv. The girl's voice shot up, slicing the air with raw urgency. She pushed him forward and then, boom, blinding light ripped open the sky as explosions crushed through the enemy lines. The host burst onto the mic and announced her display. Godspeed, only 3 people on Earth were known to command that kind of power, and she was one of them. Her arrows tore through the air so fast they vanished before your eyes could even track them. Her strength only truly showed when enemies dropped pierced out of nowhere, 8 of them backing off instantly and the crowd exploding into wild applause. Meanwhile, Phoenix marched straight ahead, pushing toward that door that would lead him up to the next floor. While battle roared all around him, he moved like it didn't even matter, steady, unhurried, almost untouchable, because his comrades' relentless first hits had carved a path and kept the last werewolves from closing in. Finally, he burst in ahead of the boss guarding the floor. Relief hit him as he realized the enemy forces were already thinned out, and all that remained now was one thing: crush that boss. A sudden slash ripped through the space right beside him, and it hit the enemy with a brutal strike. It was Alvar's blade. When Alvar mocked him, the protagonist froze, getting chewed out for just standing there doing nothing and wondering if that pause was just a flicker of his creepy black magic. Behind Alvar, one more enemy crumpled to the ground, cut down in an instant. Alvar snapped around in shock, and their female comrade hissed that the enemy wasn't gone yet. He pushes them to stay locked in. Alvar snapped back, then flicked an annoyed glare straight at the protagonist. The host's voice crackled with pure excitement as Phoenix burst in right ahead of the floor boss. The gap in size was brutal. This floor boss loomed almost 3 times taller than a normal werewolf, and just standing there hammered the air with pure, suffocating pressure. Yet Phoenix stood rock steady, unshaken in the face of that massive creature. The werewolf chief erupted in a bone-shaking roar, as Phoenix yanked his blade free in a flash. He took the beast's attack straight on, no flinching. Their weapons slammed together with a thunderclap, claws raked across steel, and sparks burst into the air like fire. But then crack, something snapped and shock jolted across the werewolf's face. Flames blasted across its body, swallowing the floor boss whole, and the chamber shook as its hull screamed while it thrashed in terror, trapped, with no way out. Phoenix lunged forward like a bullet, charging straight into the danger. His blade screamed as it split the air clean in 2. The werewolf's screams roared louder, ripped between searing agony and the brutal wounds still chewing at its body. The hero and the whole party just stared on, watching the scene explode in front of their eyes. Phoenix slammed back onto the ground. Flames kept flickering through the air as the werewolf staggered one last time, then crumpled onto the floor. The chamber exploded in cheers. Floor boss down, retired for good, and Phoenix, the flame hero, felt his enemy fall with one ruthless, decisive strike. The 4th floor was finally theirs, crushed and claimed. The host's voice blared with praise and made it sound like Phoenix and his crew were always destined to dominate. The power of a holy sword rises straight from the rank of the spirit trapped inside, and Phoenix's contract was the one spirit people worship, the fire spirit, the fabled heart of the world's heat, and it's the highest of the highest. The rules to bind a spirit like that were brutally unforgiving, and Phoenix was the first to crack them in more than 130 years. The party stormed into the safe room, finally putting the danger at bay. A sharp beep blared as they slapped a tag to power the exit, and the host announced the raid was over, for now, so they could bask in their win and look forward to the party's brutal test waiting on the 5th floor. But once the hype faded, whispers tore through the crowd, doubt crashing down on the Black Mage Rem. His job was supposed to be support, but under this system it felt downright useless, and people started whispering that he was still in the party only because of favoritism. Some people swore that cutting him loose wouldn't change a thing, then they proposed swapping him for a white mage, claiming it would patch up their support and crank up the damage too. The crowd nodded together like one voice, and by the time the whispers reached the raid, everyone was saying the same wild thing. Rem hadn't barely taken a single step. Rem stayed quiet, staring down the fact that people were still spitting the same things about him. The words Black Mage hit like a curse the moment you hear them. People twist the meaning every time. White magic is the good stuff, spells that seal wounds, boost strength, and scrub corruption clean. Black magic? That's the dark side, power built to poison, harm, and twist fate with negative effects. Spells slammed an enemy's speed down, then chipped away at their attacks and defenses until they couldn't hit back. It shattered their focus and judgment, poisoned their bodies to keep dealing brutal damage, or plunged their vision into suffocating darkness. White and black magic sat completely apart from offensive and defensive magic, and its effects weren't built to steal the spotlight. No flashy fireworks, just cold, chilling results, which is exactly why people looked at black magic with pure disdain. Because to most people it looked painfully boring. White magic hit like a lightning strike. Everyone in the party could feel the healing, the strength rushing back, and their moves getting razor sharp on the spot. Black magic, though, it was forged to wreck enemies, and the people on the inside couldn't even tell what it was doing to them. To them, it always felt like nothing even happened at all. Dungeon raids had flipped into pure entertainment for the masses. That empty silence screamed louder than any fight. Rem's efforts led to nothing, and the emptiness was brutal. Yet all through the fight, Rem stayed eerily silent, moving with purpose, head down as she lowered. Every enemy's magic and brute strength battered them down, sapping their defenses, scrambling their moves, blurring their judgment, and stealing their sight. Every move they made got chained down by his curses, but the broadcast never showed a thing. While his comrades dazzled the crowd with flashy tricks, Rem just stayed rooted and kept chanting incantations nobody could even see, so from the stands it looked like he was doing nothing. Worse still, it felt downright unsettling, like the air itself was wrong. People would stare and ask what that strange guy was muttering, then slide into those quiet whispers calling him creepy. Rem knew it because even now, that's exactly what people were saying. He raised his eyes and let the plan spark in his mind. Next time they'd take on the 5th floor. The Demon King's castle, the legendary dungeon. To this day it still clings to its crown of fear. Not a single party has ever cracked its deepest floor, and no one has ever even stood face to face with the Demon King. Even better, adventurers could crack open dungeon record stones and start again from the very deepest floor they'd already beat. But not one group had dared to face the final ruler. Their party had just 4 members: Alvar, the warrior; Lark, the paladin; Lily, the hunter; and Rem, the black mage. Out of tens of thousands of legit parties worldwide, they were crowned 4th best on the entire planet. Every year, the Adventures Guild slammed out fresh rankings, judging the crowd's love and the feats each hero had actually pulled off. Still, Rem could feel it. People couldn't figure out why he belonged with them at all, and that confusion ate at her. The official party rules let only 5 members in total, and the hero had to be one of them. Their hero was Phoenix, the flame hero, and he burned brighter than anything else. After 130 years, someone finally sealed a contract with the fire spirit, the primal spark that feeds the world's heat. The whole world held its breath, waiting for him to shatter the legend of the Demon King's impregnable castle. Rem's childhood friend, also him. The runes on those records flared like living fire, and that glow screamed, "We're out of the dungeon now." Rem locked eyes with Phoenix, and Phoenix flashed a reassuring smile back at him. Rem couldn't help but think he must look like some poor mistake standing beside her, while the doll ignored the black mage and let his brilliance swallow everything. That day they burst out of the dungeon, gasping for air and still shaking with what they'd just survived. Rem snapped his gaze upward. Clouds slid across the night sky, then the truth hit hard: he'd lost his job. Right before they hauled Rem out of the party, they piled into the guild, and the hall was buzzing with non-stop chatter. Someone snapped that Rem was the reason the whole party stalled. Then you look and realize right there with him were all his companions. Hunter Lily. Warrior Alvar slammed his mug on the table, and the whole room snapped to attention. He snapped, redirecting every ounce of his irritation straight at Rem. Refusing to let his weakness go, Phoenix shot up from his seat and snapped at Alvar, but Alvar waved him off without a second thought. He kept insisting he'd warned Phoenix again and again, while Lark, Lily, and Alvar proved they'd truly earned their spot in the party not by luck but by pure skill. But what did Rem do to deserve that hit? Alvar sneered that she only kept her spot because she'd been tied to Phoenix for years, because without those connections nobody would ever let a boring black mage step into the party. Lark burst into agreement with a laugh, but Alvar slammed the table again, warning that this was no time for jokes. He demanded that Rem stop mooching off Phoenix. Phoenix shot back at Alvar, demanding he apologize for his disrespect. Alvar shoved Rem back and snapped that she was nothing but incompetent. Then he whips around to the others, demanding their take. Locke flat-out said there was zero reason to protect Rem, staring him down like he didn't matter an inch, pure indifference on her face. He insisted that whether Rem was there or gone didn't change a thing. Alvar pushed the idea harder: why not swap Rem out for someone tougher? Lark shrugged, and that was all the agreement he needed. Lily finally snapped, saying she couldn't stand Alva's vulgar attitude, so Alva threw out a taunting sorry and smirked, turning it on her. What did she think of Rem? Lily stared straight ahead, eyes locked on something no one else could see. She swore she didn't buy it. There was no way Phoenix would add someone to his party just for personal reasons. But here's the real twist: black magic's impact hits hard, yet it's tough to spot, and their party wins by crashing into dungeons and smashing through with pure, relentless offense. Honestly, she'd rather have someone who boosts their power straight to the top than just plays defense, and Phoenix jumped in to shut the fight down. Alva shot back up, triumphant as ever. He slid right up to Rem, threw an arm around him like a taunt wrapped in fake friendship, and Alvar swore he didn't hate Rem, then smirked and promised a test. Rem snapped his black magic spell at him. If Rem's magic could finally prove it wasn't just hype. Alvar swore he'd apologize as many times as it took, and Rem stayed silent. His mind slipped straight back to his childhood like it had its own gravity. When someone offered to train him as a disciple on one ruthless rule: never complain, not once, or the lessons would shut down for good. He'd already trusted Phoenix with this once before, so he'd stay quiet and keep his master's secret buried. His master's words still thundered in his head: didn't he crave power with everything he had? Phoenix slammed his fist onto the table and barked at Alvar to stop, right now. He refused to let him get another word out, but right before he could keep talking, Rem slammed in, saying he got it. Then the silence hit. Then Rem shot back that he was done, he was quitting. Phoenix went rigid, speechless at the words he threw out, while Alva flashed a grin and mocked the choice like it was perfect. He sneered and told Phoenix it was finally time to get it. Rem wasn't anything but a coward, so how could someone like him even sit as the world's fourth-ranked fighter? The whole idea hit him so hard he burst out laughing. Alvar spun back to the others and demanded who they should recruit to replace the Black Mage. Then he broke into another laugh and blurted that Rem was walking away. Inside, Rem replayed it all. This same nightmare had swallowed him again and again, while Alvar always chose him. To be a Black Mage was already a gamble. Adventurers weren't just judged by raw power, they were judged by what people thought. A party that was too weak couldn't beat the dungeons, but a party that didn't have public appeal wouldn't get a single supporter. Adventurers. Even comrades turned cold, and they shunned anyone the crowd didn't worship. Rem dug up his childhood dream again, the same one he once shared with Phoenix, and the two of them sat shoulder to shoulder back when everything was still possible. Leaning in to watch the adventures on the screen, I couldn't stop myself from staring in awe. He'd crossed the line and become one of them himself. But those dreams had never once pictured days where humiliation came crashing down like this. If the world refused to bend and the role he'd been handed wouldn't budge either, he'd have to fight that fate head-on. And it hit him: no one else could do the fixing, only he could change. When Phoenix lunged to chase after him, Rem caught his arm and told him, "It's okay," cutting the whole thing off before it could get worse. The other party members stared as Phoenix stood right there, blocking the way. Rem vowed to rise higher than Phoenix and leave him in the dust. With Phoenix still reeling behind him, Rem snapped around, turned his back and stormed away. Alvar shouted after him, swearing that not a single party in the whole world would ever let him in. But even with everything stacked against him, Rem still looked at Phoenix and saw a friend, so from here on out, they were locked in as rivals. Beyond the guild walls, Rem spotted a quiet corner, dropped down into silence and let the weight of his thoughts crush him, because this time the endless cycle finally pushed him past his breaking point. He figured if he finally opened up and showed them the real power inside him, he might have been allowed to stay. No one could deny it, yet admitting the truth would also rip the veil off his master's existence, and neither his master nor he wanted that. Ever since they were kids, Phoenix clung to that secret like a promise, but every time he stepped in to cover for Rem, the team's faith in Phoenix wobbled and it crushed Rem's heart all over again. He remembered those wild promises, how he'd said he'd outshine Phoenix with another party, then the truth hit him hard. Only real heroes could forge parties like that. He was just a lowly black mage grudgingly let into Phoenix's party, and now that he'd walked away from someone as legendary as Phoenix, who on earth was ever going to take him in? A sudden shout ripped him out of his thoughts. Some guy's voice blasted through the air, and he sure as hell didn't want to hear it. He shot them away and demanded they leave him alone. Then Rem caught sight of a kid trembling, stammering out apologies. The man next to the kid bowed hard and begged for forgiveness to the screaming customer, but the guy just hissed back, furious, demanding to know who on earth would ever buy something like that. Rem's eyes snapped to the child. Rem locked eyes on the kid and realized this wasn't a normal human, they were a demi-human. The girl sobbed and the merchant rushed in to calm her, saying she probably came straight from some other meal. He pointed out that all kinds of people are out and about at this hour, then promised her things would be better tomorrow. A sudden voice sliced through the air and cut them off. Rem ducked past the shop and asked, "Are you still open?" Because his stomach was growling. Then the merchant lit up and welcomed him like an old friend. Rem crouched in front of the kid, fired off a quick question, "Are you helping out in the shop?" Then leaned in to ask what she'd recommend. The moment she brought up the apples, he nodded and agreed to take one, and the owner practically beamed with gratitude. She told him that the apple looked kind of rough, but don't judge it, its gorgeous color meant it would taste amazing. She confessed she felt crushed because nobody would take a bite, no matter how hard she insisted she'd worked for it and how delicious it tasted. People kept shutting her down. If even Rem didn't want it then. Before she could get her sentence out, Rem snatched the food and took a bite. He nodded and swore it was right, exactly like she said. The girl demanded to know if he meant it, and Rem leaned in to tell her he wasn't joking, he was dead serious. He told her she didn't just judge what looked good, she cared about the real quality inside, and he praised her as an amazing shop assistant. He asked her if she'd let him swing by the shop again so he could see what other recommendations she had up her sleeve. Tears spilled down her face as she nodded, yes. She's going to love that, like for real. The moment the owner saw the girl bringing in a new customer, pure joy lit up his face. He and the girl thanked Rem as he got ready to head out, and Rem fired back her gratitude too, even apologizing for barging in so late. He thanked the girl again but froze when she suddenly ducked behind the merchant and confusion gnawed at him. Then the owner just laughed and said she was only being shy. Rem nodded, took it in and said goodbye, then spun around and marched off. The little girl snapped out after him, calling his name in a rush. She told him her name was Cashew. Rem stepped forward to introduce himself and Cashew didn't waste a second, he thanked him for everything he'd done. She swore she'd eagerly wait for him, whether he showed up tomorrow or slipped in a couple days later. She'd always be there, waiting like her world depended on it. Cashew and the merchant beamed at him, waving with big friendly smiles. As Rem trudged along, his mind raced. He never thought he'd end up needed by anyone, and sure, what he'd done started as a whim, but it somehow didn't feel wrong. Alva's words slammed into his memory, because in that world a black mage was supposed to be useless to everyone. But after seeing a little kid try this hard, Rem snapped, "If she can fight with that much heart, then I'll give it everything I've got too." He snapped his gaze up to the blazing night sky. His journey stretched ahead like an endless, grueling climb. Unless he climbed to the very top, nobody would ever admit his worth. That's exactly what his master drilled into him. But then it hit him, what if there was someone out there who genuinely needed him? Still, he couldn't tear his eyes from the endless starry sky. He was convinced someone like that had to be out there, waiting in the shadows somewhere. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle, the girl sat locked in place, eyes glued to a glowing screen that lit up her whole world. And then bam, there was Rem's face. She whispered his name, Black Mage Rem, like it was the only spell that could reach him. Weeks had dragged by, and the tension kept getting thicker every day. Rem got shot down again and again, like the world kept slamming the door in his face. Party after party slammed the door in his face, even when they were still begging for new members. The second they found out he was a black mage, every reply hit the floor the same way: declined. Complete annihilation, he crumbled, and despair swallowed him whole. Ringing in his head were the words he'd thrown at Phoenix: asterisk, I'll beat you, I'll surpass you, asterisk. And now they were rivals, and he couldn't wrap his mind around how reckless he'd been because he still hadn't managed to slip into even one party. He turned down the safe job his parents fought for and chose the road of an adventurer instead. And after all this time, the door back home had slammed shut for good. Cornered with no other option, he headed straight for that one place. The overhead light flickered weakly, like it couldn't hold on any longer. In front of him sat a big board that read, clear as day: need help, contact the Adventurers Guild branch office. That service fee bit hard, but it was his final lifeline. Then the screen lit up with his profile, human under race and black mage stamped as his job class. His heart hammered with nerves as he waited for the system to lock the match. Then, with a sudden flash, everything snapped into place. The screen flashed and it showed absolutely nothing. Rem's face drained of color in an instant, turning as white as paper. He tried to calm the chaos in his head with the thought that, snagging a quick bite to eat. At the market, someone's voice cut through the crowd, saying black mages have it rough as hell. Rem spat out a bitter truth: no one in their right mind would ever post an urgent job for a black mage, no joke, not a chance. The shopkeeper leaned in and asked if he had any other kind of magic he could use. Rem told him it wasn't about can't, it was about the spellwork. Anything outside his specialty felt wrong on him, like he was forcing the wrong body to wear the right mask. And on top of that, adventurers had to register under a class that matched the Oracle's designation in the end, just the way the world's rulebook works, and the shopkeeper nodded like, yep, that tracks. Cashew, right there listening, started wagging her tail and blurted out that black mages were awesome. Those words hit Rem straight in the heart, and he thanked her with real sincerity. Her words lit up his heart, until the shopkeeper laughed and said the real reason customers flocked in wasn't him at all, but the sweet charm of a cute little girl, and Rem refused to believe it. But deep down, he knew he'd turned into a regular at their stall. Cashew was only 8, but she didn't just help at the shop, she busted her tail every day, grinding to keep her family afloat. Rem looked like she just met her first ever customer, and after Cashew pushed him on, he started dropping by again and again. Even though they'd just met, the shopkeeper's heart latched onto Rem fast. He worried like something bad was coming. Then one day he leaned in and confessed, I felt it too, I once dreamed of becoming something else, yes, a tailor. No matter how hard he drilled, he'd still never stack up against people who had the right job class. Rem couldn't stop thinking about it. Back in their country, once you hit 10, you were sent to the temple, where an oracle would drop in to announce your true job class. Some were born to chase adventure, others to master the trades that kept everyday life running: chef, merchant, blacksmith. No amount of training or pleading could change it. Whatever class you got was straight from the heavens, and if you were lucky enough to receive the class you prayed for, it felt like a blessing from the gods. If you weren't her, it was just a punishment. But Rem, who'd always dreamed of becoming a hero, heard the oracle's decree like a knife slicing straight into hope. Cashew shot Rem a quick glance and said, if grit alone decided who got what, I'd already be in the job class I've been dying for. Cashew spun around to greet the next customer, and Rem watched her like a hawk. She flashed a grin as she zipped through her duties, doing them with pure joy. A wave of pure joy seemed to pour out of her. He blurted out that once the dust settled, he'd do everything he possibly could, and the shopkeeper nodded, jumping right in to add that if things didn't pan out, Rem could jump in and help Cashew at the stall, so she gave a soft laugh and thanked him for the offer. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal commotion ripped through the street outside. A thief pounced, snatched someone's belongings, and bolted before they could even react. Knife in hand, the thief whipped it around like a warning blade, daring anyone to come closer. No one dared to move. Rem clocked the thief and realized he was coming straight at them, no hesitation. Rem jerked the shopkeeper forward and told him to block the thief's path for just a second, cutting him off completely. The shopkeeper blinked in shock and demanded if Rem had a plan. Rem nodded. Yeah, he had one, but all he could offer right then was support. He leaned in, soothed the man's fears, and swore he'd never let a single harm touch him. The thief crept in, forcing calm into his own shaking nerves. The shopkeeper shoved Rem toward Cashew, telling her to watch over him, then he stepped out in front of the oncoming criminal. Rem shoved Cashew into hiding and ordered him to stay quiet. Magic was allowed for everyday use, but if they overdid it, the next thing they'd feel was eyes watching their every move. So he ditched the usual plan and went for something totally different. The thief lunged at the shopkeeper, screamed threats in his face, and demanded to know if he wanted to die. Rem stared him down, eyes locked tight on his next move. The crowd erupted into panic, the shopkeeper snapped with tension, and Cashew slipped into hiding. The moment the thief lunged toward the shopkeeper, the target locked on like a trigger was pulled. His body suddenly gave out. Total confusion crashed over him. His limbs turned to lead, his vision smeared into fog, and every breath started to sting. Right then, a razor-sharp swish sliced through the air. The shopkeeper snapped his arm forward and drove a brutal punch into the thief. He spots the thief's wrist, ripped the knife out of his grip, then slammed him with a savage uppercut. The thief crumpled onto the ground like his luck just ran out. Standing up like a judge, the shopkeeper announced that the criminal finally got what was coming. Rem figured it was good enough, then burst out with praise, and couldn't stop marveling at how effortlessly the shopkeeper just wiped out a knife-wielding attacker. Cashew leaned out, then tiptoed her way straight to the door. To her shock, Rem was already right behind her, whispering an apology against her ear, and he said something so quiet only she could make sense of it. Meanwhile, the woman who'd been robbed slipped her gratitude to the shopkeeper as he led her back, then he waved it off like it was nothing, saying he was just doing his part as a citizen. Cashew snapped at him, yelling that her manager was cool, and when the woman finally caught on, she froze, realizing this fearless guy was actually the shop's manager. With gratitude burning in her chest, she promised the shopkeeper she'd buy something, and he thanked her with all his heart. Hearing that, more bystanders rushed in too, packed the shop, and started buying up everything. In Rem's thoughts, he finally exhaled, relief crashing over him like a wave. People can't help wanting to repay kindness, especially when an ordinary shopkeeper risks everything and stands up to a criminal. The shopkeeper shot Rem a thumbs up and Rem grinned back, matching the gesture instantly. The others rushed in to haul the fallen thief up, yelling for him to stand and helping guide him out. Rem knew she'd leaned on black magic, but she also couldn't ignore how brutal it was to stand face to face with someone brandishing a knife. As an apology for dumping the real subjugation job on the shopkeeper, he felt it was enough to help out at the shop and earn his keep in return. Later, Rem's resolve shattered into a relentless drive to reflect. Proving his skills hadn't dulled one bit. Even after the party ended, he kept training because he'd promised his master and he wasn't about to break that vow. Even after the Oracle exposed Rem's job class, he refused to quit his dream of becoming a hero, so he threw himself into training with his master like his life depended on it. Looking back now, those days were pure torment. He was dumped alone in the mountains with the wild beasts, thrown off cliffs and forced to scramble back up, then beaten within an inch of his life by his master until he finally crumpled. He remembered the tears pouring down, splashing onto the ground, then forcing himself through that brutal training after casting black magic on his own body. He learned firsthand that it shredded his abilities and choked his vision, so he tested it on his own body, grinding his control sharper and sharper until every spell snapped into perfect alignment as long as his magic wasn't blocked. He even buried his black magic so deep that no onlookers could sniff it out. No one would ever realize the guy standing in front of them was Rem, the black mage, once a member of the party that ranked 4th in the world. But no matter how hard he tried to play it cool, people always clocked it. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted past me. A woman with long hair and a hat leaned in and spoke up. She'd been watching him the whole time. Rem's eyes snapped wide in shock, and he whipped around to her, totally baffled. She locked eyes with him and called out, "Black Mage Rem." They stood toe-to-toe, staring each other down. Rem couldn't shake the feeling that she might not have fully understood what he was doing. She leaned in and kept praising him as splendid, because in seconds he didn't just control his mana perfectly, he stacked and optimized layered black magic like it was nothing. She said watching it had her hooked, then Rem went still like she'd fully caught him. "Wait, who is this mysterious woman?" She flashed a gentle smile that lingered like a secret. Her cheeks flared red as she blurted, "I'm your biggest fan." Rem's confusion exploded. Wait, a fan? Not of Phoenix but of Rem herself. The woman bowed low and confessed she never thought she'd get to witness his black magic face to face, then admitted she'd been fighting tooth and nail just to keep up with him. Rem strained to keep him in view, then spotted a bat-like appendage, so she was a vampire, and she leaned in, asking with nervous care whether he had something against demi-humans. Rem shook his head, denying it flat out, then blurted your name like he'd just been hit with a shock. The woman yanked his hand in an instant, her voice blazing as she swore his black magic was utterly breathtaking. Her words spilled out raw, honest, and impossible to hold back. Rem felt that fire and couldn't shake the unsettling, almost creepy vibe, but then she dropped the truth. She'd been hunting him ever since she heard he quit Phoenix's party. She snapped that kicking him out was pure, utter foolishness. Rem suddenly realized how close he was, his face, her touch, everything. Then he went beet red, frozen, not knowing what to do. He went beet red from head to toe, suddenly apologizing, saying a nobody like her didn't deserve to even lay a hand on someone as amazing as him. Then she confessed she'd always dreamed of meeting him, but she'd messed it all up with her own careless move. She spun away, tears shining as she begged him, don't mock her, don't scorn the shameful piece of her she couldn't hide. Rem's mind spiraled through every insult he'd swallowed his whole life. Then, out of nowhere, this gorgeous woman steps in and calls herself his fan, grabs his hand and smells like pure sweetness, and he snaps at himself hard, forcing his thoughts to stay in line. As she turned to leave, Rem snapped, wait, and the words hit with gentleness. He didn't hate her, not even close. Everything hit so fast it stole his breath, he didn't even think to ask her name. The woman broke into a soft smile and said, Rem really is the kindest soul you'll ever meet. Rem blinked, stunned. She told him nothing had changed since that day, and he snapped, confused, wondering if they'd met before. She panicked and shook her head hard, begging him to toss the words she just blurted out. Then Rem couldn't shake the gut feeling. She didn't feel like an adventurer. Outside of elves, demi-humans almost never took that path, and for a vampire it was downright rare. Yet deep down, something in him insisted he'd seen her before. Mila stepped forward, introduced herself, and softly asked if she could take Rem out for a meal to make up for how rude she'd been earlier. She straight up admitted the invitation hit her like a lightning strike, then shrugged and said she doubted she'd ever meet another adventurer in person who'd once been ranked 4 in the world. If it felt okay to him, she said she could set up a spot for him. Then Rem froze, utterly confused. Panic hit him like a wave as he froze, asking himself what to do next. Mila sensed the hesitation and asked in a gentle voice if her proposal felt too unpleasant, scratching his head like he couldn't believe what he was thinking. Rem kept telling her over and over that it, then kept talking as the moment stretched on. Rem stared inward, bracing for the worst. Would anyone really say no to a request like that? Mila stood out so hard it felt unreal, so beautiful that next to her he looked almost plain and forgettable, and she jumped right back in, admitting she'd let their talk drift and hadn't mentioned the crucial thing earlier. Rem wasn't just a black mage, she was the absolute finest. Rem tried to brush it off, calling it an exaggeration, but she refused to back down. Out of the top 100 adventuring parties in the whole world, she said, there are only 3 black mages and Rem is the only one cracking the top 10. She admitted it was true, black mages often get judged as flashyless and less elegant, but the Phoenix party's insane success still all came down to Rem. No mediocre black magic could ever pull off feats like that. Only someone who could fully command every twist of his own spells and shape mana with razor-precise control could have driven them that far. Morning sunlight blasted across the ground, shining right ahead of them. Mila shot back that he was working harder than any normal person could ever even dream of. Rem could still hear those brutal words from before. None of it mattered whether he was there or not, and now they were making it clear. They didn't need support, they wanted someone who could add raw firepower to the fight. With quiet sincerity, Rem leaned in and told Mila that nobody had ever spoken to him like that since he first became an adventurer. Even though he knew Mila claimed to be his fan, the way she understood him down to the real details shook him to the core. Mila then snapped that Phoenix's one-hit wins over the floor bosses weren't magic at all. Rem had already broken the enemies first, and his debuffs had paved the road for every single victory. Bitterness filled her voice as she demanded what kind of insane fool would toss away a black mage of that level. Rem called out to her and she jerked back, then immediately stammered an apology, brushing it off like it was just a thing some friend once said, all while forcing out an awkward laugh. Rem finally caught her breath and asked, "When we meet again, can you pass my gratitude to that friend?" Just the thought that someone noticed him like that was enough to melt the heaviness out of his heart. Mila smiled warmly and said, "They've already gotten my message, I'm sure," then spun on his graceful step and swept forward, guiding the way. Her heels snapped against the stone as she hurriedly apologized for making him wait. Soon, they finally halted in front of the landmark Rem recognized instantly, Mila threw her hands up and called out that they arrived, and Rem's eyes flew wide open. Before him, the legendary Demon King's castle rose like a nightmare out of the dark. Mila blurted out her deepest apologies, begging him not to be startled, but Rem snapped back. He said her name again and demanded to know exactly who she really was. Mila shot back that she'd known about his gifts for ages, then she finally saw them for herself today, and her belief hit 100% solid. Staring him down, she snapped that he deserved a far better place and the respect everyone else had been withholding. Then she shot him a question: would he lend them his strength? They stormed into the Demon King's castle, and the darkness in the air felt like it was alive. A lone figure sat on the throne, and Mila strode in, announcing the Black Mage Rem like a warning. A tense hush hung in the air until a voice snapped her name, Carmilla, and that's when Rem finally came to her senses. Carmilla stood as the Demon King's castle dungeon's third-floor boss, guarding the depths with sheer menace. Everyone whispered that she ordered bats to drain her enemies' blood, but the real truth was darker. She was casting magic, steering those bats to strike. They said Mila was pure cruelty, someone who loved to break people for fun, but when Rem looked at her, the Carmilla rumors from that dungeon didn't match a single thing. The ruler on the throne snapped his gaze to Rem and demanded to know exactly who she was. Rem leaned in and swore he really was the Black Mage Rem. Then it all clicked. The Demon King's castle wasn't just a fortress, it was a maze where every floor was a dungeon, and the real king waited all the way at the bottom. Up to this point, nobody had ever set foot in that place, because it looked like he was about to be the very first adventurer brave enough to challenge the castle's new ruler. As the Demon King spoke, Rem froze in place. His voice was oddly young, like it didn't match the power behind the words. Then the throne's master stepped forward and introduced himself, Demon King Lucy. Rem froze the second the truth hit, and Lucy shot him a worried look, asking what he wanted to say. Rem blinked, then said it was nothing, just that the Demon King was way younger than he ever imagined. Lucy burst into laughter, teasing him for not looking like a real Demon King, while Rem's insides shook with fear, trapped with no idea what made someone like that and no way to explain it himself. Lucy shot him a wary glance and said that if Rem acted insolent, he'd be tossed aside on the spot, but something about him felt different, like he wasn't the same. Once the introductions ended, Lucy didn't waste a second and jumped straight into business. With one sharp wave of his hand, he proclaimed that the Black Mage Rem. Rem was completely stunned when they appointed him as a staff officer for the castle, because that role was basically the Demon King's army's second-in-command. Could a human really pull off a job like that? Lucy clocked his shock, and Rem's face screamed this was news to him too. Whipping around to Carmilla, he demanded to know if she'd warned him ahead of time. She swallowed her pride and apologized, saying she figured it'd be quicker to bring him straight here than to waste hours explaining. Lucy froze in shock, stunned that Rem showed up with zero clue at all, and when he erupted in exasperation, his whole body started trembling. So was Carmilla's obsession with Rem just her cover? Because did that mean he actually expected to dive right into her breasts? Red-faced and panicking, Rem snapped that wasn't true, so shocked and overwhelmed by the whole misunderstanding that she couldn't even form a calm sentence. The Demon King shot back, dead serious, questioning if Rem really had zero craving and mocking whether he wasn't just a healthy young man. Then Lucy ripped his fist into the chair. He started to blurt out something about Carmilla's chest. Before he could even finish, Carmilla cut him off mid-sentence. Grinning like a loaded weapon, daring anyone to test him. Sweat beads sprang up on Lucy's face in a heartbeat. He coughed hard and snapped them back on track, swearing they'd wandered off topic. But in Rem's head, it was obvious Lucy himself was the one who wrecked the conversation. Lucy went on, saying Carmilla demanded Rem as her staff officer, and when those words hit, Rem practically froze in shock. Lucy slammed it home again, making sure he couldn't doubt it. Then stopped and admitted he wouldn't have spotted Rem either, unless he'd stared closely at the Black Mage. Lucy demanded to know which Demon King trained him, and Remav froze, guards up, because that question yanked his memories straight back to his master. The Demon King snapped that Rem couldn't have reached her level through simple self-training. Her powers matched a Black Mage who'd ground for 100 relentless years, and maybe even crushed that ceiling, because no matter how well she hit it, her skills were way beyond what any normal human could pull off. Lucy leaned in and pressed him again for a straight answer. Rem kept her mouth shut. Lucy shut his eyes as he felt the refusal hit, then nodded, "I get it," and told him to drop the whole thing and forget it. Lucy broke in and told Rem, "That's so-called black magic. It's just a ruined, degraded version of the sorcery we used to know." Back then, the old demon kings didn't just threaten people, they shoved humanity into pure terror, while today's heroes are the ones standing between us and the nightmare, and even the nation's guard back in those days was on a whole other level. With Rem about to open her mouth, trouble was practically inevitable because she'd stayed loyal to her master and wouldn't break that bond for anything. She blurted out her apology and Lucy shot back again, calm and reassuring that it was totally fine. Lucy pressed on and demanded one last answer. Did Rem's master share the same hair color as him, and did he have horns too? When Rem stayed silent, Lucy instantly got it. Those questions weren't even ones he could answer. Then Lucy dropped the bombshell. He'd inherited the title of Demon King. He asked Rem what she thought about a grandfather who ditched his grandchild and retired, and his smile still had a sharp sting of frustration behind it. The second Rem heard the word grandfather, everything in her snapped into place because the current Demon King. It turns out he's the grandchild of his master. Lucy confirms it and says both his grandpa and Rem's master once stepped away from the Demon King's throne. Tell me, how could they possibly not see the power in having that kind of position? He couldn't help but feel it was tragic, and yet somehow this meeting was a lucky twist. Lucy even confessed she never would have guessed that he and Rem had such a bond. Rem couldn't stop thinking it. This was the one thing that basically proved his master was the real deal, a demon king. Lucy just muttered in awe, stunned that a human could even survive his grandfather's brutal training. He spun toward Carmilla and admitted she'd been right. Rem was the real deal. Carmilla brushed it off with a humble smile, saying Lucy was just flattering her. That was all she could do. Inside, Rem couldn't help wondering if Lucy was really talking about the way his master drilled her into greatness. Lucy told him she'd meant to probe Rem's resolve first, but that plan didn't matter anymore. Then she handed the job to Rem, now his staff officer, and ordered her to raise the Demon King's castle to its highest level, and Rem snapped, "Wait." Even though he'd chosen to step into this place, he couldn't shake the thought that a nobody adventurer like him, until now, had absolutely no chance against the heroes. And then Carmilla called to him softly. She promised she'd never force him, but her whole heart would light up at the chance to work right beside him. Lucy then begged, "Let me talk too." And he pressed on. Why in the world had Rem picked the road of adventure? For a black mage, he said, it was a brutal maze with thorns at every turn. Rem leaned in and said, "Because I've wanted to be a hero since forever. I've been admiring them for ages." He blurted out that apology for confessing out of nowhere, and Lucy waved it off like it was nothing. She said she didn't care at all. Carmilla leaned in, quietly saying she'd heard those dreams were common in human kids. He pressed Rem to explain why he believed that in the first place. Rem paused, staring into the silence. Then the truth hit him hard. The answer was simple. Because heroes were straight up awesome. A brave fighter stood his ground against the monsters, fists clenched as his mind flashed back to his own burning thoughts. He'd wanted to take the fight straight to them, crushing every enemy in pure, spectacular fashion. Swing a blazing, shining blade. Or burst flames into the world, and let raw power blaze from his eyes. Lucy grinned and asked if he really wanted prestige and admiration. Rem admitted it, and confessed he'd pictured the whole town staring at him, piling on praise for every deed, while he dreamed of yanking a sword, breaking into sweat in battle, and diving deep into dungeons. And they're living a life where excitement never stops. But when he replayed it in his head now, he realized it was nothing more than a childish fantasy. A perfect future where you got the rewards nonstop, no bills, no consequences, no costs at all. Carmilla leaned in and grilled Rem about what he truly thought made someone a real hero. Rem saw him as the greatest black mage alive, but that wasn't even the real reason she respected him. He'd rush in to save people when they were at their lowest. No reward, no applause, just a heart that genuinely admired others too. He wasn't chasing glory at all. He was doing it to keep his soul clean because the title of hero was always meant for someone like him. Job classes only showed what someone was good at. They didn't lock in who they truly were, and that truth hit even heroes. She couldn't shake the thought. Did Rem still truly want to be a hero, or was he just holding onto that dream because being an adventurer was the only life he knew? It was the adventurers who stormed into dungeons, and it was the monsters who stood in their way, ready to fight back. More often than not, demihumans swallowed the monster role while adventurers were usually human, though the rules still broke sometimes, like when elves stepped in. That's why Rem always stared up at heroes like they were untouchable, never once daring to wonder if he could become something monstrous himself. Rem asked straight up if things would change if he turned into a monster, and Carmilla warned him that unlike the wild stories, monsters usually hide who they really are. Rem, the one everybody fears to underestimate, wouldn't get a single ounce of prestige in a situation like that, and the world's idea of her would flip into something totally different, almost unrecognizable. Stronger than the hero he'd once dreamed up. She admitted she didn't know the full picture of what he was dealing with, but one thing was obvious: Rem had zero plans to expose his real power in the open. Still, if he stayed hidden and moved like a monster in the shadows, he'd finally break free and unleash everything he had. Inside the Demon King's castle, he finally unleashed his real power. No masks, no worries, no one to judge him. Rem muttered under his breath, asking himself if a black mage like him could really step into the Demon King's army and become a monster. Carmilla kept talking, saying his power looked totally different on the screen, so anyone watching the raid might not realize what his black magic was really doing. Yet every monster he'd ever crushed knew, without question, exactly what. He finally got the truth: he'd caused their defeat, and he realized just how brutally terrifying his black magic was. She stepped forward and said they already understood the danger he brought as their enemy. They already sensed just how unstoppable and solid he'd prove as their ally. If adventurers' wild feats can light a spark in humans, then demi-humans, yeah, they needed their own monster idol too. Even if she didn't idolize Rem's heroes the way he did, she'd never stoop to becoming some monster just so the world could track her down and drag her like prey. Inside the Demon King's castle, so strong it felt unbreakable, monsters kept mowing down wave after wave of heroic assaults, sending every last fighter back with their hopes shattered. And somehow that endless victory turned into a flicker of hope for the demi-humans who once feared the monster path, because if they kept walking it, they might someday rise up to stand toe-to-toe with the very adventurers. Then Rem snapped it into place. Heroes didn't just look cool to him, it was exactly why he'd admired them in the first place. Carmilla boldly declared that monsters and adventurers were equals, no exceptions. Dungeon raids wouldn't even exist if one side crushed the other without effort. People kept their eyes locked on every clash because the monsters hit back hard. Rem snapped back that he'd never seen monsters as just prey, and Carmilla slowly lowered her eyes. And that's exactly why she decided to come after him in the first place, because Rem, strong and kind-hearted, made her choice. Wouldn't he rise up and save them all, becoming their hero? Rem fell quiet for a beat, then steadied his resolve and snapped back that he would. The Demon King snapped his throat clear and declared it was finally over, by royal decree of the Demon Lord Lucy. He officially crowned the Black Mage Rem as the staff officer of his castle, when that same day the world's fourth-ranked party tossed him aside. Rem carved out a brand new life for himself. Now he worked inside the Demon King's castle as a staff officer, wielding the power of a black mage. He swore his life to one new mission: become the hero who could stand at the front and lead the monsters. Even if it meant going up against his own best friend. One day, Phoenix's party was already waiting outside the castle, and Phoenix called out to his companions. As he barked, "Move forward," Rem's mind had already made its choice, no doubts, not even a second. Rem sank into a chair and heard a faint clatter crawling through the air around him, and then a black shadow slid over the room, settling into the next chair like it owned the place. Lucy suddenly jolted her memory, snapped her fingers, and blurted out a quick apology. She promised she was about to introduce him to the Big Four inside the Demon King's castle. Agar's freakas. In that moment, Rem's eyes widened. Carmilla was one of the Big Four too, but when did they show up, and were they there from the very start? Lucy confessed she'd held back and didn't grab them in public, terrified Rem would get overwhelmed by a crowd. Then reality hit. One of them couldn't show up, and Lucy still had to trust that Rem would click with his brand new comrades. For him, this cooperation should be a piece of cake, right? Rem's mind snapped inward. Black magic. The Demon King wasn't just a fancy title, it was a full-on job class, a role that usually only demons could awaken, because in the old days their world was run by a tight crew of ruthless, powerful peers. No matter how deadly a warrior or how brilliant a magician was, only the ones with real charisma ever got crowned as king. At least, that's what Rem always heard. And to monsters, the Demon King wasn't just a ruler, he was the ultimate hero to humans. Yeah, that was black magic back then, and it wasn't some cheap trick, it was insanely advanced. Lucy told Rem his real duties would be revealed later, and until then, Mila would be his assistant. Rem froze because Mila was one of the big four, and somehow she was going to be working under him, and he just couldn't make sense of it. Lucy snapped the point home. Rem had to get it. This staff officer wasn't just some grunt. He was the Demon King's direct subordinate, and that put his rank even higher than the big four. He shouldn't let this situation cage him. Lucy shot him a confident smile and told him not to sweat. He could become the world's greatest floor boss. A measly world-ranked fourth party didn't even compare. Lucy burst out laughing, but Rem couldn't stop the real worry from chewing at him. It wasn't his power that haunted him, it was how little other people seemed to believe in him. Right then, someone stepped forward. He stepped forward and dropped into a deep bow. Then the man hurried out apologies for the delay in the introduction, and he seized the moment to congratulate Rem on his new appointment as a staff officer. And then the truth hit like a thunderclap. He was Augars, the devil of time, one of the big four. The two leaned in and traded greetings like sparking first shots. Carmilla sneered and said she hadn't even clocked Augars was there until just now, and Augars shot back that he hadn't cast a single bit of black magic on her. Carmilla said Augars was just too skeptical to believe Rem's real power, and Augars finally admitted the truth. Unlike Carmilla, he'd never personally felt the black magic coursing through the new staff officer. That average black magic spat out affects everyone shrugged at, slowing powers by a tiny margin and landing only light discomfort, not real harm, while confusion spells hit rarely, and even when they worked the effect wouldn't stay locked in for long. Even if someone somehow pulled off the cast, the truly powerful could snap out of it with sheer force, so of course Augars couldn't stop worrying, especially since the official reports never spelled out what was really going on with Rem. Another report dropped, and it showed the staff officer's power blew the average black mage out of the sky. From that point of view, Augars finally understood why Carmilla had been so obsessed with Rem ever since he stormed the Demon King's castle, but Carmilla didn't let it linger. Stunned that Augars could toss around a maiden's private info like it was nothing, she snapped it was disgusting. Then Lucy jumped in, apologized to her, and admitted that he'd already told Augars about it. Carmilla spun on Lucy, snapping with irritation, and Lucy, terrified, rushed out another apology. Augar snapped that since the Demon King himself had recognized Rem, he'd accept her and follow her, no questions asked, then turned on Carmilla, barking at her for daring to glare at the Demon King like that. Rem watched in silence, stunned by how kindly Augars treated him, until he remembered the twist. Rem was human, a cast-out black mage with no place in his old adventuring party, yet somehow he'd just become Augar's superior. Augar even looked like the good guy, bowing with real respect to a Demon King who was younger than him. Then he told him, "Those Demon King glares are the greatest blessing you can get," warning him just one thing. Never let the same look bounce back. Rem paused right there. Spotting something off in the wording, Carmilla snapped in immediately, silencing Augars with a vicious shout, calling him a lullican devil, and warning him to stop before he did something that could get him arrested, because one scandal would bring nothing but trouble. Augars snapped back at her, shouting she was a fool, and bragged that he was the guardian of the young, because to him, nothing in this world mattered more than youth as long as they were never touched. He said that was the real belief of a protector, and he begged Carmilla not to toss him in with the fools who boss angels around. Carmilla snapped back, sneering that he should take her at her word. She said he actually enjoyed it when the young shoved insults in his face, stomped on him, or shot him cold looks. She warned the Demon King to tread carefully and told Lucy, "If Augars ever comes asking you for massages in some weird place, don't you answer." But Augars instantly blew up, shouting that he'd never, ever make a demand that criminal. The Demon King's face twisted in pure disgust, and Augars Wind begged him, "Don't glare at me like that, like I'm beneath you." Instead, he leaned in and demanded Lucy lock eyes with him even harder, while Carmilla, fed up to the bone, snapped that it was finally time Augars got arrested. Rem went completely speechless. Then Carmilla spun back to him with a sweet smile, calming him down by saying not every monster was a creep like Augars and that she was just a pure-hearted fan. She plastered her room with posters of him, snagged candid shots from the internet in secret, bombarded his live streams with comments, and even bragged that editors were worthless while raving about Rem, stuff she swore she'd never do. Then Augars fired back, saying Carmilla wasn't pure-hearted at all, calling her a stalker no matter how she tried to talk her way out. Rem tried to cut in and stop the words from taking over. His words stumbled out, hesitant, stuttering like he couldn't get the courage to catch up to his own thoughts. He admitted he still didn't know much about his role, then asked if it was okay to get the full rundown straight from the Demon King, and he said it to both Carmilla and Agar. They both snapped out a quick apology at once, while Lucy burst into laughter behind them, praising the lines as spot-on, just like she knew Rem, their staff officer, would deliver. Lucy blurted out, "No Lemagiden." Rimfro stammered, totally lost, "Lamey, what even was that?" "Lemagenten," Lucy grinned like she just cracked the code. Rem caught the drift. Of course, the Demon King had been mulling it over for ages. Tradition demanded it, and the new guy's dungeon name would be chosen by the reigning Demon King. So his dungeon was called Lemagiden? Lucy's eyes lit up the second he spoke, saying it had a killer ring to it. Yeah, perfect, because that name was meant for the one who would command the monsters. He was sure the others would eat it up, and pride lit up his face at his pick. Rem thanked him, and yeah, inside he couldn't help thinking the name was basically his own with a little twist, but if everyone rolled with it, then that was fine. His thoughts snapped back to the bigger system that was still running. When dungeon raids got turned into public entertainment, they didn't just open the doors, they slammed down safety rules hard to keep people alive. Strict regulations, coded dungeon names, record stones, registration avatars, and those life-saving exit protocols all stitched into one iron framework. If heroes and their parties were the blazing light people worshipped, then monsters were the creeping shadow, exactly the foes everyone couldn't wait to watch get crushed. Even though it was dressed up like a show, every single monster had a real person underneath, demi-humans playing parts they couldn't ever reveal, so they swapped their true names for stage names and even plugged them into dungeon labels. The crowd erupted at every hero who got shoved back or got cut down, yet somehow deep in their bones they still craved a happy ending where the heroes finally win. That's just what humans do. The scary part was this: once their beloved adventurer got killed by an orc, the very next day people might snap and take all that rage out on some random orc they ran into somewhere else. So every time they played villain, demi-humans were living on a knife's edge, always one step from disaster. Now Rem slid onto the table with Lucy, right alongside the Big Four. His eyes drifted to a shadowy figure huddled among them, still silent, not a word in sight, and the moment Carmilla felt his stare, she shattered the quiet. She said the tiny one had just dozed off, then begged him not to worry. Rem looked at her like, asleep, the little one. With one missing and the other sound asleep, the Big Four turned out nothing like he'd ever imagined. Carmilla spun back to him and said they'd already nailed the basics. Then she leaned in, asking if he had any questions yet. Ren recapped everything. His dungeon was called Lemageden, and then dropped the real twist: he'd need an avatar to hide who he truly was. Lucy cut in, claiming Rem had doubts about the name, but Lucy himself loved it and he wouldn't back down for a second. Rem just thought it through, and that was the end of it. Carmilla snapped that hiding Rem behind a mask for his avatar was a total waste, and Lucy fired back, asking what waste she meant when Rem's face wasn't even something to stare at. Then Carmilla's glare snapped straight onto the Demon King. And Lucy, suddenly panicking, scrambled to save the moment by blurting that beauty S in the eye of the beholder, while he insisted he never meant to insult Rem's looks. Agar seized the moment to snap at Carmilla, reminding her this was her second strike. Because yes, it's fine to celebrate and bow to the Demon King's power, but you never, ever flip that rule. And with tension snapping in the air, Rem stammered through his panic. He'd hand over the design of his avatar to her too. He figured a better complexion or a new hairstyle was fair game, but he drew the line at changing someone so completely that they'd be unrecognizable. Just slapping on a pair of horns wouldn't cut it. Back then, even demi-human adventurers had learned to tuck their ears and tails away, disguising who they really were, and that's when his mind snapped back to the past. Lily once snapped at Alva over one crazy question: whether she should hide her ears. Elves looked almost exactly like humans, gorgeous, uncanny, and suddenly everywhere, and in recent years their ranks of adventurers have exploded. Even with that, plenty of viewers still wanted plain human brawls, almost like Alva was worried that's what would happen. But when it all came down to it, Phoenix and Rem backed Lily, and her look stayed exactly the same. Rem clung to Lily's warning. Black magic didn't announce itself, it just sank in, and the whole party plan was simple: storm dungeons fast and crush them with raw offense, not polite support, because she only wanted allies who could rip open the moment and go straight for the kill. He replayed that moment in his head, her eyes flicked to him for a split second, then she snapped them away and stared at the ground. Brooding in silence, Carmilla hauled him back when she caught his distraction, then pressed him for what was really bothering him. He waved it off like it was nothing, but Lucy just stared for a beat, then leaned in and spoke. The Demon King spun the conversation to Rem's main job as his staff officer, and Rem stiffened, because the second she realized she was being assigned a duty, her mind immediately raced. What on earth did that even mean? Suddenly, Lucy whipped something through the air at him and barked, "Take it." Rem snatched it out of the air and flicked open his palm. There was the ring sitting in it. It looked like it was hacked together from animal bones, so strange it made his head spin and he couldn't help but wonder what it was. Lucy snapped it into focus. It was a magical tool, the kind that lets Rem call forth everyone he'd made contracts with. Moment magic tools were. Rem remembered those strange-powered items weren't random at all. They were built by an instinct-driven race, and Alvar's sword was one of them, forged to be handed to him by his grandfather. Lucy told him to pour in mana the moment he touched the ring. At the same time, he chose the person he wanted to contract with, then seal it with spoken vows, locking the pact for good. Basically, it was a summoning tool. Rem's jaw dropped in pure awe and Lucy nodded, then warned him the ring could only swallow up to 72 contracts. Still, Rem figured that was more than enough to blow his mind. Lucy pressed on, telling him she'd use it to call monsters from the shadows and blast every adventurer right out of town. He pushed harder, demanding to know if Rem could finally unleash his black magic, and in his mind, Rem answered yes. Most of the monsters were black mages, but it was unheard of for an adventurer to switch sides. One move like that could blow open new battle tactics and pull all kinds of creatures into the fight. At the very least, it could light a spark of hope for people of every race. Lucy told them the ring would lock Rem to only signing contracts with his subordinates, for now, and even the smartest plan would fall apart if the rest of the crew couldn't get along. So the very first thing Rem did as a staff officer was roll up her sleeves and win over everyone around her. Lucy shot him a reassurance. No sudden battle was about to swallow him, while Rem kept thinking that, in a world like this, a magic tool was pure treasure. Even though they were treating him like a staff officer, nobody could just casually hand him that role. He couldn't shake the feeling it was because he was the Demon King's grandfather's disciple, and Lucy went on to say she expected a whole lot from him. Fists clenched, Rem poured out his thanks to Lucy and promised he'd protect the ring with his life. Lucy said, "That's it for today, we're going to stop." Because everything felt brand new and Rem was probably wiped out, Rem snapped back that he wasn't tired at all, then thanked the Demon King again. Lucy lit up the room and spoke to everyone. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he declared they'd throw a welcome party for Rem soon, and Lucy immediately called Augars, who came running at once. He promised to slam all the venue details into place, then he'd book a shop packed with the king's favorite sweets, and he even asked point-blank to sit right beside Lucy during the event. Lucy shut it down with a flat refusal. Augars admitted he had no clue what he was up to, and when Augars pushed back, he swore he'd never go anywhere near something like that. And his voice shook as he raged that even with all his loyalty, they still treated him like a threat. Suddenly, he slammed the table and thanked Lucy like his life depended on it, and the whole room went silent. Everyone just stared at him with wild, confused looks. While the night kept dozing, wrapped in deep silence. Right after they stormed out of the room, Carmilla snapped at Rem's name and offered to walk him outside herself. Side by side they keep moving. She told him she'd drop off his registration card the next day, and when Rem thanked her she just smiled and said, "Anytime." She added that the real kicker was this: she'd kept showing him her most embarrassing side all day, over and over again. Rem told her that no one had ever complimented him like that, and he was genuinely overflowing with pure happiness. Because of her, it all came rushing back, why he once worshipped heroes and how he'd completely forgotten that feeling. Carmilla said she was relieved he didn't see her as some disgusting freak, and Rem's mind made one thing clear: she really was a strange girl. Carmilla leaned in and told him point-blank that he was truly kind. Then Rem shot back that she didn't see it that way at all, and Carmilla pressed, "So tell me, how far are you willing to let me go?" Rem's eyes widened in confusion, and Carmilla cut in, rephrasing it like, "Let me put it this way." She leaned in and admitted she wanted to be his first, then asked him straight up if he'd say yes. Rem pressed her, and Carmilla's cheeks went hot as she finally admitted she hadn't explained a thing. Then she blurted out an apology. She wasn't talking in circles, she was talking about the ring Rem had gotten, the one that would even record the order of the contracts. Rem pushed for answers and demanded she explain it clearly. Carmilla leaned in and said, "Say you made a contract with me, my name would be written down and I'd be listed as your first contractor." And just like that, she was about to be branded as his very first monster. Ram understood. Carmilla fidgeted, then blurted out that she was totally, genuinely his fan, reminding him she'd pushed the idea of inviting him into the Demon King's army, and that she'd actually marched by his side that very day. She also told him she'd be by his side for a while, his assistant, explaining everything he needed to do as she sat right next to him while Rem just froze, not sure what to say. He kept his mouth shut as he stared her down, and Carmilla's words fell apart, her voice stuttering as she tried to push on. In his head, Rem praised her strength, caught that sly little mischievous streak and felt the warmth of her kindness. Because even though he'd only met her that day, he could tell she'd dug up a ridiculous amount of courage to say all of this, and then, more importantly, if Carmilla hadn't found him, he wouldn't be standing there right now. With that thought burning in his head, he grabbed her shoulders and pressed his hands there like he was about to change everything. And he blurted out that he wanted her to be the very first monster he ever formed a contract with. Carmilla's cheeks burned red as she leaned in and asked, voice trembling, if he really meant it. Carmilla yanked her hand back and blurted out an apology, then admitted she'd already expected Rem might refuse when she asked him to join the Demon King's army and sign a contract, and the words kept tripping over her tongue as she struggled to say anything else. Finally, she managed to blurt out that she wanted to suck it. Flustered and rattled, she snapped off her own words and told him to forget everything she'd just said. Rem chewed on the word suck and his mind raced. If Carmilla was a vampire, did she mean blood? He remembered how hunger for blood could snap open all kinds of darker urges. Still, why would she bring it up right now? Carmilla just kept insisting it was nothing. Rem asked if it was safe to assume Carmilla would make a contract with him next, and she said yes. But she pushed him, "Are you really sure? His first was way too important." Rem just smiled and said he was already set on asking her first anyway. Carmilla pressed him for the truth, and the second he nodded, her mouth just went dead. Rem tried to remember everything Lucy had drilled into him about contracts, but Carmilla cut in immediately, demanding he hand over the ring. He pulled it on, then stared down at their joined hands. She took his hand in hers, promised she'd answer Mr. Rem's call the moment he summoned her, no matter how far apart space tried to stretch, and sealed it with her oath. She slipped her hand free, then pressed a kiss to his skin, right over the ring like she was sealing something in pure devotion. Rem snapped to attention, then it hit her, she finally understood what it really meant. He stared at Carmilla and realized Miss Miller was his first contractor, then Carmilla licked her lips, chuckling like she already owned the night. She told him she'd absolutely loved their first time, and promised she'd come running the moment he called, no matter where he was, so Rem begged her, "Don't tease me that hard." She shot back that it was just his mana, so what's the big deal, right? Then the silence hit like a punch. Rem's face shot crimson. Carmilla broke into another chuckle and apologized like he still couldn't stand that strange woman flirting with him. Rem tried to deny it, but his words died as he stared at her. Carmilla teased him again, smirking that it was way too soon for late-night rendezvous in each other's rooms. Then she burst into a quick, "Just kidding." She grabbed his hands, then when he asked what it was for, she told him, "From now on, I'll be in your care, living as a member of the Demon King's castle and working under you as your contractor." Rem mirrored her gesture, took her hands too, and promised the same thing, she'd be in his care always. Carmilla smiled and said she didn't mind if he kept calling her Mila, but when he was at work, he'd better use her dungeon name. Rem nodded, then Carmilla leaned in and purred that if he called for her in the dead of night, she'd come running straight to his room. Red-faced Rem could only watch her slip away. In his head, he kept shouting, "Don't you dare get the wrong idea." Sure, she might be his fan, but that contract they signed, that was comradeship, period, nothing else, just that. Time to clock in as a staff officer. First, he had to win over everyone inside the Demon King's castle and forge contracts with them. Crowds packed the place, but that didn't stop him. He clenched his resolve and carried out his role with pure focus and sincerity. He was sure Miss Miller wasn't the only one with those ideas, so Rem kept his position as a staff officer, ready to move. On his second day as a staff officer, the pressure hit like a thunderclap. Rem couldn't decide whether to go see Cashew, because this very day was his first official mission inside the Demon King's castle. Lucy told him straight up, His first job as a staff officer wasn't to bark orders, it was to win people over and build friendships with everyone. Still, he couldn't shake the doubt that bonds like that were even possible. Rem had already made up his mind, he'd become a hero for monsters, not humans. Even though his old party couldn't give him his dream, he refused to quit. He was certain the Demon King's castle would be where he finally landed it. Rem kept moving until he reached the shopkeeper's place, and Mr. Blitz greeted him with open arms the second he arrived. Cashew's ears flicked up, and with a bright grin she happily welcomed Rem in. The shopkeeper thanked Rem for the help he'd given the day before, raving about how insanely powerful her black magic was. Then Rem shrugged it off and tossed the compliment at Blitz instead, and Blitz lit up like he'd just been crowned. Still, Rem pulled Blitz aside and told him not to brag about her to anyone. Blitz admitted he'd seen this coming, shrugged off yesterday's mess like it was nothing, and told Rem to relax. People would move on and he'd told nobody. Cashew stayed silent too, but then she went off and declared loud as day that it was all Blitz's fault. Rem just grinned and said, "I didn't do a thing," then thanked her with a warm chuckle. Blitz brushed it off, saying Rem should be the grateful one, because for thanks to Rem, he and Cashew had already sold every last item they had in stock. Then he shoved a pouch into Rem's hands, insisting it was his fair share of the earnings. Rem flat out refused. Blitz shoved the choice into his hands. When Cashew heard Blitz thank Rem, he froze on the spot, stunned. She tore into their supplies right away, snatched an apple in one grab, and handed it to Rem as her way of thanking him, making it hers. Shocked, Rem dropped to one knee and took it, grinning like the gesture was pure joy meant just for him. Then it hit him, at his new workplace he had to hand out fruits, and he asked for whatever the pouch could buy, and Cashew didn't hesitate, just agreed right away. Blitz leaned in and asked if Rem had landed a new job. Rem nodded, but then hesitated like he wasn't ready to spill the details yet. Blitz, totally misunderstanding the chaos, grinned and blurted that it was good news, then asked which side had taken him in, promising he'd win them over so he could keep tracking Rem's every move. Rem sat there, heart pounding, realizing he had no dungeon account, and worst of all, he couldn't spill the truth. He ditched the adventurers to team up with the monsters, yet he was still collecting comrades, and still, Blitz's support hit him right in the chest. He said it was just temporary for now, promised to fill Blitz in once everything was settled, and Blitz bought it, until Cashew called out to him. She leaned in and asked if he minded those weirdly shaped fruits, because that's all that was left. Then her smile faded as she looked down, clearly disappointed. Rem shot back that look lied every time, what mattered was the flavor inside. Since Cashew's picks never missed, Rem figured everything would be fine. Then, right then and there, a voice popped up offering to haul her bags, and Rem froze in surprise. He spun around and there was Carmilla, right in front of him, dressed in casual clothes. Rem and Cashew both snapped to a stop, their minds blanking as she suddenly popped into view. Carmilla locked eyes with Rem and Cashew, trembling because the idea of that pervert and Rem being connected made her stomach drop, and she even pictured Agar grilling Rem like he might be one too. Rem spun in shock and blurted a fast denial, begging her not to get the wrong idea. Carmilla waved it off like a joke, then snapped her attention to something else. Heoa O'Shaw leaned in and greeted the young fruit seller, and Cashew shot back immediately. But her gaze slipped toward Carmilla's massive chest. Clenching her resolve, she insisted, "I'm not little and I'm going to grow bigger soon," and Rem froze, staring like, wait, is she talking about her height? Then Carmilla cut in out of nowhere and snapped, sorry for how abruptly she'd asked. And then asked if Cashew would team up with them and work at their place. Ren froze, did she really just hint he should get himself a secretary? Carmilla leaned in and declared that Cashew would become Rem's personal assistant. Cashew's eyes popped wide as she stared at the paper Carmilla shoved into her hands, revealing the crazy pay, and Blitz, stunned out of his mind, urged her on, insisting it was an offer she'd never get again. Still, he couldn't hide his shock. How did Rem even end up knowing someone as stunning as her? Carmilla told him straight, Rem had helped her once before and that single act sparked the whole relationship. Blitz smirked and said he could totally see it in his head. Carmilla let out a little chuckle right after. Rem's stomach dropped. She couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't hearing something fresh but something buried, something old, and was she talking about his joining the Demon King's army? Blitz felt relieved because Carmilla knew Rem, so he figured she had to be legit, yet he still pressed her for details on how safe that job actually was. Carmilla snapped back with total confidence that she could guarantee its safety. but then she made it clear the final call was up to Cashew, urging her to talk to her manager and family, and promising to step in and explain everything herself if it came to that. Still shaken with doubt, Cashew blurted out, "Why me, Carmilla? Why pick me out of all people?" Carmilla stared straight at her, then, without skipping a beat, offered a quick apology and confessed she'd overheard Cashew talking to Rem earlier. Rimstats wasted no time and rushed back to what Carmilla was clearly trying to warn him about. Carmilla leaned in and said, "If Cashew comes with us, I can help ease my mom's load just a little, but it'll matter. More importantly, Rem hit a mountain of responsibilities in his new role, and Carmilla was convinced that having an assistant who already stayed close to him would be the perfect help." Cashew's tail whipped back and forth with pure joy, and she grinned at the thought. Blitz leaned in, swore to her that if she was staying with Rem she had nothing to fear, yet Cashew still froze, stuck on the edge of doubt. Scared that her mere presence would stir up trouble for Rem, her nerves twisted, Rem's dread sank deeper with every breath. Still, right to everyone's face, he insisted it was all fine. Cashew's by his side, he said, fueled him and pushed him to keep going. Now that she was there, he was 100% sure he could crush it and do even better than before. Still, worry gnawed at him. Was it really safe to bring a tiny child into the Demon King's castle? But as the secretary, she wouldn't have to fight or guard anything, she'd just handle the paperwork. He swung his eyes to Carmilla and shouted for Cashew. Rem told Cashew she didn't have to strain herself, but Cashew shot back with unwavering certainty, saying that she wanted to make it happen, and she'd back him every step of the way by taking the job as his secretary. She spun toward Blitz for the nod, and he didn't hesitate. He agreed it would be a huge step up for her and nothing would stop her. With a quick tap on Rem's back, Blitz handed Cashew to him and trusted him with everything. Rem nodded and took the responsibility, and Carmilla slammed it shut, case closed. Blitz grabbed a box of fruits and grinned. "Since Rem and Cashew just landed new jobs, I'm giving you both a Blitz special. Consider it a present." Ram thanked her with all his heart. Carmilla promised she'd send her people later to grab it, and Blitz immediately nodded, then offered to carry Ram's bag too. Carmilla flashed a grin and crunched a cashew, then declared, "All right, let's go meet my mother." They pushed through the crowded streets side by side, weaving through the chaos like they owned the night. Cashew burst forward and wrapped his arms around her mother, and Carmilla gave the woman a quick, respectful bow. And then leaned in and started talking to her. Cashew's mom worked at a second-hand clothing shop, holding the whole family together with sheer grit. Just her, Cashew, an older sister, and 2 younger siblings, because their father was gone and she had to raise all 4 kids alone. Rem couldn't shake the thought that life like that was way tougher than he'd ever be able to imagine. That's exactly why Carmilla insisted Cashew's load could lighten if she teamed up with them. But even after she heard the offer's generous salary, Cashew's mom still shook her head, furious at the thought of her daughter landing a job at the Demon King's castle. That choice alone screamed how deeply she cared for Cashew, but when her daughter dug in and refused to back down, she finally cracked and gave in. Rem's mother dipped her head and told him she'd already heard about him from Cashew. Then Cashew leaned in and revealed that Rem was her first customer ever. Rem molded over and the truth hit hard. Cashew really hadn't said a word about him past that. He told the mother he understood, and she finally confessed her daughter was still green, then handed her over to his care, trusting him completely. Rem promised her, clear as day, that he'd take the blame and keep a close eye on her. Cashew flashed a quick wave and then bounced off with them, right into their next adventure. They crashed through the forest like they had no time to waste. Rem leaned in and asked Cashew again, "Are you really okay with this?" And then it hit her. He wasn't roaming the world anymore, he was working inside the Demon King's castle. Cashew's face lit up as he replied, "Yeah, not at all." Becoming a staff officer sounded like the biggest promotion of the century, and Rem let out a chuckle before thanking her. Cashew confessed she'd never taken this road before and lit up when she spotted a butterfly, while Carmilla glanced at Rem and caught the unease creeping across him. Rem leaned in and demanded to know exactly how much of yesterday's conversation she'd caught. Her eyes flashed as she finally confessed everything from the very start, and Rem just gave a tired nod, accepting it like fate. Then he asked if she was inviting Cashew to the Demon King's castle just because he was her acquaintance. Carmilla admitted it was only half true and said Rem, being a staff officer, still needed help. She hated the fact she couldn't keep being his aide forever, so she set out to find him a secretary, jaw clenched, fist tight, pure determination in her grip, while Rem muttered to himself that Cashew was still just a kid. Carmilla lunged in and grabbed him by the shoulders, then screamed his name like it was the only thing that mattered, leaving him completely stunned. Carmilla leaned in and demanded to know what Rem thought he needed right now, but he didn't even get the chance to speak. She spoke for him on the spot, because what he truly needed wasn't words, it was someone in his corner, and Rem was completely thrown off. With her words under the microscope, Carmilla still stood firm, and Rem nodded like she'd heard the truth. Maybe Rem knew exactly how much power he really had, but it sure looked like he expected everyone else to underestimate him too. So she stepped up and said, "Me and Cashew are backing you from here on out." Rem stared at her utterly stunned. Carmilla kept going, smiling as she said both she and Cashew truly understood him, and in magic and in the heart, Rem was rock-solid strong. Carmilla couldn't stand seeing someone so amazing vanish into the shadows or get overlooked, and in her eyes, Rem wasn't just any fighter, she was an extraordinary black mage. Rem couldn't even get a word out. Finally, he got her attention, blurted her name, thanked her with all his heart, and swore he'd give it everything he had. Carmilla cleared her throat and snapped the conversation onto the real issue. Rem could make contracts thanks to the ring, but monsters only answer to their floor bosses, so if Rem wanted allies, he'd need permission not just from the monster but from their superior too. Then she shrugged and told him he could use her slaves or her subordinates however he liked, and the word slaves hit Rem like a spark, forcing him to lock it into his memory. Carmilla pushed them to hit the road, hunting for comrades they could actually trust, people who, just like her and Cashew, truly understood him. Just the thought of those comrades yanked Rem straight back into his past. Before anyone knew what job he'd get, every kid in the village adored him, he had friends everywhere, even beyond Phoenix. But the moment his class was finally revealed, the whole vibe flipped overnight. Everybody near him looked at him like he'd let them down. He'd been preaching hero for years, so how did it end with him becoming a black mage, of all things? Everyone else treated it like a joke, they sneered at him, called his dreams hopeless, and laughed at how pathetic he looked. One after another, they walked away from him, swearing a black mage was cursed, and claiming he'd never be a hero no matter what. Only Phoenix stayed right by his side, promising, "Together we'll climb to the top and we'll become the greatest heroes of all." Rem suddenly thought of Phoenix, because now Phoenix had forged new bonds with fresh companions. Their roads split, one chased adventure, the other threw their lot in with the monsters, yet here they were, standing as a staff officer inside the Demon King's castle. Rem promised himself that once he gathered every comrade he could truly trust, he'd step up to Phoenix and bring his full power to the fight. Right outside the Demon King's castle gates, grim-faced receptionists checked in the raid participants. Beneath it all, the dungeons sprawled outward like a hidden city, packed with facilities for the castle's people. An enormous public bath for the staff, a bustling cafeteria, a blacksmith's workshop, and even a tiny theater to keep everyone entertained. Among all those places, Carmilla grabbed Rem's attention and steered her straight to the athletic field, where training is meant to forge strength. Right there, she leaned in and told him she wanted him to meet the lycanthropes, the werewolves, and to build real connections, he'd have to go straight to their leader, floor boss Marcosius, but she warned him. Marcosius runs on pure fierce fire. That name snapped Rem back to the nightmare on the fourth floor, Marcosius, the werewolf he'd just tangled with, so now he couldn't help but wonder, would something like that actually take him, the guy who used to stand with the adventurers as their enemy? Werewolves weren't always monsters, they were humans first, able to flip between full human and half-wolf forms at will, and maybe that's why Carmilla thought they'd actually get him and open their hearts. Rem could tell she was weighing every option for his sake because she knew he'd have to grind for every bit of respect, earn trust, win people over, and forge them into real comrades. Carmilla jabbed at the heavy door and told Rem it worked just like a dungeon record stone, one that could snap you to a destination. Then she pushed him to mark the second athletic field as his target and promised she'd go first. A thunderous boom ripped through the air and it froze Cashew in pure awe, then Rem snapped back to himself and got ready to follow. He tossed the whole matter to his secretary and took a breath. When they demanded the destination, Cashew shot back without hesitation, the second athletic field. With the destination locked in, Rem stared in awe at the endless grounds stretching ahead of him, Cashew tucked at his side, Carmilla slipping along behind, and the roar of countless footsteps thundered with every beat. The noise kept swelling until the werewolves burst into view, sprinting past like a non-stop storm. The coach, snapped orders at the rest of the team like his voice was a command drum. Even if that nasty black magic chopped their speed in half, they'd still win, because they could just double what they were doing, no problem. Then a sharp howl ripped through the air. Carmilla cleared her throat, and at last, the lead were going to finally notice them. Right then, Rem snapped her gaze up, and above them loomed the massive shadow of Marcosius, towering like a nightmare. Yep, he still looked just as impressive as ever, because that's exactly why they feared him as the Demon King's castle's fourth-floor boss, the ruthless chief of all werewolves. Piercing stare locked onto him like a spotlight from hell. And Rem swallowed hard, like the truth was crushing him from the inside. A smirk slithered across the werewolf's face, and he looked the black mage in the eye, grinning like he couldn't wait to see what happened next. He flicked Rem's shoulder with a grin, bursting with anticipation as the thrill of what was coming next lit him up. Rem steadied his breath, introduced himself like a spark, Lemagidon, and the title hit the air with instant curiosity. Marcosius repeated it under his breath, realizing this was the name Rem would be hearing all the time once dungeon life truly started. Marcosius grinned, practically vibrating with excitement about teaming up with Lemagidon, and for a split second Rem froze in shock. Then it hit him. Marcosius's warm welcome could only mean Carmilla's prediction had come true. Relief hit him like a wave. Marcosius felt genuinely good, the kind of calm presence that radiated power without a shred of cruelty, even as the towering werewolf, still carrying the cashew, stood there. He eased the girl into Rem's arms, admitting their last meeting crushed him completely, while Rem brushed off his praise and insisted it was Marcosius and his crew who deserved the credit. But Marcosius sagged a little and insisted Rem and the Flame Hero were the real stars, the ones who burned the brightest in that fight, while Rem just snapped back that the Flame Hero's power was plain too overwhelming. Marcosia roared in full protest, his voice booming with raw indignation. Right on instinct, Rem lunged in front of Cashew, shielding him with his own body. The werewolf's golden eyes narrowed, but when he spoke, his voice held nothing cruel. He insisted the Flame Hero didn't win by himself. Victory also came from the razor-sharp black magic Rem wielded, and Marcosia had never seen anyone handle it with that level of precision. Rem shook, hit hard by the weight of that praise. Marcosius tilted his head, leaned in with curiosity, and asked how much training Rem had really put herself through to hit that kind of strength at such a young age. Because as an alpha he genuinely admired it, and he said Rem and the Flame Hero both impressed him more than he could hide. Rem's mind spiraled. Marcosius hadn't just been watching Phoenix during their fight, he'd been watching him too, like a floor boss who never takes his eyes off the target. His mind stayed razor-sharp, his judgment never fogged. Then Marcosia's voice dropped, and one stubborn question kept hammering inside him. After he faced the Flame Hero head-on, Rem tore the black magic bindings off him, so why in the world would he give up an advantage like that? Rem laid out his logic piece by piece, like it was the only way the truth could survive. Phoenix begged for a one-on-one showdown, and Marcosius just stood there, calm and ready, patient as a trap, choosing not to cut Rem down when he could have. Refusing that duel would have disgusted Rem, so he yanked his interference back fast. Marcosius drank in Rem's words, then all swagger and confidence praised him like an alpha should. Marcosius didn't stop, he pushed harder, asking what would happen if that flame he had faltered, then crumpled to the ground. Rem didn't blink, she confessed she simply couldn't swallow a result like that. Phoenix wasn't the kind of person who ever loses in a one-on-one, the real issue was never would Phoenix win. It was whether Rem could match Marcosia's iron resolve and answer his demand for a fair fight. Marcosius froze in stunned silence. Cashew trembled behind Rem, eyes bulging from the sheer force of the werewolf's presence. Then Marcosius snapped into roaring laughter. With life buzzing in every word, he announced he adored Rem's outlook, swore, no matter what, that his comrade would win, and even vowed to respect the pride of his enemy. Then Marcosius leaned in with serious weight and laid out how dungeon law really works. Most defeated monsters can't show up on floors that aren't theirs, unless it's one of the rare exceptions, and that's exactly why it doesn't apply to the monsters Rem calls. From what Rem had heard, he planned to pull in 72 comrades, so Marcos jumped at the chance, throwing his name forward as a candidate to be counted. He demanded whether Rem really meant to drive the Flame Heroes out of the castle, and Marcosia's body slowly wriggled and tightened as he retreated, until he snapped back into his human form. Eyes razor-sharp on Rem, he finally confessed he wanted another shot at the Flame Heroes, eager to prove himself all over again in a rematch. And it wasn't just any power that pulled him in, it was Rem himself, his strength and fiery spirit that earned his real admiration. Then the werewolf chief stepped forward, offered his hand, and sealed a promise, asking Rem to forge a contract with him, Marcosius. Marcosius was already in human form when he shot his hand out, then Rem reached in, clamped her palm into his, and locked in the bond. Their hands locked together, and in that tight clasp, every unspoken promise finally felt sealed. Marcos let out a booming laugh as he announced their new brotherhood, pride lighting up his chest. Then he swung to Carmilla, grateful and sincere, only for her to answer with graceful warmth. The werewolf snapped into an oath. Anytime Rem calls, he rushes to her side and throws his strength at the fight without a single second of doubt. He admitted the future was still a mystery. He couldn't promise which floor would be his or which comrades he'd end up leading. But Rem, she could still call on her brothers whenever she needed. And right as the crowd of werewolves surged in, their voices exploded with chatter, swelling louder and louder as they came to watch the bond get forged. Rem threw a quick thanks his way, but his head was already racing ahead to what came next. He zeroed in on the odds of landing the 10th floor, the last wall before the 11th where the Demon King waits, and he knew, like it was already written, that Phoenix would find him there. When that day finally crashes in, he'll have to stack allies, sharpen his whole crew, and get ready to collide with the inevitable fight head-on. Marcosia stood shoulder to shoulder with him and blurted that Phoenix was closing in. Flame heroes would hit the 5th floor in just 2 days, and they'd picked up a new companion, so they'd better keep a hawkeye on them from the jump. Rem decided to watch the coming battle from the command room, laser-focused on every move and strategy, breaking it all down step by step. Then the meeting ended and Rem bowed with respect. Marcosia laughed booming loud, waving him off, because in his eyes Rem was a terrifying enemy and a rock-solid comrade all at once. He even told Rem, "Come visit anytime," and said the same for Cashew. Cashew's face lit up at the thought, but the moment she had to say the werewolf's name, she stumbled, adorably struggling to get the words out, and Rem silently clocked that it was a tough one to fit through her tongue. 2 days later, the host's voice crashed through the dungeon, booming that the flame hero Phoenix and his party were finally entering the Demon King's castle to take on the 5th floor. So tell me, what kind of chaos would they unleash today? Like Q just lit a path, the heroes surged forward toward the great door. The instant their fingers brushed it, a blinding burst of light erupted, flooding the chamber beyond with instant, roaring glow. A massive hall stretched out in front of them, decked out with rows of maids. Then one glided forward, bowed low, and delivered a crisp welcome like she'd done it 1,000 times. Alvar froze in shock, then stumbled as the scene hit him like a punch. While the rest of the party's reactions blared into Rem's command room, loud and clear. From his spot, Rem studied everything, then muttered that this fight would smash Phoenix's party with real trouble. That day, right after Rem locked in his pact with Marcosia's, he wasted no time. He hunted down the castle's other denizens, traded sharp hellos, bargain deals, and hammered out contracts with several of them on the spot. Right there you had the first-level floor boss, the Hell Niberius guard dog, and its right-hand menace, the invisible slaughterer Gladiolabulus. Up on the 2nd floor strode the great general, calling the souls of the departed like they were his to command, Sims, and beside him lurked his agitator, a darkness-stained hunter with a blade and a mission. Each one forged into a rock-solid ally you could trust with your life. They swore themselves into Rem's swelling ranks, and the Demon King's castle answered with nothing but brutal monsters. So the real question hung in the air like a blade: how would Phoenix, now fueled and stronger, lead his flame hero crew to take them on? Phoenix's crew crashed straight into the monster mates. Phoenix narrowed his eyes on the one who was leading the way. The team grilled each other. Did we really hit the Demon King's 5th floor? But everything pointed to yes. The dining table was packed to the brim with food. But Phoenix's instincts flared, something felt off, then one of the mates closed in on Alvar. She trailed her fingers along his arm, eyes shining as she admired the weapon, and then asked if she could touch it. More maids surged around him, boxing him in as he fumbled under their attention, and Phoenix's razor-sharp gaze snapped the truth into focus. Beneath the wicked horns. Then he noticed it, tail, wings, and all, and realized these women were succubi, weaving their charm around him. Phoenix fired up his allies and demanded they keep tight control. But before it could go any further, Lily started to wobble, and the moment the maids slammed into him, Alvar's sword clattered right out of his grip. Phoenix could feel the danger creeping in. Ascubus didn't just fight, he asterisk siphoned mana, stripping their prey dry. As a hero, Phoenix's resistance held strong, but for everyone else that kind of power could shatter their avatars. Alvar was already swept away by their seduction, wrapped in their embrace as laughter crashed in his ears. Right then, a voice cut through and called for Phoenix. Bella, the fresh newcomer, stepped forward and claimed she'd handle it, then grabbed the moment with both hands, determined to prove herself. Steel flashed the moment Bella whipped her sword free. With one swift move, the succubi got shattered into glittering crystals. She slid her blade back into its sheath with deadly calm, while the others stared around in stunned disbelief. Phoenix finally accepted the crushing power bursting out of her, and Bella confessed she'd pulled her punches, by capping how much mana she poured into every strike. Then she rushed to check on Alvar, who groaned like he'd just crawled out of the worst hangover, because Bella the ice hero was the contractor tied to a subordinate of the water spirit. Lily, crushed by how weak she felt, bowed her head and apologized to Phoenix and Bella. Bella soothed her, saying it was just a bad matchup for them, while Lark grumbled that their showing probably wrecked the broadcast, cutting everyone out in the final edit except Bella. They called the Demon King's castle an unbreakable fortress of pure evil, monsters spilling out of every shadow, so Phoenix figured it'd be non-stop danger from the first floor, but nobody warned her she'd run into succubi. Lark pointed out that without a white mage backing them up, every last person, except the hero, would have been wiped out because sure, gimmick dungeons were rare, but once you stepped into one, trouble exploded and shattered remains littered the floor. Phoenix ripped the words out with total certainty. From this moment on, Bella and he were taking control. Bella shot forward and volunteered to take the front, then urged Phoenix to hand her the call for instructions. Phoenix nodded and handed her the role without hesitation. Staring at Bella, he realized just how solid she was, only 13 but already carrying every trait of a real hero. Bella surged ahead, guiding them past the crystal maids as they hunted for the door. Out of nowhere, the crystals shattered with a vicious crack, and Bella couldn't believe her eyes as one tore apart right in front of her. A maid burst in, yanked her arms forward, and slammed her hands straight into Bella's stomach. Blood exploded outward as Banished fought back with brutal fury. Crumpling into Phoenix's arms, with hands shaking, she lifted a finger and stabbed the air toward whatever she'd spotted. The others snapped to her command and spotted the curtain. Lily instantly knew the pattern because it was the door to the safe room. Then Lark groaned about the timing, like, "Are we really leaving this fast after barely getting here?" But Phoenix got it instantly. Once he hit the 5th floor, a brutal fight with the floor boss kicked off right away. The maid spat insults at them, sneering at Bella's decision. Then she cut the mana in her blows and watched their attacks fizzle, turning their strength into nothing. Around them, those frozen maids finally jerked awake, scraped free from the ice, and slid into place as they reformed. Phoenix planted his feet as the monster swarm surged straight at them. The maids surged toward him, but Alvar slammed into their path, lifting his shield to stop them in their tracks. He barked that Bella's icicles had whittled their ranks down, so the charm suddenly felt a whole lot more doable. While Alvar slammed the brakes on the rest, Phoenix tore ahead toward something else. His eyes locked onto that one maid standing off to the side, apart from everyone else. He growled under his breath, clocking the fact that he'd be taking on the floor boss immediately, and then that guy smirked like he already knew. She leaned in with a cruel grin, taunting him and reminding him everybody knew he was the one who could wipe out floor bosses with a single strike. If the ice girl hadn't jumped in, he'd have unleashed his flames right away, but he'd lose the perfect way to end it, and that's not what he wanted. Her grin only grew wider. Phoenix snapped back that if he'd wanted, he could have burned the maid and every bird with one flash of flame, only for the maid to grumble that he still wasn't exactly cute. Phoenix snapped back that a real hero deserves to be looked up to, and the maid immediately spat that she hated him. Phoenix admitted she was a damn likable monster, then boldly declared himself the flame hero, Phoenix, and vowed to smash her to push onward. Right then the maid stepped up as the devil of love, Satyr, and with venom spitting, she hammered her hatred for him like it would never stop. Without warning, chaos erupted as the other maids surged straight toward Alvar. An explosion ripped through the chamber, shaking everything to the core. In the thick smoke, Phoenix emerged and dropped to his knees, swearing they never, ever lose a single battle. Later on, the Phoenix party packed into the guild, and Bella lifted her glass and shouted cheers like she owned the night. But the others went dead quiet, and she was left there all alone with her toast. Phoenix clinked his drink to hers, and the moment felt electric. And the rest of the crew, eyes locked on them, then they lifted their mugs and glasses high and roared, echoing cheers through the room. Phoenix grabbed the cup and took a solid, steady sip, and together they drank like they meant it. After wiping out the floor boss, roasting the devil of love satyr, and clearing the 5th, they surged straight into the 6th. Shark-like monsters waited in the dark to tear them apart, and Lily snapped her power forward like a lightning strike. But their speed was too much to handle. Her blows couldn't even find a mark, and Alva snapped, cursing their non-stop dodges. He barked at those fish creatures to quit moving, then snapped his sword up in sheer irritation as he fought them off. Lark dug in against their onslaught, taking hit after crushing hit like every strike was built to break him. Phoenix slammed up his guard and blocked yet another devastating attack. Then he lunged ahead and slammed into the monster's core, dodging every blade and weaving through the weapons that were trying to cut him down. With a huge splash, Phoenix was thrown into the water, roaring at his allies, "Get down." From the dark depths, a colossal shark rockets upward, jaws gaping wide as it snaps at Lark. Phoenix barreled toward him, but Lark screamed that he wouldn't make it out of the way in time. The shark clamped down on Lark and swallowed him whole, disappearing in one brutal gulp. Lily kept calling his name, lost in the moment, until Alvar roared, "Watch out," because something was creeping up on her and a fish-like monster whipped its trident straight at her. That raid ended with them conquering the 6th floor, and Bella's push did most of the heavy lifting. But Lily couldn't call it a clean win. Lark got swallowed by the sea beast Fornius, and Lily had no choice but to pull back and retreat. They only got the floor cleared because they took down the boss, the ocean's ruler Viper, but once it was over, the truth hit hard. The 3 who were left couldn't fight like they used to anymore. Frustration hit Alvar like a thunderclap. He snapped curses and demanded, "Doesn't anyone else find this wrong?" Their party had gotten stronger, and somehow it still ended like this. Then, at last, Rem found the courage to walk away. Lily stepped up to Alvar and demanded he fix his attitude, but Alvar snapped back in fury, calling her out for choosing Rem too late. Did she really owe him? And back when it mattered most, she stayed completely silent. Lily admitted she was thankful for what Rem did, but she refused to sink low enough to lie just to back him up, and when Alvars heard that, he sneered and mocked her nobility like it was a joke. Lark muttered through gritted teeth, fed up with Alvar's nonsense, and Alvar snapped back that he wasn't even talking to the gloomy bastard. Then he blasted Lark for slacking off during the raid like all those mistakes weren't enough. Lark's temper ignited, snapping at Alvar what that even meant. What about him? Alvar's grip on his prized magic sword had gone horribly wrong, and rage surged through him as he barked back the same question. Bella barreled in, trying to cool them down, pleading for them to stop before they ruined everything. But Alvar snapped that something was seriously off. Why were they stuck when they should have been crushing it, and why wasn't this new party clicking? He gave Bella her credit, admitted she'd done great, and swore she'd grow into an amazing hero. Suspicion crawled into his mouth and turned his words bitter. What if that jobless Rem had slipped some black magic into this? It felt like the kind of dirty move she'd pull. He snapped at Rem, calling her a damn nuisance. Then wham, a mug slammed onto the table. Phoenix barked Alva's name hard. He yanked him by the front. Alvar flinched hard as Phoenix snapped at him, demanding over and over how many times he planned to repeat himself. Bella and Lark's eyes shot wide as the intensity hit like a storm, while Alvar squirmed with nerves beneath his leader's tight grip. Phoenix roared that Alvar never cared for Rem, and honestly it sounded like he was relieved when she was gone, so why the hell couldn't he drop it? If Rem wasn't in their group anymore, then to Phoenix he wasn't a comrade, he was just his closest friend. And tell me, did Alvar really think Phoenix would grin while his friend got torn apart in front of everyone? He shoved Alvar back into his chair, and Phoenix made it crystal clear that the same rule applied to the other 3 too. He wouldn't force them to play pretend friends, but he'd also never let anyone mock their comrades. After a beat, Lark finally caved and said Phoenix was right, but he also made it clear he understood exactly where Alva's feelings were coming from. They adored Phoenix and swore they'd haul him to the very top, but now everything stalled, and no one could deny it. Rem just didn't have the chops. But if Phoenix only picked him because they were best friends, how in the world were the others supposed to swallow that? Phoenix clenched his teeth because it always came right back around, and this time his own attitude was the real reason. No matter why, he still couldn't unlock Rem's real power, and the whole group would never even get a chance to understand what her presence could have done for them. When he looked down, he confessed he'd been clocking everyone since the very start. That's why he'd insisted Rem was essential, even though he never thought they'd see it his way. He only demanded one thing. Drop the past and start talking about what's coming next. Ella shot her hand up. If we're talking about the future, I've got a suggestion. Just like a demon king's castle should, the 5th and 6th floors threw monstrous foes at them, plus the matchups made it worse. And still, even with all that stacked against them, the trio's movements had clearly lost their old spark. Why was that? She demanded, and Lark froze, his mouth going blank as he couldn't find a single answer. Bella kept going and confessed she'd never even met Mr. Rem, so yeah, everything she said was pure guesswork. But what if Rem had been a far deadlier black mage than anyone ever dared to believe? Phoenix went utterly still, frozen by shock, while Lark and Alva shut the whole idea down immediately. Bella just smirked like she already knew what was coming. Compared to the old footage, she noticed Alvar and Lily's accuracy had both slipped, and Lily stalled for a beat before finally admitting, yeah, it's true. Bella spun to Lark and asked if it wasn't suddenly getting harder to keep defending. Lark muttered that, yeah, it was. Phoenix couldn't stop thinking, did Bella finally figure out their bad performance came from Rem's magic slipping away? Because she could piece it together just by digging through their old videos and fighting beside them a few times, Bella refused to stay stuck in some tiny adventure-minded box. She had a real open mind. Still unsure, Lark muttered, Rem's magic, really? Lily pushed harder, forcing the answer was Bella saying that from now on they'd have to fight under the harsh truth that Rem's amazing black magic wouldn't be there to back them up anymore. Bella said, of course we have to, and you could hear her understand why they hesitated, because she'd been sure Rem was powerless too, yet he'd been backing them up the whole time. Alvar rubbed the back of his head, unsettled, and then, right when Bella brought it up. Their fall truly kicked off the moment Rem vanished, and Lark couldn't help but blurt out, did Rem really matter that much? Phoenix snapped back without hesitation, truth or not, Rem was gone and she was never coming back to their party. He admitted they all carried serious power, so they'd finally listen to Bella's plan and reshape their strategy. The 5 of them would storm the Demon King's castle, and they never once lost. Phoenix leaned in and asked, so tell me, do you know why? Because the truth is simple, the hero always comes out on top. Citri clung to Lucy, shaking with sobs as she begged forgiveness for losing everything. Lucy leaned in, gave her a steady nod and reminded her, at least one of their opponents was already beaten. Then she softly patted the sniffling girl and said, you watched Citri bring down a hero, and that right there is something worth being proud of. They huddled up at the table, side by side, ready for whatever was coming next. Lucy snapped her gaze to Rem and told him that tomorrow was his very first battle, then she demanded to know how he'd done finding allies. Rem said he'd pulled it off, all because everyone there helped him, and he thanked them from the bottom of his heart for everything they'd done. Lucy then blurted out, this is Rem's welcome party, and right then everyone who cared most about him showed up for the moment. She couldn't help noticing, half of them looked like they showed up just for the free food. You could hear someone chomping loudly like they owned the place. The banquet was being held at a restaurant the Demon King's army frequented all the time. Shoved together monsters from every corner, different races, one terrifying crowd. Rem lit up at how warmly they welcomed him, grateful for the chance to finally be seen, because this gathering felt way faster than wandering around and introducing himself one awkward moment at a time. Right on cue, just like Ms. Lucy said, this was the perfect opening to get even closer to the army. Still reeling from her loss, Citri spoke of Phoenix, this tall, handsome boy who was bound to a high-ranking spirit. She swore he was the world's 4th-ranked, yet even with that power he still bowed his head to monsters. If the gods themselves had picked the strongest avatar and stamped Phoenix as the proof, she'd have no choice but to believe it. Hearing his best friend getting praised like that lit up Rem's heart. He knew Phoenix didn't start out as the strongest, but seeing him now made it crystal clear why everyone else would judge him that way. In the end, Phoenix slammed Citri with one brutal strike, cleared the 5th floor faster than anyone thought possible, and sent her packing into retirement. Step by step, Phoenix surged toward Rem, who was already waiting for him on the 10th floor. At the table, Cashew's face lit up with excitement as he stared at the food laid out in front of him, completely amazed. A voice shouted at Rem, urging him to come grab some food too. Carmilla leaned in, spoon poised, and with a warm, gentle grin she told Rem, come on, open wide. Rem panicked and blurted out that he could totally eat by himself. Carmilla's face twitched and her perfect composure cracked like glass. She swayed a little, murmuring, I get it. And for someone like her to do something like that would only drag him into trouble, so she blurted an apology and swore it would never happen again, while Rem, completely flustered, quickly insisted he should eat. Carmilla's grin snapped back onto her face, bright, relieved, and she practically purred, it's wonderful. Rem fought to hide his embarrassment, but Cashew's stare made him snap. Then Cashew gasped and swallowed hard, right after she grabbed a fork. He skewered the sweet dessert and shoved it into Rem's hands with a grin. Augars sneered and hissed that she was a fake succubus, then snapped that the Demon King was about to feast on her pudding and she'd better not interfere, so Citri shot back that Augars could just feed Lucy instead and told him to shut up already. Augar snapped back that it was totally improper for a subordinate to stick to her superior's side after failing her duties. Citri shot back that they were off duty now, then turned to Lucy, lifting a glass of wine, because the moment she heard that their relationship was improper, her heart started sprinting like crazy. Lucy snapped back that she felt nothing, plain and cold. Citri let out a soft laugh like Lucy was still too young to understand, and Rem noticed her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. It looked forced, and he could feel her losses still haunting her in the back of her mind. Augars kept going, sneering at Citri like she was a fake succubus, and Citri snapped back hard, begging him to quit because those words were cutting straight into her heart. She spun toward Lucy, seething that Augars was bullying her, and Lucy snapped back, telling him to stop, because she'd already said comrades needed to be addressed by their names. Citri snapped her finger toward Lucy, yanking Augar's eyes to her, then she spun around and jabbed at Rem, smirking as she said, "So if you're really going to call me improper, why are you even staring at the boy?" Millie and his tiny secretary were all over whoever got their attention, while at that exact moment, Carmilla and Cashew hustled in to help Ram with his food. Carmilla shot Citri a brutal glare, snapping that she better not interrupt, because they were right in the middle of something amazing. Citri pouted, grumbling that Millie only acted different around Rem, so Carmilla, who'd known Citri way longer, decided she deserved kindness too. Carmilla shot back that she was talking to Citri right this second, even while she was with Rem, and didn't that scream her kindness? Then she leaned in and said she did it because Citri mattered to her. Citri's cheeks burst crimson, her heart stuttering as she blurted, "You really do." Carmilla smiled and confirmed it, declaring she loved her, and then she pushed the lesson home. Citri was a good girl, so she'd better stay obedient. Citri spun toward Lucy, eyes bright, and fired off the question, did she hear what Carmilla said, that she was such a good girl? Lucy shot back with a quick smile, confirming that Citri truly was a good girl. The four generals looked like they were totally on the same page. Then Augars, hearing a rumor about Cashew from someone else, spotted her with Rem and immediately said with iron confidence that the officers must think the same way he did. Rem tried to rush in and set things straight, but Augars shut her down fast, insisting she didn't have to hide a thing. With Rem's hand locked in his grip, Augar yanked it tight, stumbled over Rem's words and still pushed ahead, signing a contract with him even after Rem tried to correct him. Rem wondered if Augars would tip off Cashew, but with Augars being one of the Demon King's big four, Rem figured he wouldn't blur the lines. So Rem decided to leave the misunderstanding exactly where it was. Later, Rem tracked down the woman who'd been hiding out inside the Black Knight's armor back at their first meeting, and he finally learned her dungeon name, Furcus, and at the buffet, Furcus couldn't stop staring at his plate. He didn't pause for a second, he shoved the food into her hands and she chomped through it instantly. With one meal per support on the table, Rem and FERCAS sealed a contract and locked it in. The celebration erupted with noise and cheers, so Rem slipped away from the crowd to grab some quiet, and there he found Citri loitering in the hallway, staring at him as she questioned him. He demanded to know if he really thought he could beat that boy. Rem figured she was talking about Phoenix. He said he could do it if everyone stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Citri pushed on, face tight with doubt. Was he really okay with this, knowing every step could block his best friend's road to becoming number one? Rem snapped that those thoughts didn't mean a thing, because holding back just because Phoenix was his best friend would be an insult, and he'd fight with everything he had with full sincerity and zero restraint. Citri answered in a quiet tone, but you could feel her resolve behind it. She told him they'd talk again, just not right now. And if he got her nod, she'd seal it with a contract. She snapped that thought back, corrected herself. When the moment finally arrived, they would make the contract together. Then she shot him a quick farewell and walked away. When Rem slipped back into the loud celebration, the whole crowd was still buried in chatter and gossip. Then Cashew suddenly showed up. Rem locked eyes with her and told her it was finally time to head home, and Cashew nodded right away, calling him staff officer with respect. Curious, Rem leaned in and asked if Cashew had a good time, Then Cashu's face lit up as she beamed, saying she'd made tons of friends, while someone nearby teased that she was really starting to prove she could be a solid, dependable secretary. Lucy marched up to Rem and demanded to know if he'd finally talked to everyone. Rem confirmed it and admitted it all started with her. Lucy beamed and said she couldn't wait to throw down with him tomorrow. Rem shot back that he'd give it everything he had. That evening, right when the crowd finally started breaking apart, Rem and Cashew shouted their goodbyes. Cashew clung to his back as he carried her, while Carmilla and Lucy swung their hands back in farewell too. Rem and Cashew strolled home side by side in a quiet hush, and then, sleepy as ever, Cashew's voice drifted up to him. She flat out swore she'd become a monster one day, and that was exactly what she wanted. And she'd just made that decision. Rem heard every word, nodded along and kept moving, but in his head he couldn't shake one thought: Cashew was only 8 years old. Kids only got their job classes at 10, way too early to lock a future in stone, because when he was young he dreamed of becoming a hero right up until he discovered he was a black. He couldn't just drop that dream ever, so how dare someone like him, still haunted by his own lingering hope, act like he could decide what's right for Cashew's future. In the end, he chose to back her wish with everything he had, praying she'd find the strength to carry it all the way through. Cashew fell into step beside him and said she needed to ask for a favor. Rem pushed her to spill the truth, and she said she couldn't, not until she grew up, until she was finally strong enough to help him. She begged him to quit sealing new deals with the ring marked number 71. That request hit Rem like a curveball because Millie's had actually begged to be his first contracted monster. Cashew swallowed hard and asked if it was unacceptable. Rem let out a soft laugh and told her, "Nope, it's totally fine." Cashew hit the button again, pushing for the truth. Did he really mean it? Rem didn't flinch and promised her, yeah, he meant it. When she heard that, Cashew snapped into action and promised she'd work her hardest. Then she boldly said she'd make the contract with him herself, and Rem swore right back that she truly would. Soon her light breaths faded into gentle snores. She'd fallen asleep right on his back. Rem caught his breath and swore to himself that tomorrow would be his very first fight, while the leaves around him whispered and rattled in the night breeze. As he snapped his eyes up to the dark sky hanging over him, in the back of the staff link room where everything felt tense and charged. Then that steady beep kept hammering in the background, click, click, until the door yanked open and one lone horned figure slipped inside. It was Lucy. She rushed over, asked Rem if he was satisfied, and swore she'd built it exactly the way he asked. Rem just nodded, saying he was. With a sharp click, he tore off his mask and blurted that he'd dreamed of something like this ever since he picked the monster's path, and then he thanked her with all his heart. Lucy could tell Rem was wildly out of the ordinary, and she was seconds away from bringing up the demon, right there with that single horn. But before she could stop herself, Rem shot up like she'd already guessed the ending because he knew. Lucy locked eyes with him and instantly realized her grandfather must have spilled it, and then it clicked. Rem probably filed the request for the dungeon name, too. Rem let out a soft laugh and confessed he knew it would all come down to the Demon King deciding. Then Lucy waved it off, saying even her own grandpa had once worn that title. She ordered him to keep his name locked away for now, forcing him to stay a shadowy, robed mystery just for today. Ram took her words to heart, and Lucy reminded him this was his first real shot at playing defender, then bluntly said she'd expect big things from him. Rem spoke up next, thanking her for the role and swearing he'd never let her down, and when Lucy heard that, her smile lit up. She said his words felt totally reassuring. Rem clutched his record stone and announced he was gone. Then the gem flared, and in the blink of an eye his whole body vanished. When Rem's vision finally cleared, he found himself on the first floor of the Demon King's castle, and right in front of him, a beast came charging closer. Massive wings unfurled like a storm, and a glacial abyss loomed over everything. Rem shot the creature a grin like, "All right, team up with me. We're holding this floor and I'm giving it everything I've got." Known as the Invisible Slaughterer, glacial ebolas had a terrifying power. It could erase anyone from sight so completely they might as well be gone, and Rem cut its huge name down to glass in his head. For this showdown, he planned to squeeze every last drop of power out of that invisibility. Today's intruders were a rank 249 party, already sprinting toward the heart of the first floor where the boss was waiting with teeth bared. Rem had crossed that exact route once with Phoenix's crew, so he knew the fight that was about to hit. But this time, he wasn't coming to attack, he was locking in defense, and the whole game plan was going to hit different. The Demon King's castle refused to let anyone underestimate them. On the other side stood heroes, warriors, paladins, and hunters, but right in the middle were two kids, a boy and a girl, fighting as warriors. The group's hero cracked lightning from his hands and it screamed one thing: he'd sealed a pact with a wind spirit underling, so Rem knew it instantly. The adventurer the world called the Thunder Hero had finally arrived. Their charge slammed to a halt when a black dog appeared out of nowhere, and the hero sneered at the so-called impregnable fortress like it was already nothing but an easy bite. A party member snapped back, reminding him this was still only the first floor. Then another girl chirped that she was thrilled the doggies were sporting such wicked faces, because if they hadn't, she honestly wouldn't have managed to hit them down. One party member snapped that Phoenix's crew had already wiped the floor clean, and since they'd been late to the scene, there was only one way to beat them. Either they speedrun the floor or they crush the roaming monsters in a way that blows everyone away. Because if their video doesn't show something insane, the whole crew gets laughed at, their reputation collapses, and then one guy snaps back at the rest, calling them fools. With no pesky black mage dragging them down, they'd light up way more, just like their next companion immediately swore. While they were busy talking, Rem was hiding right behind them, quietly listening. Thinking the shitbag mage was straight-up cruel, his gaze locked on the hero's voice, and when it hit him like Alvar's memory, he snapped and urged it forward with everything he had. He knew one slip, get too close, and his invisibility would snap in an instant. And even though the magic didn't change one bit, it still stayed crystal clear for everyone to see. This turned it into the perfect partner for black magic, since it was already invisible and basically impossible to spot in the first place. Everything was going exactly as planned. Rem even felt a pinch of pity for the black ghost dogs, but she pushed it aside, knowing they had to be sacrificed to trick the adventurers into trusting a lie. With one smooth sweep of his hand, he suddenly stepped into view, right there in front of the whole party. Their faces flickered with pure confusion. Rem couldn't stop guessing what was going through their minds when, out of nowhere, they stood face to face with a black-robed humanoid monster, backed up by a pack of ghostly hounds. The Thunder Hero blurted out, "Is this a demon?" and yelled that the guard dogs were supposed to be the ones blocking the way. One of the girls snapped that if a demon like that existed, Phoenix would have caught it on camera during his fight against the fourth-ranked party, so the Thunder Hero went quiet, then grumbled, wondering if a humanoid demon was out there that Phoenix's crew never even ran into. With one more sharp flick of his hand, Rem made the black dogs twist and ripple through the air, and the whole party suddenly felt uneasy and shaken. The paladin warned them the demon was setting a trap, and one of the girls snapped, "Yep, that's bait." Rem nodded, he'd caught the same truth. But the adventurers already figured it out, doing what Phoenix did, and just clearing the floor won't get them a single thing. And right here, right now, something irresistible was staring them in the face. If he slipped away and started messing with them from afar, it would spark even deeper frustration. The Thunder Hero knew this moment couldn't slip away. He vowed to fight, then launched himself straight ahead. He pushed his party to hit fast before their enemy vanished, and to Rem, it didn't shock her at all. Heroes were picked for a reason. They had power so far beyond normal humans that losing to any monster that wasn't the Demon King never even entered their minds. So when Rem clocked how annoyed this hero was at being stuck at rank 249, she understood exactly why. The hero's companions came barreling right behind him, closing in like they were magnetized to his back. With his hand lifted, Rem shot out a finger and pointed straight at them. A brutal **thud* cracked the air, and the paladin slammed to a stop mid-sprint. His motions stumbled, and his body just stopped obeying him. Panic hit him, and he blurted out to his friends that something was terribly wrong. His limbs felt heavy and useless, his eyes snapped to the black ghost dogs, and before he could blink, they surged forward together and attacked. Hunter Girl spun around, frantic, and demanded what to do should they rush in and help him. But the Thunder Hero waved the worry off, saying the paladin could take care of it solo, because sure enough, he was strong enough to drive away 5 or 6 ghost dogs all by himself. The others froze for a heartbeat, then, without choice, left him behind. Driven by the Thunder Hero's push, they charged ahead while the paladin gritted his teeth and hacked down the hounds lunging for him. Yet every step felt like dragging chains, heavy, strained, and full of curses as his frustration burst out loud, because his own body just refused to cooperate. From a distance, Rem kept staring, dead set on hiding the truth that he was Lemageddon. If word got out that a terrifying black mage had shown up here, it'd spark chaos, but he already had a fix. The paladin came in, breathing hard, staring in disbelief at what he couldn't understand. Why the hell couldn't he move freely? Could one of these black dogs be hiding black magic like for real? And those ones led by this robed demon, yeah, they don't look ordinary. But the debuffs hit with a brutal force that even one or two monsters couldn't possibly pull off. His situation was getting worse by the second. If there really was someone who could wield black magic, killing that threat had to be his #1 move, but he couldn't figure out who it was. From across the way, Rem grinned. Yep, it was working. Normally, that paladin would have cut down the ghost dogs with ease, no sweat. Now he was sure black magic was lurking in the shadows, so he started battling an enemy that wasn't even there, an invisible foe stalking right behind his fear. Ripped open by the hounds, the paladin screamed that the fourth-ranked party's raid recording never showed this. Then realization hit like lightning. He yanked his allies back and shouted, "It's a trap." Every dog in that pack could sling black magic, and their real mission was to tear the party apart. Even as his body reeled under the impact, his words still thundered. Then, without warning, he simply vanished from the battlefield. The Thunder Hero's eyes bulged with disbelief as he snapped in furious shock that the paladin had already been forced to retire, and the warrior girl just grimaced, telling him that even after his warning about the trap, they still marched straight into it. That Thunder Hero snapped with annoyance and refused to slow down, sprinting straight ahead. Rem watched him like, "Wait, so you've got zero plans to save your comrades?" Phoenix's crew always marched as one, powered by pure unity, but the moment pressure hit, he made the move, fracturing them exactly as he planned and watching them tear apart. Once again, Rem slipped into invisibility and the Thunder Hero roared straight into the darkness, screaming for the demon to show himself, then promising he'd kill him. Rem chose that exact second to pop into view, lifting his hand like he was about to make a move. A black dog burst into existence in front of the hero, and before it could even react, he swung once, cleaving it clean in two, and barked that this pitiful trick was a spit in the face of his power. And he snarled at the other hounds, swearing he'd decut them all down. He slammed his sword into the earth and unleashed his magic. Lightning tore outward in blazing arcs, crackling over the field and burning into those ghostly beasts. Black dogs faded away one by one, vanishing from the battlefield like they'd finished their hunt. As the survivors erupted into motion, they scattered in every direction and ran for their lives. Then, without a single warning, glass erupted into place behind the Thunder Hero. Rem had already cracked this party's dungeon-clearing playbook, and now everything was playing out exactly like he predicted. Because the hero ditched his allies, then burned through tons of mana, blasting huge magic at an enemy that wasn't even there, just to chase after Rem. That kind of magic yanked power straight out of your own reserves, so even the bravest hero couldn't keep firing at that insane level forever. Right on cue, the hero's game plan crumbled, his footing slid out from under him and his balance started to wobble hard. Rem spots the opening and hurls black magic to shroud the light and wreck his vision, then sneers inward, wondering how a worthless black mage's curse will taste on his side of the fight as the hero strains, shaking to pry his eyes open. But before he could even catch his breath, a wall of glass shot into view, his jaw dropped open in shock. With one brutal vicious swing, glass snapped down on him, launched himself soaring into the sky. The hero got blasted into the sky and swallowed by the horizon, while the black ghost dogs nearby lifted their heads and stared after him. From what was left of the hero's party, two battered survivors wheezed through their breaths. One choked out that she'd hit her limit, while the other's shock crumbled into pure, crushing despair. Pounding pawbeats roared across the ground as the pack of dogs surged forward, crushing the last two adventurers and sinking in with merciless bites. Rem stood in the wreckage, declaring the fight was over, then turned to the monsters and thanked them, praising every last effort. He couldn't help but grin. His invisibility magic was pure gold. Then the black dogs swarmed in around him like a living nightmare. With their tails whipping and tongues darting over his face, they bombarded him with pure, happy chaos. Lick, 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 while he chuckled under his breath and begged them to settle down. But the moment the noise faded, his mind snapped back to everyone he'd lost in that fight. When he finally came back, he knew he had to properly thank the ghost dogs that had fallen, so he knelt beside them, stroked one, and swore that any of them who wanted it would get a soft, calming pat right on the head. And just like that, his first assignment was over, crushed with a win, no less. Rem muttered to himself that it went way better than he expected. Staring at his reflection, he weighed the clothes on his back and felt a warm, quiet thank you for Cashew's mother for picking them out with him, like the universe had finally clicked into place. And so far, his life as a staff officer in the Demon King's army was rolling along smoothly. Ever since that first clash, Rem's days went into overdrive. Multiple times a day he charged out to crush invading parties. And when the front lines didn't call, he was locked in, reshaping the 10th floor's layout, the exact battlefield where, playing the role of Le Midgeton, he would rise and defend for real. With Cashew at his side, he kept control of how the borrowed staff from the other floors were assigned and coordinated. While Phoenix's party kept charging ahead at their own relentless pace, they'd already smashed through the 7th floor, the sky and its brutal trials, and then tore right into the 8th, where martial arts waited. Rem's confrontation with them kept closing the distance, and today, just for once, he shoved duty out of his mind. This day didn't belong to ordinary life, it was his day off, and he'd set up a meeting with someone huge, someone who'd been steady support for him from the very beginning. He sprinted into the park, glanced at the sky, and sized up the path stretching ahead of him. He glanced at the clock and froze because he'd landed a full 30 minutes early, way too early, right? But when he finally arrived, the surprise hit hard. Mila was already there, sitting alone on a quiet bench, smiling softly as if she'd been waiting for him. By the time it was already late, someone showed up in front of Carmilla, then a weird stranger spotted her still stuck there all morning and rushed right over. He lifted his liquor bottle like an invitation, urging her to drink with him, but Carmilla shot it down politely. But the man wouldn't back down, pushing his offer to pay her way, yet when she snapped that she wanted him out of her life, his smile vanished, replaced by sour rage. He snapped, kicked the bench, spit out vile curses at her, and then his bottle of liquor slammed to the floor. He barked that he'd been nice, so she had no right to act arrogant. Then, right when his fist was about to swing, Rem snapped onto his hand, twisted his wrist, and drove him down into a crouch. The man tried to demand who she was, but the pain cut him off as Rem cranked the hold tighter. With the truth out in the open, he snapped, cursed under his breath, and bolted the moment he was free, while Carmilla muttered something barely audible again. Rem froze, replaying her words, desperate to know if he'd actually heard her right. He spotted the shattered glass, snatched up the pieces, and demanded to know if she was okay. Carmilla dropped into a crouch beside him, thanked him fast, and left Rem staring at the drunkard's wrecked mess. His mind snapped back to that first time, when Carmilla once admitted she'd been saved by him, back at the very start of their connection, and he couldn't stop wondering, where had he truly met her for the very first time? Right when his thoughts started to drift, Carmilla cut in and suggested they bail out. Then he nodded fast, agreeing that spending her day off together with him felt like pure dream magic. To him, everything felt the same, like the world was steady, yet his heart was desperate to say thanks. Carmilla grinned and teased that she fully expected him to spoil her rotten today. So they wandered side by side all day, snacking on treats, sharing meals beneath the clear sky, drifting through streets and slipping down stairways together. As they wandered, Rem suddenly got hit with this eerie déjà vu, like he'd walked that same place before. Carmilla snapped his attention and confessed she was worn out, asking if they could finally rest. His heart thundered at the idea. Rest? The thought hit him like a jolt. What if she needed him to suck blood? Before he could even get the words out, Carmilla's eyes widened and she snapped that he better not say things like that. She swore she wasn't some shallow predator who preyed on others for blood. Rem blurted that he'd never once seen her that way, then Carmilla leaned in, close enough to feel her breath, and whispered right in his ear that it was actually a good thing he thought so. She pressed his hand gently and urged him to choose what happens next, or what he'd end up doing to her. Then, out of nowhere, a little slip of paper fluttered to the ground. Rem snatched it up and pointed out she'd dropped it, and there it was, Citrys, promising how even a maiden can make a virgin fall for her course. Carmilla spun around, cheeks burning, swearing it wasn't what it looked like. Citry had slipped it into her clothes without permission, and she never planned to use it at all. Gripping the paper tight, she hissed, "What a mess." Rem sat there, lost in thought, asking herself why she'd pushed so hard to win his approval, and why she'd nearly drowned in desperation just to be liked by him. Carmilla, sensing her pain, tried to comfort her, swearing it was okay, but Rem could tell he'd finally seen the truth, and then, at last, Rem gave Carmilla the green light to sink her teeth into his blood. They forked over the money for a room, then huddled together on the edge of the bed like they had nowhere else to be. Rem snapped to Carmilla, and it threw her completely off guard. He leaned in and asked, "Have we met before?" Carmilla dropped her eyes and asked if he'd actually remembered. Rem nodded and blurted out that he did, then begged forgiveness for forgetting in the first place. Carmilla flashed a smile and told him it was totally fine, because for someone like Rem, saving others was second nature, so why would he remember every single soul? She said he was incredible. Then Rem tried to picture it again, straight to the memory. A drunken man and a beautiful vampire 2 years ago, right? Carmilla nodded and confirmed it. 2 years back, she crossed paths with Rem, while she was still clocking in as a vampire, working deep inside a dungeon in a whole different town. Her job class was *blood user **, a title that only surfaced among vampires, and it let her steer her own blood like it was hers alone, and even command the blood she'd stolen from other people. But Carmilla had no clue what to do with a class like that, so with her job options all but gone, she turned into a monster, and once she started, she refused to half-step. She sharpened her powers day after day, confidence surging every time her skill clicked. And at the rate she was going, she'd smash through to a floor boss in no time, then push even higher toward becoming a dungeon master. But fate didn't cut them any slack. She got the job taken by someone less skilled, and when she demanded answers, they told her the truth. People didn't want to watch a woman get hurt, so the other adventurers fought it. She realized it for what it was. Straight-up sexual discrimination. Even when she understood the logic, it didn't erase the ache or the fury in her chest. Then one day, a private invitation landed in her hands. She was told to dine with her superior. She said no, and the next day they reassigned her. Her new post sat dead last inside a twisting dungeon maze, jammed in a final dead end on the floor, so nobody ever came through there. Crushing frustration nearly swallowed her whole, but she had no move left until she spotted Phoenix's party. And right there in the crowd, Rem, she spotted him instantly, the Black Mage. He landed in the 13th ranked party because he'd forged a tight bond with a flame hero. Carmilla intentionally drifted into him, shoulder to shoulder, then murmured that it was a stroke of luck for a 14th ranked Black Mage to have a hero for a friend. After that, she kept walking like nothing happened and didn't look back, even as Rem shouted after her. Her steps wobbled like she was about to fall, and he immediately asked if she was okay and if anyone was with her, yet Carmilla stared at him, baffled, thinking, why wasn't he raging? He brushed him off and staggered out, and that's when a man shouted after her. He asked if she was okay, then clocked how pale she looked, telling her to find a quiet spot and take a real break. Carmilla shoved past him, but the moment he called out again, someone swooped in and clapped a hand over her mouth. She got yanked into a dark alley, like something was determined to swallow her whole. He crumpled to the ground, barely hanging on, barely conscious. Carmilla could make out two men's voices. One bragged like they'd hit the jackpot, and the other snapped that she was stuck and said a pretty lady like her shouldn't be stumbling to the toilet alone, this drunk. Her shirt gaped open, and in the thick fog of her mind, Carmilla seethed with bitter thoughts. How did the world get so messed up in the first place? No matter how hard she pushed herself, it all felt pointless, like the world refused to reward her. And when it finally ended, everyone looked at her like she was nothing at all, just another woman. The man pinned her down and yelled at her to stop fighting, then barked for the lookout to get help, only for the lookout to suddenly crumple to the ground, unconscious. Confusion hit the first man like a wave. What in the world was happening? The other guy started panicking, shouting that he couldn't see anything, and you could tell something was badly wrong, like the whole situation felt cursed. Rem shot back into view and snapped his leg into a swing. He swung his kick and nailed the first guy, then the man went flying, crashing hard onto the ground. The second guy slammed his fist down and demanded to know who Rem was. But the moment he asked, someone clocked him straight in the face. He shot backward through the air and slammed down on his back with a brutal thud. He got dropped so hard that the next thing he knew, everything went black. Snapping his head toward Carmilla. Rem's gaze snapped to the bruises on her skin, then he ripped off his coat, threw it over her, and tore out, "I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner." He urged her to wrap up in it, promising her, "You're safe now." Carmilla demanded to know why he'd saved her, and he just stood there while she reminded him she'd said something cruel to him first. Rem told Carmilla he'd spotted the 3 men tailing her right after she left the bar, and he feared something was about to go down. So when Carmilla pushed for answers again, it was clear that wasn't the response she wanted. Rem muttered in stunned disbelief, clocking that she'd aimed the question at the wrong thing, and he admitted he couldn't walk away from her, no matter what. Carmilla snapped back that people usually dump a woman for saying that kind of cruel stuff. Rem grinned. He admitted people had insulted him, no doubt those words hurt like a blade, but he swore Carmilla was different because after all this time he'd learned what hate sounded like. Then Rem leaned in and demanded the truth. Did Carmilla really hate him, or was she just pissed off by something else? He realized something brutal: when hatred or pain crushes someone, they usually lash out at the people closest to them, family or friends. But then he saw the rare ones who swallowed it all instead, too proud to ever show their flaws. Holding those feelings and felt like poison in her veins, bound to explode one day, and he pushed the idea that if she couldn't open up to anyone she knew, maybe she should spill everything to a total stranger instead. Carmilla's eyes burned with tears, and the first one spilled down her cheeks as she blurted out an apology, saying she regretted every harsh word she'd thrown at him even though he'd done nothing wrong. Rem stepped in, shrugged it off and told her, "Don't worry, I forgive you." Carmilla then snapped, "Why does Rem keep quiet when they insult someone that strong, especially when people shove her aside for pure nonsense like being a black mage, being a woman, or being young?" Didn't he realize that was wrong? Rem finally blurted out the truth. Yeah, he really did. Rem snapped that he'd stepped into this biased system all on his own. Quitting would have been the easy way out. But Carmilla kept going, refusing to break, and he demanded to know why she wouldn't let herself stop. Then he answered his own question with a grin and said, "For me, it's simple. I've got a dream and I'm going to bust my butt to make it real." He told Carmilla that people who quit when life gets brutal still have a kind of respect in their own way, but once Carmilla felt the ceiling on what she could do, maybe it was time to switch tactics. If she hated something, avoiding it wasn't cowardice at all, it was smart evasion. He was sure that, with her heart in the game, she'd find the next challenge before long. Then he admitted it was just a guess, apologized, and Carmilla broke down in tears, thanking him again and again. Right there in the present, while they sat on the bed, Rem pointed out that ever since that day Carmilla's been his #1 fan. Right. Carmilla snapped back that he should think it's disgusting because he only saved her once and still she. But Rem cut in fast, shaking his head. No, he didn't feel that way at all. If anything, he felt repaid, and Carmilla just stood there totally lost. Rem confessed that once upon a time he'd wanted to be a hero, but every time he pushed himself, that dream stayed just out of reach. As a black mage, he kept telling himself his work was pointless, like nothing he did could ever change the fact that it was all too impossible. But after he risked everything to save Carmilla, and 2 years later she turned around and saved him, he finally understood. Every sacrifice mattered, the right choice really paid off, and the reward came in a way he'd never seen coming. Because of Carmilla, he landed a job at the Demon King's castle, and it lit a brand new dream in him, becoming a hero for monsters. He rushed to thank her, promising he'd be in her debt forever. Wow, Carmilla was hit so hard she couldn't even hide how moved she was. She flushed bright red, whispering Rem's name again and again, and when she finally reached out and touched him, she demanded to know why her heart was so instantly overwhelmed by his kindness. Then she shoved him back onto the bed, staring him down and asking if he really wanted it, if she could drive her fangs in and pierce his body. So when Rem nodded, she sank her teeth into him and Carmilla latched onto his neck. The sun blazed over the rooftops, pouring bright light through every window, and they kept talking straight through until morning. Lying side by side on the bed, fully dressed, Carmilla leaned in and asked Rem if she knew the name for people who sleep together without doing anything physical. They call it sleeping friends. She told him, "I'd rather swap the word sleeping with girl, but you're the one who decides how we change our relationship." Rem demanded to know if Carmilla really thought he was the one holding the decision, and Carmilla nodded, insisting it was the gentleman who made the call. Then Rem shot back that he figured Carmilla hated anyone being labeled by gender. Carmilla admitted it, then added that Rem was the one exception, the only one who truly stood out, the special case, so she asked if that was wrong. They stood face to face, so close the air between them barely had room to breathe. Rem shut his eyes and snapped back, "No." That night they headed to the shop where their drinks were served, and Mr. Blitz raised his mug, toasting to Rem's new job. Rem and Carmilla lifted their mugs too, and their voices surged into the cheer together. As the mugs clinked together, that sharp little sound sparked the whole moment alive. Mr. Blitz let out a heavy breath and said nobody could have guessed Rem's brand new job would end up like this. Rem admitted he'd been doing way better than he ever expected, and Carmilla jumped in, doubling down like, "No, he's doing more than that. Mr. Rem wasn't just helping them, he was their savior, their hero." Mr. Blitz nodded and admitted he'd watched the Thunder Heroes dungeon raid for real. Then Rem confessed it was his first time ever having to play defense. Mr. Blitz remembered how Rem threw his magic over the whole crew, just like he'd done in that earlier snatching incident, and he couldn't get over how it even hit a hero. Carmilla chimed in that it was absolutely jaw-dropping, and Rem had to clamp down on a laugh. Carmilla clocked it the second he laughed at her words, and fury flashed across her face. Rem fired back, saying it wasn't mockery at all, it was just refreshing to hear her say something like that. Carmilla muttered that it was rude, but Rem shot back, apologizing anyway, and then she declared she'd forgive him. Mr. Blitz grinned like he'd just won. Carmilla clocked how close the two of them seemed, and she couldn't help but admit she was shocked he'd noticed. Then she confirmed it for real, they were close. Rem snapped that Carmilla had let it happen just like this, and Mr. Blitz basically shrugged, saying it was a good thing. Rem was easy to talk to, sure, but he also kept his distance from everyone, and it took him forever to finally say Mr. Blitz's name out loud. Then Rem apologized. Mr. Blitz waved it off like it was nothing, swore he wasn't even bothered, and told Rem to just act like herself around him. Rem nodded and agreed. Right then, a stranger stepped up and asked if he could cut in for a moment. The newcomer mumbled, and the moment he clocked it, his voice dropped. Yep, it was really Rem. Rem snapped his head up in shock, and the pieces clicked. This was Mr. Ariel, the storm hero himself, Ariel. In this generation, he and Phoenix were the only two contractors among the four great spirits. Ariel smiled at Rem like no time had passed, told him it had been a long while, and asked how Rem had been. In Rem's head, one fact slammed into place. Ariel was the commander of the world's top-ranked party. Ariel confessed that he wasn't just wandering, he'd been hunting Rem for real, and tracking him down was a brutal fight the whole way. Rem snapped to attention because this was meant for him, just him. Right then, he clocked the buzz around them. Shop customers had spotted Ariel, the legendary #1, and Rem felt his stomach drop, knowing this could spell trouble. He snapped his black magic into place, and confusion hit like a wave, right as the crowd's eyes went blank for a heartbeat. And just like that, they ditched the whole mess and rushed back to what they were doing. Rem thought that was way too close, and yeah, the chaos that erupted the moment the legendary storm hero showed up, that was trouble written all over it. Rem's instincts kicked in the second anyone stepped into his sight. Black magic snapped into place like a trap. Right after he ditched the Phoenix party, reporters snapped into pursuit, dying to snag an interview, but every single one of them lost him in the chaos, because he quietly scattered just enough confusion around himself to slip out unseen. But folks like Mr. Ariel weren't helpless. This magic hit them, and their resistance actually held. Rem figured Ariel finally clocked that he'd been hiding his trail in plain confusion, so she went on a non-stop hunt for the one person who always radiated magical power, and when it happened, Ariel shook Rem's hand. He finally stopped dodging the moment and gave his late intro, then introduced himself the right way. Mr. Blitz asked if Ariel was Rem's friend, then lit up and bragged that he was a huge fan of Ariel. Ariel didn't even blink as she nodded along. Mr. Blitz practically beamed that Rem had a friend, then skipped off to let them talk. Ariel laughed at his smooth charm and teased that Rem must have had a lot of nice moments around town. Rem agreed. Then Ariel's focus snapped straight to Carmilla. He clocked the telltale vampire vibe, and Carmilla didn't dodge it. She confirmed it. Ariel murmured that she was a sweet young lady, then hit her own logic. If she was really hiding her demi-human traits just to be with Rem, it could only mean one thing. She cherished every second they spent together. After what he'd seen earlier, he couldn't shake the feeling they were more than friends, maybe lovers. Carmilla's cheeks flared as she insisted their bond blew past friend and lover labels. Rem, totally rattled, fired back that only a wife would show up after those two categories. Ariel burst out laughing, saying he'd panicked when Rem vanished from Phoenix party, but seeing him now laughing over drinks with amazing people made his worry feel silly. Rem thanked Ariel for caring, and then Ariel spun around toward Mr. Blitz and Carmilla. He asked to borrow Rem for a quick private word, and right then they eyed Rem before stepping aside. Ariel leaned in and told Rem he'd heard whispers that he was hunting for a new party, and if that rumor was true, he should come join them. That statement left Mr. Blitz and Carmilla completely shell-shocked. Panacea, 32 years old and trapped in the cursed grind of a white mage, felt only a hair better than the dreaded black mage, but she still proved her worth in the world's top-ranked party through sheer talent. But after she delivered her third child, Ariel finally begged to put her life on pause, because now they were hunting for her replacement, and Ariel made that crystal clear. Rem asked if this was gonna stick for good, and Ariel nodded like it was locked in, no temporary plan, not even for a second. That hit Rem like a punch to the chest. She couldn't believe it, but he was being handed an official role inside the world's top-ranked party. Bowed under the pressure, he snapped, "Why me, Ariel? Why pick me out of everyone?" Ariel shook her head and said it wasn't so shocking because Rem was a black mage who'd once been part of the world's fourth-ranked party, and just moments ago Ariel had watched his black magic tear through the moment with her own eyes. And somehow Ariel could feel it, his power stretching out like an endless ocean, huge and almost impossible to cap. Ariel shot Rem a question: had he ever heard the name of the demon lord Lucifer? Even though he couldn't spill that Lucifer was his master, Ariel still told his wild origin story, those first days of raid battles, where he'd once barged into a dungeon raid with a bunch of other parties. The second he locked eyes with Lucifer, his whole body shook, because the gap in power felt unreal. And the first time he laid eyes on Rem, that familiar jolt ripped through him, just for a heartbeat. Rem caught his breath and thought, Ariel's way too sharp. Because the kid didn't just call out the master-disciple bond, he nailed it for the right reason, sensing the quiet, lingering pull of Rem's master still hanging around him. Just like you'd expect from the world's one, Ariel tore through every mystery and exposed the secret Rem had been hiding. Ariel then smiled and said they'd welcome Rem, giving him a full 7 days to think it through. Mr. Blitz burst out, practically shaking with joy, praising the fact that Rem landed a world-first offer. Number 1, no doubt. Carmilla blushed and said it looked like someone in the adventuring circle had spotted Rem's outrageous talent, then she congratulated Mr. Blitz. Even though their time together was short, it felt unreal to her, like a dream she'd never ever forget, and Rem shot Carmilla a quick glance. And demanded to know if she really thought he'd take Ariel's offer. Carmilla, slightly thrown off. He reminded everyone he used to be an adventurer, so what happened to that dream of reaching number 1? But Rem had no choice. He had to hide his face and become Lemigitan, and that life felt nothing like the hero he'd been chasing as a kid. But Carmilla's new dream hit Rem like it mattered, big time. Rem took Carmilla's hand, slipped away from Mr. Blitz, and the two of them sprinted after Ariel, shouting for him to stop and wait. Ariel tipped his hood down and asked Rem if he'd already decided, practically glowing with relief. Then Rem cut him off, saying he was deeply honored by the offer, but he said flat out that he wanted to refuse. Then Ariel froze in shock, impressed, asking if he could finally hear the reason. Rem shot back that he wasn't chasing the top just to inherit a throne, he wanted to claw his way to number 1 himself. A jolt of shock ripped through Ariel's eyes. Then he grinned and said Rem was manly, and you could tell he meant every word. He even confessed that the summit isn't something you drag someone up, it's something you climb for yourself. Then he smirked and admitted his own proposal had come out tasteless. Rem lowered his head and swore he meant it. He was thrilled just knowing some adventurer out there could see his gift, but Ariel cut in and said, "Sure, yet you already found where you belong, didn't you?" Rem flashed a grin of approval. Ariel said he couldn't wait to see how Rem clawed her way to the top, because to stop her he'd have to beat her first. Then Rem shot back that when the moment finally arrived, she would take the win. Ariel shot him a wave as he turned to leave, grinning and saying it was too wonderful to quit. Like retirement still couldn't hold him back. A few days after Ariel's explosive visit, Rem slipped out into the city with Cashew for a laid-back stroll. Even though he knew a mountain of work still waited, organizing his contracted monsters for the fight against Phoenix's party, he still forced himself to take a breather now and then. The moment Cashew spotted a glass storefront, her eyes blazed and she demanded they check it out. Rem nodded along, and Cashew even asked if it was truly okay. Hand in hand, they stormed Scylla's design office, the nerve center where the Demon King's castle builds the monsters' avatars. Cashew practically burst with excitement, swearing she'd one day design her very own avatar. Then a woman suddenly popped in, staring in shock at the young secretary she'd heard about non-stop. She asked what Cashew could do for her, then quickly waved it off, saying she didn't need any explanation because she'd already accepted her and would start planning an outfit that fit her perfectly. Cashew shook with fear and crouched behind Rem, while Rem's tentacles slapped the floor as she soothed her, telling her she had nothing to be scared of, then admitting that since she'd heard about Cashew, she'd been picturing what kind of clothes would fit her best. Sure, because she was a genius designer, and she kept going. She said she'd heard from Carmilla, had everything ready, and then leaned in and asked Cashew if she wanted to try it. Rem swung toward Cashew and asked what she wanted to do, and Cashew gave her a quick, shy nod, so the woman lit up and announced it was settled, then marched her straight to the changing room. As Rem swept his gaze across the room, he couldn't help thinking, we're here for clothes, not avatars asterisk, yet every corner still dazzled with intricate designs. Then, out of nowhere, a woman's gasp snapped him to attention. Cashew shot, are you okay? And the woman gasped that she was just getting wrecked by the pure, unbelievable cuteness in front of her. Then Cashew froze, totally baffled, and insisted, you're a strong monster, remember? The woman let out a soft chuckle and said Cashew looked strong for sure, but warned me that how she carried herself mattered just as much as the outfit. She leaned in and murmured a secret to Cashew, and the curtain finally yanked open. Bam! Rem froze in total shock. Cashew stood right in front of him in an animal getup, roared like a beast, snapped the air with a threat to bite and tear him apart, and still wagged her tail like she was excited for the chaos. The woman crumpled onto the floor, mumbling that her judgment was fine, nothing was wrong with her, and while she spiraled, Rem just couldn't help it. He kept thinking Cashew was way too cute to handle. Once they slipped back outside, Rem leaned in and asked Cashew if she'd had fun, and Cashew just grinned and said yes. So Rem tossed out, next time let's hit a cafe and hunt down sweets together, and Cashew practically glowed with excitement. For the first time in a while, Rem realized he'd been able to savor the day and shove his worries aside thanks to her. A few more days ripped by and Phoenix's party smashed through the 9th floor. Now they were gearing up to hit the 10th the very next day. That night, locked inside his in-room, Rem glued his eyes to his phone like the screen held the next move. Tomorrow, at last, the moment they've been waiting for finally hits, they're going to come face to face. Right then, bam, a knock hit his door and his mind raced trying to figure out who the hell it was. He slid the lock free, and the moment he yanked the door open, the hinges screamed, then the sight on the other side blew him away. Phoenix stood there flashing a grin and joked that it was the coldest greeting ever. Rem leaned in on Phoenix and pushed him to picture what it's like to live in his shoes, because Rem never once told him where he was staying, yet Phoenix somehow still found his spot. Phoenix admitted it felt kind of scary, then shrugged like, that's just how it is with Rem. He said he'd only heard about it from Mr. Ariel, and Phoenix snapped that Rem should have told him if he'd landed a new job. Before Phoenix could say another word, Rem shoved the real question in his face, how exactly did he even find him? Phoenix admitted he'd circled the bar where Rem first met Ariel, then tore through every nearby inn hunting for mana reactions, so when it clicked for Rem that it was mana detection, she snapped, so you're basically a stalker. Phoenix shot back that he had to talk to him, because if their roles were switched, Rem would have panicked just the same. Rem finally swallowed his pride and admitted he was wrong, but even then he couldn't shake the truth. Meeting Phoenix wasn't going to be easy after everything that went down. Rem yanked his door open and Phoenix looked like he was about to blame himself, but Rem cut it off fast. Let's grab a drink and talk somewhere. Phoenix nodded, then hesitated. Are you sure? Rem shot back that he didn't really care, or maybe it should be him asking, because with Phoenix having a raid tomorrow, maybe they shouldn't be drinking at all. Phoenix shrugged like it didn't matter, because a true hero doesn't fold to booze. Rem stared at him like nothing about Phoenix was normal, then told him, we'll just keep this to dinner tonight, and they ended up at the bar later. Their drinks hit the table and Rem snapped, did you chase away the reporters? Phoenix nodded, then turned the focus right back to her, but first, are you okay? Rem demanded what he meant, and Phoenix, who'd been acting weird from the start, sputtered, stuttered, and finally blurted out the truth. He admitted he'd been terrified Rem might snap about the stalking, but when Rem asked straight out if this was about that, he confessed it was creepy, then begged Phoenix not to worry. Phoenix shook his head. No, he wasn't talking about that, he meant their party. Rem had already seen it, those moments still crushed down on Phoenix's thoughts. He hadn't been the one who dragged Rem out. No, Phoenix fought to convince him to stay. Rem snapped that he was a fool, yet if it really bothered him, he'd have blown up the moment he learned Phoenix had turned into a hero. Phoenix grinned, saying it was true because that's just who Rem is. Then Rem swallowed his pride and apologized for doubting him. Rem grinned and told him it was totally fine. Phoenix was still coming to take care of them that night, since Rem just hadn't hit his payday yet. Phoenix nodded so fast it felt like deja vu, then he asked, straight up, if Rem had found a lover, and Rem nearly choked on her drink. Phoenix leaned in and told him, we're friends, then begged, next time introduce me, okay? Rem snapped through his thoughts, cursing Ariel for running her mouth, and told Phoenix point blank, She wasn't his lover, she was just a friend for now. Then he pressed her again, harder. So what exactly were you trying to talk about? Phoenix swallowed hard as he gulped down his drink, then confirmed that he had to settle one thing, the mess from the other day. So he demanded answers. Why did Rem slip away on her own? And right there, standing by him like priceless comrades, were Alvar, Lark, Lily, and Bella. Phoenix spun back to Rem and lit up their old promise, the one they made as kids the day they first stepped out together. Rem remembered it too. Best friends, they'd built a party and launched into their adventure, and Phoenix had vowed, "We'll reach the very top together." Rem didn't hesitate, he swore right along with him. Storming out of the party without warning, Phoenix first felt like a straight-up betrayal of that vow, and Rem admitted it plain and simple: he couldn't stay. To the crowd, the Black Mage was just dead weight, like a burden nobody wanted to carry. If he hadn't been forced to hide his powers even from his own comrades, he'd never have swallowed them back down. At the very least, Alvar and the others would have finally seen what he could truly do. Phoenix snapped back that it didn't matter, because no matter the restrictions, they still rocketed up to the 4th rank, and all they needed was one more push to climb even higher. But Rem snapped back that this was the whole problem, and once they got stuck at 4th, Alva's frustration finally detonated. Phoenix went completely silent. Rem leaned in and said if all their wins and Phoenix's hero hype still couldn't drag them up higher, then one question had to bite back: what was stopping them from reaching 3rd? The second Alvar asked himself that, Rem's spot in the party was the first thing that popped into his head. Phoenix snapped back, claiming it was Rem's presence that helped them shoot up to 4th so fast in the first place. Then Rem waved it off, saying it wasn't all him. He pointed out Bella, the newcomer, was just as striking. Phoenix leaned in and asked if Rem had even watched their raid. Rem admitted he had, glued to the screen the whole time. So Phoenix said, yeah, then Rem already knew. Bella boosted their screen presence, but Phoenix's fist tightened anyway. This mess might have been his fault. He told me Alvar and the crew were top-tier adventurers, but unlike real heroes, they weren't built for crazy power growth, and they'd never been trained by the Demon King like Rem. Truth is, they were basically like Rem himself, great hearts, same flaws, and he knew their effort had a hard limit because yeah, they'd grown up, but back then they were still totally green. Chasing the peak with Phoenix at his side, Rem went into hiding, suppressing his own power and feeding it to everyone around him so his friends looked way stronger than the truth. And that's how they ended up pushing past their normal limits. But step by step, they were supposed to grow stronger on their own. Instead, his black magic shoved the brakes on their development. Phoenix finally owned it too, admitting he'd messed up and let it happen. Rem said their moves felt different from the 7th floor, and Phoenix nodded, yeah, it's Bella. Then Phoenix broke it down step by step, explaining what that shift meant. Rem suddenly figured Bella must have spotted his black magic and wondered if Alvar caught it too, but deep down she couldn't picture Alvar ever noticing. Phoenix told Rem that Lark and Lily had shifted how they saw him, and while Phoenix sounded sure Alvar knew too, Rem already understood Alvar's true nature. Rem finally admitted it, but his worry still showed on his face, because Bella was razor-sharp and Phoenix stepped in fast, telling him he'd successfully masked the whole thing as something else. Rem's shoulders finally dropped, she was relieved. That black magic was so overpowering it practically shouted sorcery. And people still remembered how sorcery once wrecked humanity with unimaginable suffering, so now it's treated like a deadly, forbidden power. Getting accused of being a sorcerer was a fast track to disaster. Once the authorities started sniffing around Rem, rumors would explode and the party would be the one to pay, so he'd been hiding his power all along. Phoenix set his glass down and shouted for Rem, but Rem snapped him shut. Don't say another word. Phoenix already knew what this was really about. If Alvar and the others had tried to shove him out, Phoenix would have crushed that plan on the spot, and he told them if Rem has to leave, then you all go with her, because he wouldn't drag himself into a pointless sacrifice, and Rem never wanted to force him into that spot. I mean, who's supposed to cheer for a hero who puts his childhood friend first and throws his own comrades away? Phoenix nodded like, yeah, I get it. Then shoved harder, so you're telling me the dream was doomed from the very beginning? Rem's mind just knew Phoenix would land on that conclusion, but at least this time, Rem had the answer. He leaned in and swore he was still going to become a hero. Phoenix froze, stunned. If Rem hadn't shut Ariel down, Rem would have grabbed him and said, hold on, your dream never meant crawling into the first-ranked party. It was always bigger than that. Phoenix leaned in and asked if Rem had stumbled on a new party yet. Rem said it was a little different and Phoenix immediately pushed, demanding he lay it out clearly. So, was he saying he'd carve out his own heroic name and Phoenix didn't have to worry at all? Was that the whole thing? Rem cut in and told him she'd finally tracked down some comrades. Phoenix went dead silent, then muttered a low, quiet nod like he finally agreed. Rem kept pushing his point, insisting that was exactly why they'd become rivals now, trading places as competitors. Phoenix looked totally lost, so Rem leaned in and asked, "Do you remember the time you begged me to invite you as my comrade?" A brutal flashback slammed into their childhood. Young Rem swore up and down that the hero always wins, so if you flipped that rule, wouldn't the winner at the end automatically be the hero? If Phoenix stumbled, Rem would blaze past him, so tell me, did he really get it? Back in the present, Rem leaned in and asked Phoenix if he remembered. Phoenix nodded and said, "Yeah, I do." Rem leaned in and told him, "We'll find out who really deserves the crown as the hero." Then she warned, "Don't hold back just because we're friends." Phoenix smiled. Phoenix swore he'd be right there, waiting for Rem at the very top. Rem teased him, remembering how he'd just been whining a moment ago. Phoenix snapped back that this wasn't just about Rem vanishing without warning, it was the fact he'd gone completely silent, cutting every line of contact, as if his best friend's cruelty was the only story left to tell. Rem snapped him back, reminding him he'd already apologized for it. Then Phoenix fired back that Rem even took his new friend and lover out for drinks. Rem told him to stop sulking and said, "Let's grab a drink together." Phoenix nodded, then shot back, "Why now?" Rem just smiled and said, "Because I feel like it." The bartender slammed the drinks onto the counter with a clink. Rem raised his mug to Phoenix. Phoenix lifted his back, and when their cups clinked, they both shouted that they were rival heroes. Later, the two of them drifted beneath the moonlight, side by side. Phoenix said they'd storm the party up to the 10th floor tomorrow, and Rem nodded, confirming it. After a brief tense silence, Phoenix told Rem he wanted him to see them win, and Rem promised he wouldn't miss it. Phoenix snapped that he'd go for the #1 spot ahead of Rem, and Rem could only stare and blurt, "How are you planning to do that?" Phoenix pressed, "Do you think I'll lose?" and Rem shot back, "Nah, you'll be here to see tomorrow." Phoenix swore he'd win, because that's what being a hero means, like Rem once drilled into him. Then he yanked his cloak up over his shoulders and Rem was grinning. He let Phoenix know he'd be switching in soon, and he warned him not to go searching for him again. Phoenix shot back that it was okay, as long as Rem didn't disappear without a word, and Rem promised that when the time came, he'd sit down with Phoenix and spill everything about his work face to face. Phoenix shoved the reminder in his face. He still had to introduce Rem to his beloved, and Rem groaned, begging him to drop the whole thing. Phoenix grinned with pure satisfaction, trading smiles like they meant everything. Phoenix took one last step back and said his goodbye, and Rem couldn't help but think, "Tomorrow we meet again," only this time he'd be an adventurer and a monster. They'd stand toe-to-toe like best friends, yet at the same time like the human hero and the monster hero going headfirst into a destiny clash. The Phoenix party lined up at the dungeon door and reporters swarmed around them, then every mic pointed straight at Phoenix. Phoenix leaned in like he was minutes from finally raiding the 10th floor, then quizzed him on how everything up to that moment felt. And Phoenix shot back that the Demon King's castle was brutal, where one single door could wipe out whole new quests. Then the reporter nodded and swore they'd seen endless no-name parties quit for good from the 5th floor onward. He muttered that Phoenix's group had only just cleared the 5th after taking out the Black Mage. Rem and Phoenix visibly twitched. The reporter pressed on, saying he'd heard Phoenix and Rem were close since childhood, then asked straight up if Phoenix thought his old friend had been holding them back. Phoenix grimaced and thought, "We were supposed to have an agreement with those reporters, so why are they bringing up Rem?" He'd deliberately buried his feelings about Rem's disappearance, so nobody had ever gotten a single public clue. Then his fist clenched tight. Nobody was going to applaud him for admitting Rem mattered. They only wanted him to confess that casting her aside was the right call. But no way would he ever admit it. Then someone finally cut in. Bella stepped up, slow and steady, and declared she was sure Mr. Rem was a top-tier black mage. Phoenix snapped in shock, because the reporter's questions had him completely baffled. She asked if Bella was the one who took Rem's spot, because the party had been begging for someone stronger, and Bella absolutely supercharged their offense. Bella flashed a sweet smile and told the reporter straight up that if he thought that way, then he had to be blind to talent, because the only thing he could be missing was what she brought to the party. Her screen presence and how much more balanced the structure was before. The reporter shot back, demanding proof that Rem was truly a skilled black mage, since whispers said even his own comrades dismissed him as useless from day one. So Bella pressed, "Are you just building your tales on rumors?" Then she hit him with the truth. Mr. Ariel, the storm hero, had praised Mr. Rem and she wasn't guessing. The reporter froze in shock, staring like, "You mean the number one himself?" He swore he'd never heard a word of it. Then the reporter whipped around to Alvar on the spot, demanding how he could say he hadn't claimed before that he personally pushed Rem to leave and that it was the right call. Alvar scratched his head and snapped that this wasn't an interview about their 10th floor challenge, so why were they still yapping about some guy who wasn't even there? He told them to get moving and do their job, and the reporters went wide-eyed as Alvar snatched the microphone, intimidating the one who held it. And when that reporter stumbled in pure shock, the others slammed forward at once, barking out fresh questions about the battles still to come. The whole room buzzed with non-stop chatter, like the air itself was electric. At that moment, Phoenix inched toward the first reporter and the man jumped back, shaken, demanding what Phoenix wanted. Phoenix snapped back that the Rem question wasn't his call at all, it came straight from the higher-ups, and then he made it clear he didn't care one bit. He shot the man a brutal glare and demanded, "Be more careful from now on." The reporter crumpled to the ground, terror ripping through him. Bella reminded Phoenix that she got why he felt so much for his childhood friend, but she warned him, loud and clear, "Don't use your mana to bully regular people." Phoenix swore he never threatened the reporter, he only issued a warning, but Bella cut in, saying it wasn't the words that mattered, it was the way he delivered them. Phoenix watched Bella blend into the party like she'd been born for it, and that made him grin as their leader. Then Bella, worried but playful, asked if he was really going to miss Rem staying at his side, and Phoenix shot back a quick denial while she burst into laughter. Lily and Lark warned, "Don't bank on Bella alone, everyone has to pull their weight," and Lark even hissed that the next floor would be brutal because nobody wants to crawl all this way just to start over. Bella shot back that this party was their ticket to victory, instantly lighting up Lark and Lily with bright smiles. Alvar swore that whatever hit them next he'd tear it apart, because losing was never an option. Phoenix declared they were taking out the 10th floor, then charged straight into the Demon King's castle. They stormed down a long, echoing hallway, and under the stairs a man in black sat there, waiting like a shadow with a secret to spring. Rem snatched that spot and owned it. Phoenix's party was about to slam into them to raid, any second now. Watching as they tightened their grip on their weapons, and he told himself everyone there already understood the party's power, because they'd already been wiped out on the way there. As the Demon King's staff officer, he forced a dignified voice out of his own nerves, an icy attitude hammered into him by training under the Demon King himself. The monsters skulking at his side were the dungeon beasts that Phoenix's party had already wiped out earlier, and they knew exactly how dangerous this hero could be, so weakness was never on the table. They picked their moment and stepped right up to Rem again, ready for a very specific reason. Not to stack more losses on top of their defeats. To win together, Marcos, Niberius, and Glaziolavlus swore they'd stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to rip those intruders apart and spill their blood for Rimside. Summaries, the ruthless general who commands departed souls, set his sights on the ice hero, certain that with the staff officer steering him, his collection would soon be complete. Larage, the dark-stained hunter, swore that the elf who'd dodged every single one of her arrows before would finally have her spirit crushed this time. Right next to them loomed Executioner Furcus and the vampire queen Carmilla. Rem nodded at their unbreakable resolve. No matter how many times they got crushed, as long as their spirits stayed unshattered, they were never truly beaten. Today they'd clash again, and he cut through the air with one ruthless demand. That was all he wanted. They obeyed his orders, and that's when victory finally clicked into place. Then a thunderous battle cry tore through the air. Marcosius screamed his loyalty to their staff officer, swore they'd seize victory, and then Rem smiled. Carmilla crept up to him, dropped to one knee in front of him, and swore they'd obey his every command, bringing down victory in Sir Lamagitan's name. Rem snapped his mask onto his face and barked orders in a commanding voice, driving his comrades to their positions. Blazing magic circle erupted with light. Phoenix's party just appeared asterisk out of thin air, landing right on the floor. They surged forward, and with a sharp flick of his hand, Rem called out to them, because they'd made it and they'd earned it, reaching the 10th floor of this monster-filled castle. As he spoke, he clung to one thought. Mask's voice-changing enchantment would hide who he truly was. The floor layout matched the fifth one exactly, so there'd be no waiting. Straight away, a brutal collision with the floor boss was coming for them. The long corridor was a dead end with only two doors, one the adventurers had burst through, and the other guarding Rem with his forces standing behind it, sworn to protect him. Back on the earlier floors, Rem stacked his black magic slowly while letting the monsters do the dirty work, but this time he pulled out a brand new plan. He'd stand shoulder to shoulder with the comrades who wanted to take the Phoenix party down, and together they'd fight tooth and nail to break them. Yeah, it was selfish, but he understood his real job was to lead everyone who believed in him straight to victory. Rem stepped forward and claimed the title Staff Officer of the Demon King's army, while the one-horned sorcerer Lemaged stood right beside him. Phoenix stepped up, declared himself the Flame Hero, and swung his blade to cut down Lemaged, then pushed straight toward the Demon King. Lemaged shot his hand up and swore Phoenix's wish would never happen, no matter who had stepped into this place. Would perish. His black magic surged out, pinning the party in place and cutting off their every move. Heavy as a curse, the weight crushed their resolve and the adventurers stumbled. Yet Phoenix suddenly slammed on the brakes. A smug smirk curled on his lips, and then he exploded into laughter, the sound ricocheting through the hallway. Even as he tried to steady himself, the laughter just wouldn't let him go. Bella's worried voice sliced through the air as she snapped, "Leader," and called out to her. Phoenix's eyes snapped sharp, then it hit him. The truth clicked into place and he tightened his grip on his sword, hand flying out as if he'd already decided. Drawing the blade from its sheath. With the blade biting into his palm, he lifted his eyes ahead, pure, unshakable determination blazing through him. If this fight goes long, they'll have to go all in, or they'll sink deeper and deeper into a losing spot. Rem grinned behind his mask. Turns out the Flame Hero figured it out, and Lemaged was his best friend. Lemaged shot his voice into the air. After making it this far, he wasn't backing down. He'd be the next opponent, and he was ready to clash with the Flame Hero. Carmilla and Furcas stood there, braced and ready, just waiting for whatever came next. While the other monsters tightened up into a battle-ready formation. Phoenix burst into the party like a spark hitting the floor. Alvar called out as they arrived, and Lark instantly labeled them as members of the dungeon's Big Four. Then Alvar grimly remembered how they'd already been beaten once, and knew that if several of them showed up together, this was going to get nasty fast. Rem stared hard at how dungeons worked because the Big Four didn't follow one fixed spot. They shifted from dungeon to dungeon, could show up on any floor, but if they ever turned up somewhere new, it only happened once. He'd learned the rules well. Besides those top executives, only floor boss level monsters were allowed on the other levels, and everything else stayed banned, unless they were summoned without ever stepping onto the floor. He still remembered tossing his comrades back to the link room right after his last speech. Phoenix didn't even know what ring he had, so he let the party think this floor was something they could clear the normal way. Lily trained on Furcas and immediately pinned the Black Knight as a total menace. Her arrows just couldn't punch through that armor. Bella snapped that if they wanted this fight to end fast, they had to hunt the floor boss instead. Lark shrugged and said he'd happily leave Furcas behind to make it happen. Lily shut him down hard, still haunted by how reckless choices like that once wiped out a whole party. Bella clicked the dots to the Thunder Hero, and the reason their squad got erased started to look all too familiar. With those nasty debuffs and all that black magic, Bella didn't think it was one lone black mage at fault. She bet multiple ones were hiding, just like on the first floor. Then they pushed forward and stood face to face with Carmilla and Furcas. Alvar sneered that spectators wouldn't get any fun if black magic ran the show. Bella shot back that sure, that logic might work against one enemy, but against a whole group it flips, and she was certain Alvar knew that. Rem weighed it all in his mind, and yeah, Bella clearly clocked that his power was real, even if she still didn't realize that Lemaged and Rem were the same person. Then Alvar leaned in and told him one thing Bella didn't have: Rem didn't whine nonstop. Bella said it must mean Rem was insanely patient. Then Alvar snorted it off and the heavy stomping echoed through the air. Furcas sprinted straight ahead. The whole party snapped into panic. Phoenix slashed through the air with his sword, unleashing a brutal strike. Charging straight at Ferca's strike head-on. Steel screamed as the clash echoed, then in the very next heartbeat Furca's spear snapped clean in half. Furcas clutched the last scraps of his weapon in a tight grip, then glared at Phoenix like pure rage could burn through the air. Furcas and Phoenix locked eyes across the fight line, both zeroing in on every move the other made. Phoenix kept her guard up as Furcast barreled forward again, like he never planned to slow down. He snatched Furca's weapon out of the air with a razor-precise counter, shoved the Black Knight back, and then went right back in for another brutal swing. Furcast unleashed a non-stop barrage of lightning-fast punches, slamming Phoenix over and over with relentless pressure. Phoenix snapped out of the way with razor-sharp moves, darting between every single punch like he could see the future. A brutal thud echoed through the chamber, shaking everything in its wake. As Phoenix roared and slammed his sword forward, he tore across Furca's armor like it was paper. He lunged in right after, slamming another strike that ripped across Furca's arm. The knights reeled backward, stumbling like the ground had just betrayed them. Getting across the ground, he clutched his bleeding wound, and a seething glare burned straight into Phoenix. The other monsters started closing in, and Bella shot her hand up. Phoenix nodded, and with a sharp swish of her hand, she summoned Crystal to snap into place and trap the incoming creatures. Behind her, Lily snapped her bow to full draw and unleashed arrows that punched clean through the dragons. Bella shot the armored dragonkin a look full of cold pity, then told Lily, "Cut them down while we've still got distance." Lily swallowed hard and admitted, "I can't nail those supersonic shots like this, but I'll keep firing the normal way." Carmilla lunged forward, a cruel smile curling on her lips as she spit out her contempt, snarling at the adventurers for daring to bare their fangs at Lord Lamidgeton. And then, with one razor-sharp flick of her nail, she sliced open her wrist. Blood gushed into the air around her as she chanted, and Lark muttered through his dread, furious that he couldn't handle the vampire's sadism while the suffocating black magic thickened every breath. Alvar shouted for the countdown, begging them to hold their ground for just a few seconds so he could slam the fight shut. Phoenix snapped his eyes toward Carmilla. On the side, Furcas and Carmilla stood shoulder to shoulder, bracing themselves for whatever was about to hit next. Alvar tightened his grip on his weapon, swearing his resolve, because even if his speed got crushed, he wouldn't back down. Even when his attacks got shredded and weak, black magic still never managed to bend or control a single weapon. With a sudden whip of his arm, he carved a brutal slash through the air and let his blade fly free. He hurled it so hard it blasted straight past Carmilla and Furcas, missing them by inches. Its rampaging aim was Lamidgeton. Rem clocked the trick instantly, because even if he shut Alva down, the weapon itself would still move on its own will, since a magic sword obeys its wielder and black magic can't mess with something that's not alive. Cursed blade lunged toward him, its deadly intent cutting through the air. But deep inside Rem's head, nothing felt shocking. She knew Alvar like no one else, because how many years had they actually bled side by side? Alvar erupted in fury, roaring that Lamidgeton had to die right there, still strapped in his seat. But at the very last second, Lamidgeton jerked aside, dodging the hit like it was nothing, and the whole party jolted in shock because nobody saw that shift coming. Lamidgeton clamped his hand around the blade, marveling at how masterfully it was forged. Alvar's doubt gnawed at him. Was he really planning to keep holding it? And then Alvar snapped, cursing through his teeth, wrenching at the weapon with everything he had as it got ripped out of his grip. Rem caught the rhythm of the fight in a heartbeat. Once Alva loosed that magic sword, its path, its swing, and even its return were already locked in, just like a set course in motion. This time, Alva aimed to drive it straight through Rem's head before the blade snapped back to his own hand. But if you slammed the weapon mid-swing before it finished its arc, then what happens? With a savage surge, Rem yanks the blade free. A brutal thud hit the ground right after Alvar snapped another curse, spitting pure defiance as he wrestled the pole like it was the enemy. Lark shrieked in terror as Alvar got hauled, step by step, straight toward Lamidgeton. Still, Alva dug in and refused to let go. At that exact moment, Carmilla summoned a jagged ribbon of blood, its crimson edge blazing with pure malice. Alvar clung to his weapon for dear life, skidding in closer again and again, but that pole still pinned him tight. He couldn't break free. Carmilla hoisted her bloody blade above her head and smashed it down with ruthless, no-mercy force. Brutal slash ripped straight through Alva's arms. He slammed into the ground and let out a sharp, pained grunt. His limbs were hacked off and his body collapsed in raw agony, while above him Carmilla grinned, her face twisted with ruthless satisfaction. Lamidgeton gripped Alvar's sword with iron strength, staring hard at every curve and edge like it might reveal a secret. Carmilla promised Alvar he'd taste death once she'd finished playing with him cruelly and slow. Alvar groaned through the pain, spitting furious curses. Lark lunged to help, but Alvar bellowed for him to stay back, dead certain it would change nothing. And Rem knew Alvar wasn't stupid. He already understood he was just disposable. An aging man on the brink of retirement couldn't count on his comrades to rescue him, but Alvar hadn't finished thinking yet, not even close, and for most people that would have been plenty. Carmilla sneered at Alvar, digging into whether he really grasped how dire things had gotten. Because without his precious magic sword, he'd be nothing but a filthy-mouthed barbarian, and she even said it wouldn't be humiliating if he cried and clung to his friends right now. Alvar hauled himself up, jaw clenched, sneering that she had the nerve to talk big after getting beaten, and with just his legs he'd take care of her type. Carmilla snapped back, insisting she hadn't lost at all and swore she'd seize victory right now. With one sharp flick of her hand, a whole swarm of bats exploded into the air. He surged toward Alvar, roaring in defiance, calling her a monster and snapping that she had zero right to talk like she was their hero. Lemaichten cut in and told Carmilla to not finish Alva just yet, and Carmilla nodded along, falling in line with his command. Rem stared into the truth of magic tools. When an avatar was summoned, those tools popped back into existence with it. If the avatar got defeated, the tools shattered into glittering particles, spilling apart like they'd been ripped from their owner. But as long as the avatar stayed alive, anyone could grab and use them. Alvar had been bragging about it for years, so he knew every little detail inside and out, and Rem was ready to cash in on that. He'd swing the sword like he'd copied Alvar's moves on pure sight, making everyone swear he'd learned it just by watching, not because he actually had the skill himself. As Lemaichten lifted his weapon, Bella's eyes went wide. She snapped a warning to the whole party that this was pure danger. Lemaichten meant to unleash Alva's magic sword, and Alva cursed through sheer despair. Behind him, Carmilla crept forward, savoring every second. She yanked her bloody blade through the air and carved into his abdomen. Blood spilled as she ordered him to carve Lemaichten's greatness into his mind, because he'd been wiped out by a sorcerer so legendary it was downright humiliating. Alvar staggered on, cursing through his teeth, furious that he'd been made a joke. Still perched far away, staring from a distance, Lemaichten slammed his will into the blade. Alva's sword blazed with light. Light exploded outward as the weapon stretched longer, snapping the air with a thunderous resonance. Radiant brilliance exploded across the floor, lighting up every inch. Alvar whipped his head toward that dazzling glow, eyes wide as disbelief hit, and he rasped, "My sword." Before he cursed again, his teeth ground together with pure anguish. Lily screamed for Bella to brace their defenses. Bella's eyes narrowed as she clocked it. The demon had Alva's moves down to the letter. Lemaichten knew their whole party, which meant that magic sword could whip its path at any second. Lily pushed, begging Bella to unleash her power wide, but Bella snapped back, saying if she did, she'd have to dump mana into it and then she couldn't freeze a single thing. Lily roared again, furious, demanding every monster be severed and cut off. Rem stayed silent, and the moment he saw it click for Lily too, he knew they were thinking the same thing: build an ice wall between them and the enemy safe on the outside. But deep down it meant something far bigger. His eyes locked onto Alvar, still getting ripped apart by Carmilla's bats, while the rest of the party just couldn't look away. In Rem's mind it was simple: ditch Alvar and the remaining four could finally focus on holding off the magic sword. But adventurers weren't made for that kind of betrayal. Righteousness demanded a comrade stay no matter how hopeless it looked. Even a fourth-ranked party in the nation had fans watching, and nobody would forgive turning their backs. "It's Alvar," Phoenix blurted, panic sharp in her voice. "Move now," Bella snapped back instantly, lifted her blade and swore she understood. Then she swung clean and fast, ice crackling as it burst outward. Clambering across the floor in. Metallic clangs rang out as the magic exploded, then finally snapped into a towering defensive wall. Lemaichten swung his magic sword straight at the barrier. Blade slammed into the ice wall, shattering the surface on impact. It smashed into the frozen barricade, then crumpled, jerking to a stop. Rem saw this coming because his real goal was never anything else. He wanted Bella to finally crack and use her magic. At that instant, the blade whirled and turned into a whip. Then with a hard yank, Lemaichten snapped it back into his grip, fists locked tight. But even then, he knew one thing: it still wasn't enough. He lifted his ring to his lips and murmured a spell. Marcosia's and Nabra's answered his call. An explosion tore the air apart and two demons burst out. Marcosia's praised the summon and snapped, "Lemaichten, you're the staff officer," while Nabra's demanded what to do next. Lemaichten didn't mince words: destroy the wall. They swore it back in perfect unison, then slammed their power into the ice, breaking it one thunderous hit at a time. As the walls started to crack under the pounding assault, Lemaichten snapped his hand up again and muttered another spell: Glazalabolas, Simes, Larich. From the darkest shadows, 3 fresh figures suddenly stepped into existence. Their bodies forming right in front of the battlefield, like the fight is about to ignite. Glazalabala leaned toward Lemigitin and marveled at the mana he could command, so strong it let him call 5 of them back to back. Then Larage stepped in, praising that raw power as exactly why Lemigitin belonged as their staff officer and shot straight to the point. "Now what are your orders?" Lemigitin barked that they'd stick to the plan, vanish into invisibility, and then Gladja shot a quick look at Larage like, "Got it." The ice wall groaned as blows rained down. Marcosius kept slamming his fists into it, and he shouted that he was almost through. Nabras poured in his own power and melted the structure to nothing. Lemigitin snapped them back into perfect sync, then thrust Alva's sword into the air. He clutched it tight, then hauled it up right beside his face. Before he flicked it forward with a sharp swish. He snapped his plan into motion, then metal screamed and rang as Furkas and Phoenix kept blasting their duel, clashing, clinking, clanging nonstop. Unease crawled through Phoenix's mind. The Black Knight's Furcast looked deadly skilled, but his strikes held no real bite, like he was trying to defend and stall, not smash Phoenix down. Right then, the Furcast snapped up and blocked Phoenix's sword clean. Phoenix blurted out that he'd sworn Furs wanted an honorable duel, but the knight didn't look like honor, it looked like something stealing time. Furcast shot back that he was just sticking to their contract, 1 meal per support, while Phoenix froze, thrown off by the answer, and pressed hard on whether Lemigitin was really the kind of leader you could trust. Furcast shot back instantly that their staff officer would charge forward and lead his comrades straight to victory. With a sharp snap of his arm, he slammed his weapon into Phoenix's blade again, metal screaming as their clash froze into a brutal stalemate. Phoenix seethed inside, furious to learn that the monsters didn't just need Rem's work, they genuinely treasured it. They pulled off what he couldn't, then he gritted out, "That's impressive," but deep down he knew the win would still end up with his own party. But before his mind could race any further, something terrifying snapped his attention. Out beyond the ice wall, the manner reactions had multiplied. Their presence screamed floor boss level, and there were 5 of them. He snapped at his companions to brace themselves. Past the wall, 5 more monsters were waiting, each as nasty as a floor boss, and Lark nearly lost his mind. Lily echoed his shock, staring in disbelief that 2 of the big 4 were already here. When Bella's voice turned grim and said the wall was about to fall apart, Lark froze with doubt and blurted out what they could even do because sure, 6 enemies might be survivable, but 8. That felt outright impossible. Phoenix stood there frozen, but his thoughts sprinted. Normally, each floor meant 1 lone floor boss and beside it a monster with matching power, usually a roaming threat or an adjutant. That was the rule. Sure, you can usually only have up to 6 monsters as floor boss equals like the big 4 for Cass and his adjutants, but right now, 8 monsters are standing here lined up and ready. Phoenix blurted out that if nobody broke the rules then there was only one answer, summoning magic. The whole party jolted at the shock. Bella demanded how anyone could pull off something like that, since summoning even a single floor boss class monster would burn through a huge stash of mana. If that demon really called up 5 of them, then his strength wasn't just close to the Demon King, it rivaled him. And deep down, Phoenix already knew the truth. For someone like Rem, who had never missed a single day of mana training since he was 10, yeah, it was totally possible. Alvar screamed at Phoenix, shouting, "Don't worry about me, unleash your magic." Phoenix whipped his gaze toward him, but dread hammered his mind. His huge spells would wipe out everything nearby, comrades and all. The ice wall raged and shuddered. Bella cried out as the whole thing started to fall apart, cracks tore across it, and then Marcosius blasted through with raw force, shattering the frozen barrier. Nabras surged up beside him, and Phoenix's face went grim with unease as both demons advanced, stepping firmly into the party like he owned the night. Marcosius stepped forward and demanded a showdown with the flame hero. Then Nabras crashed into the moment, bragging that his flames and fangs would finally seal Phoenix's fate, yet their threats dropped into the silence like stone. Lark shattered the silence, demanding where the other 3 were, and right then the air growled low and violent. Alva's sword launched like a bolt, faster than a heartbeat, but Phoenix's eyes flared wide as he shouted that the magic blade was loose. The whip sword screamed past him, and the moment its target came into view, it was Lark. Lark snapped his shield up on instinct and swore he'd guard the others no matter what, yet the whip sword twisted the wrong way, slipping clean through his defense. It whipped through the air and slammed straight into his chest. Rem slid his hand in one quiet motion and Phoenix snapped still, shock crashing in as it all clicked. While the rest of the party was already too late to react, Lark stammered, stunned out of his mind. Phoenix scoffed that it couldn't be done, then his body blinked and in the next heartbeat he vanished into nothing, leaving Phoenix frozen, staring at the empty spot where he'd been. Alva's gaze tracked helplessly as he couldn't do a thing, then Lemagedon whirled on Carmilla and snapped that she didn't need to keep toying with Alva anymore. Carmilla nodded fast, then hauled the warrior into a taunt, smiling as she thanked him, because that magic sword of his had given them the power to drop the paladin Lark. A swarm of bats slammed into Alvar, swallowing the air around him, and he snapped, cursing at the top of his lungs, screaming for them to remember this betrayal. Carmilla flicked her hand like it was nothing, sneering that she'd already forgotten, while his screams tore through the air as the bats swarmed and ripped into him. On the battlefield, Furcas and Phoenix stood face to face again, blades up and ready, eyes locked in brutal opposition. Bella's voice cut through the air, snapping to Phoenix's attention, and she blurted out with total certainty, "I finally get it now." That mysterious Lemaged name, it was none other than the Black Mage Rem. Phoenix locked eyes with Bella and saw the truth hit. Those sparks in her gaze told him she'd finally uncovered Rem's real identity. Bella begged for permission to go, but Phoenix just clammed up and refused to say a word. Right in front of them stood Carmilla, Nabras, and Marcosius, three of Lemagedon's allies, clashing head-on with the last three soldiers still standing for Phoenix. Both sides locked in place, eyes sharp and fists tight, refusing to budge an inch. Phoenix stared at Rem's every move and felt that Rem was playing like she'd memorized their party's tactics inside and out, so Phoenix decided to toss the safest outsider into the fight, Bella, the one Rem knew the least. Bella pinned Phoenix in place and demanded to know if he'd really stop her just because he wanted to. Phoenix felt the answer wasn't that simple. He could choose to stop her, but he wouldn't let his own feelings turn selfish, and still, deep down, he knew Rem had already seen this exact moment where they'd end up sending Bella. Phoenix promised she'd de-plant herself and hold off the three charging at them, then she immediately brought Lemagedon down. Bella ordered him to guard Lily and wipe out the nearby enemies, simple, clear, and brutal, and Phoenix trusted Bella's strength with his whole heart. And so he shoved the order into the air, "Go," and Bella snapped it up, then barreled forward without hesitation. As she raced past, chasing a cause, she jolted in shock. He didn't even try to stop her. No enemy dared block her. Phoenix instantly felt it, like the truth snapping into place. Rem had seen this coming from the start. That trio of enemies surged straight at him. Phoenix clenched his resolve and held his ground. Marcosius loomed right ahead of him, swallowing the horizon like a shadow with teeth. Phoenix demanded, "So your staff officer really cleared you for a rematch?" Nabras snapped back that if they were trading goes, of course he'd start, and then Phoenix shot, "You're really saying you won't all rush me at once?" Marcosius shot back that there were definitely quicker ways to wipe out the adventurers, but the staff officer had set it all up to hand them a dream. So Phoenix mulled it over, convinced Rem was a genuinely thoughtful boss, and he couldn't help feeling grateful to have him as a friend. But deep down, he knew those monsters were totally underestimating him. They kept assuming there had to be some quicker trick to take down the flame hero. But the truth is, the ending still wasn't decided. He clenched his glowing sword, swore he'd play along, and dared anyone to step forward, while Bella pushed deeper into the chamber, stared straight at the throne, and found it empty with Lemagedon nowhere on it. The truth hit her in a flash. Gladiolabala's dirty trick was at work. She snapped, ordering everyone to stay alert because invisible enemies were closing in. Phoenix and Lily snapped to attention at her warning, and Bella under her breath groaned that this was turning out way worse than she ever imagined. Right then, Rem crouched out of sight by the stairs, his presence somehow swallowed by the shadows, invisible to everyone. In his mind, he clocked Bella's cool head. She didn't just push forward, she even warned her allies about the danger ahead, and since she wasn't there when they took on Glass before, Rem realized she must have been studying the whole thing. Miss Bella was absolutely crushing it as an adventurer, proving she was the real deal. Maybe she already cracked who he really was, so Bella raised her sword and swore she wouldn't let an ambush catch her. Her blade flashed like lightning. He blasted a wave of icy particles that swarmed through the entire room. Staring at her, Rem clocked it. Glass's magic had turned him invisible, not untouchable. You couldn't see him, but he still couldn't phase through walls like a ghost. With Bella's technique, she'd feel every twitch around her, and then the floor itself suddenly shifted. Bella snatched it out of the air, and right then something crawled out of nothingness, an undead figure forming in front of her. Her face snapped into hard, stunned focus. Rem watched the whole thing and realized the thing Bella just battled wasn't him at all, it was undead Mr. Symes using the mage adventurer's body as his puppet. Bella panted, chest heaving like she'd just run through hell. He started to believe the enemies would never stop coming, like there was no end in sight. She decided she'd go all in. She shot her hand up to the sky and the enemies in front of her froze into ice on the spot. Still breathing hard, she roared into the empty air at Lemage, demanding why he wasn't striking her and if he really didn't see her as an enemy. Rem, still hidden in invisibility, shook her head. No way. He didn't see Bella that way, and treating her like he'd treated Alvar and Lark would be downright insulting. But he had zero plans to hurt her at all. If you needed a reason, it was this. He wanted Phoenix to go all out and fight him at full power. He'd already burned through plenty of mana, but he knew Phoenix was running just as low. And on top of that, someone else was already lined up, ready to take on Bella. Symes showed up on the spot, swearing his eyes had always been locked on her, then crushed the hope that he was the staff officer she wanted. Bella didn't hesitate for a second. She clocked him immediately as the undead manipulator. Symes finally admitted it, and man, it stung that they hadn't fought when she slipped onto the second floor. But thanks to the staff officer's move, fate just handed him the chance he'd been waiting for. He craved the ice hero's soul. Rem stared at the thought and realized each one of them wasn't just fighting for glory, they all had their own reason. Bella shot back on the spot, clocking that Siamese wanted her avatar for his collection, and she flat out refused. Symes told her she could fight back all she wanted, but sword skills alone wouldn't crown the winner. Bella's heart sank as she realized just how hopeless this was, because if he was telling the truth, then every move was unfolding exactly like that staff officer planned, with both allies and enemies getting pulled like puppets right through his hand. Symes leaned in, swore he wouldn't lean on his dead souls, and promised he'd never touch black magic. Then Bella pressed him on whether it was all to protect his pride, but he brushed past it and declared the duel was about to start. Steel screamed as their blades slammed together. Steel screamed through the air as Bella shoved her blade forward, launching a storm of sparkling ice crystals that screamed through the air toward Siamese. He spoke it with perfect clarity. Ice raced across the ground, crackling all the way until it locked up solid right where Lemage stood. Then Rem froze in her tracks, studying. So is that really all Bella's mana? Yeah, that's exactly it. The reserves she'd rebuilt after summoning that brutal ice wall were already running out fast, and Bella's talent couldn't be denied. Still, it had only been 3 years since she first found out what her job class even was. She could generate mana, sure, but storing it in her body was a whole different nightmare, and that meant she couldn't just recklessly fire off huge, world-shaking spells. Everything was lining up exactly like he planned. He cut her off, drained her magic until she could barely stand, and then walked away to force her into a one-on-one duel with Samey. Siamese, undead manipulator and knight both rolled into one, accepted the duel on his own terms, and the second the fight kicked off, nobody else was allowed to step in. Rem stuck to his wish and held back his black magic. Bella whipped her sword out and Siamese' sharp eyes locked onto every move. He slipped the strike with ease. He left her completely stunned. A wave of admiration rose in his voice as he shot back with a quick, confident counter. He drove his blade into her. Bella staggered, her voice shaking as she swore that next time she returned, she'd obliterate this body. Siamese calmly slid his sword back in its sheath and said, "All right then, if you push me again, I'll add you to my collection one more time." Bella's soul ripped from her body as she convulsed, her very form twisting in terror. And they remade her into something undead. Siamese grinned, pure satisfaction in his eyes. Oh, how deliciously perfect. Lemage erupted in praise for Siamese's flawless performance. Siamese bowed low and admitted it was all thanks to that staff officer's help, until Lemage snapped, "No, give your praise to Gladiola Bolas." Siamese nodded with zero fight, but his gaze stayed locked on Bella's new, ruined body, now twisted into an undead. He asked if he could take the flame hero's soul too, and Lemage just stared him down in silence, then said they'd already buried that conversation. Samey snapped into a quick apology and Lemage waved it off, saying it was no big deal if Samey wanted to settle things with Phoenix in a private duel. Symes hesitated, warning that every soul he'd painstakingly collected would be wiped out in a clash like that. Lemage cut in and told him to stop stalling, fight Phoenix one-on-one. Symes paused, weighing it all. Siamese begged, "Can I at least collect the souls of the Ice Hero's victims?" And Lemage nodded, then Rem stared at the battlefield where crystallized undead were scattered everywhere. He knew exactly what Mr. Symes meant. Phoenix was the one who wiped out every avatar Symes had ever collected, so of course Symes would rather clash with Phoenix as a knight than get caught face to face with an undead puppet master. But a few still stayed on the battlefield. Then, far off, a bow clattered to the dirt. Lily had already flipped to her dagger, cutting down the enemies sprinting straight at her. Those black dogs barreled in without mercy, and she kept crossing paths with them, slicing through the moments with rapid swipes. Panting hard, she staggered back as a heavy thud slammed into her body. Even so, she shot her words into the air. If she could spot the attacks coming, she could take them head-on. Lemagit lifted his hand, signaling what came next. Elves were born with tougher magic defenses and tighter control over their mana than humans, so that was the only reason Lily could even survive his black magic, even in a restrained form. He cranked up the restraining magic's weight, and Lily's body started to buckle under the pressure. Breath tearing out of her lungs, she still drove her dagger forward, then a razor-bright gleam flashed straight at her. The moment she blinked, the blade had already carved a cut into her side. She snapped her gaze upward and froze. Someone was standing right in front of her. He slammed another arrow onto the string, big as a warning. Lily clocked it the second it hit her eyes. Larage introduced herself with crisp formality, then smirked and said fighting under black magic has to feel like torture, because you can't unleash your real power while your enemy swings freely, so she was thrilled Lily finally gets what they went through. Lily leaned in and demanded to know if Rem's black magic really was that terrifying, but Larage shook his head, claiming it was way worse. He kept his power deliberately leashed so Lily could stay in the fight, and Lily's eyes snapped tight when she realized. Larage still hadn't let go of the grudge over her arrow getting knocked down. His eyes then dropped to the bow sprawled on the floor. Lily pointed it out and Larage snapped back, calling it a weak insult, but then grinned and said she'd play along anyway. Next, she told Lily to grab her bow, and Lily crouched and reached for it. Her gaze snapped to the black dog skulking nearby, and Lemagidon shot his hand up again. And Larage clocked it immediately. The Demon King's monsters fought as a single unit, locking in for victory, even if a bunch of them craved the simple, no-drama kind of battle. Lily suddenly felt the black magic choking her finally snap free, and Lily burst out, declaring the battle was on. Then she sprinted forward. Lily whipped her Godspeed magic into motion, swatting an incoming arrow as it screamed toward her, but when she dodged, she froze. Because Lily had already seen her every move, sliding low across the ground, Lily fired her own arrow and it slammed into Lily's neck, dropping her to her knees as her body crumpled. Larage snapped that without the great black mage, all Lily had left was her speed, then urged her to sharpen her aim and dig deeper into tactics. Lily's expression stayed fierce, but her eyes fell, and the next second her body vanished into nothing. Rem stared, breath-catching. Only Phoenix stayed standing. Phoenix's lips parted and he murmured Lily's name like a prayer that hurt. Nabras roared out another wave of fire, and Phoenix snapped his sword up to intercept it. He remembered Lily's warning, don't protect her in your head, and in the quiet that followed, silence screamed. Would he finally stand his ground? The monsters kept marching forward one after another, and he knew that if he stayed distracted fighting them, someone else would move in and hunt Lily. If he'd turned his focus to protect her, he'd probably have gotten way more hurt than he could have imagined, because that's what comradeship demands, they back each other up. But Lily refused that idea, betting their best shot at victory was to strike apart. Phoenix nodded along, and once he was alone, he wouldn't have to reign in his flames anymore. Then Nabras closed in, yelling at the flame hero, taunting him as the last target, claiming hellfire would swallow him whole. Just as they were sitting there, waiting for their turn, Marcosius suddenly caught sight of something. Carmilla, Rem, and the whole crew all saw it at the same time. Phoenix stood inside Nabra's roaring inferno, stared the fire down, and snuffed the flames out in an instant. Nabras snapped still, stunned out of breath, while Carmilla leaned in and murmured in pure awe at the mana that had just erupted. Simes and Carmilla went rigid with tension, but Marcosius and Furcas just snorted like it was nothing. With Phoenix no longer stuck guarding his comrades, he finally unleashed that colossal mana like a true flame hero, yet Rem swore to himself that when the dust settles they'd be the ones standing victorious. Phoenix planted his feet and snarled that Nabra's hellfire wouldn't burn him, not even close. Nabras snarled back, wondering if his own fangs would do the trick. Phoenix admitted he had no defense against the heat, then drove a blade straight into Nabras's chest and yelled that he only had to drop him before he could bite. Flames surged into. As Phoenix yanked his sword free, firing off parting words that swore this fight wasn't finished yet. Nabarus exploded into nothingness, like it never even existed, and right after that someone else stepped forward. Before Phoenix even showed up, the floor bosses hit the scene, standing in a sharp, ready line. Phoenix demanded straight up if everyone agreed that Sir Marcosia's was next, then Glass shot out from behind. Phoenix didn't hesitate, he sliced him down in a blink. Glass slammed to the floor, and Phoenix immediately threw out an apology for missing him. He spun toward Simes and Larridge, demanded to know what they were planning, and declared that since they'd crushed his comrades, he'd gladly take his shot at fighting them. Simes' weapon clinked on the ground as he snapped into the challenge. Phoenix shot forward like a streak of fire. He barely managed to block it. Their weapons collided with a thunderous ring, sparks flying everywhere. Phoenix swung again, and its fire tore right through Simes' sword until it melted. Phoenix slammed into Simes' shoulder, and he crumpled to the ground. As he stepped in, Phoenix clocked his deadly sword skills and straight up explained why Bella couldn't beat him. Before he lands the finishing strike, bats surged around Phoenix, and arrows came pouring down like a deadly storm. He couldn't pierce his barrier, Larridge was the one behind it all. He snapped another arrow into place, but Phoenix snapped back with a brutal swing, blasting an explosion that drowned out Marcosia's laugh, praising the hero's blazing power like it was unstoppable while he held the pressure on. Phoenix cut in, reminding Marcosia he'd been kept waiting, then Marcosia came in hot with a charged punch as Phoenix answered with his sword, still wounded. Marcosia lunged in with clawed rage, ripping toward Phoenix's face. At the very last second, Phoenix yanked the trigger and let go. He couldn't figure it out, why Marcosius wasn't blasted to ashes after his blade ripped off his arm. Marcosia laughed, cold and fearless. He'd cut off his own limb before the fire could crawl any farther, and Phoenix thanked him for the brutal lesson. Then Marcosia snapped that Phoenix would be a fool to think one strike could ever finish a brawl. Phoenix swallowed his pride, ashamed of how clueless he'd been, and thanked him again. Marcosia waved it off and said his only reason for being there was to beat him, no more, no less. Their fight tore the air apart until Phoenix finally drove a blade down and severed Marcosia's, flames swallowing him whole. As Marcosia gasped out his last words, he dared Phoenix to come back and fight again, because all those monsters, Phoenix suddenly realized, truly believed Rem would win in the end. Everyone acted like his defeat was already written, but he dodged Furka's sudden strike, because every time he fights he just rethinks and resets for the next hit. These enemies kept insisting he'd stay down, and then, boom, Phoenix slammed Furka through, and Furka apologized to the staff officer before fading away. Phoenix charged ahead. He swore there would be no rematch. His gaze snapped onto Carmilla and Lemigeden, and he demanded to fight Lemigeden, then turned to Carmilla and asked what she'd do next. Carmilla shot a look to Lemigeden for orders since she was one of the big four, and he told her to drive the flame hero straight into retirement. Carmilla grinned, soaking in the sight of blood. Daggers burst into existence and screamed through the air straight at Phoenix. They clattered uselessly against his barrier. Phoenix surged forward, blasting her power again, then Phoenix snarled and drove his sword up to meet it. He nodded at her blood manipulation, then slammed the brakes on it, right here, right now. Carmilla stayed completely calm and asked if he thought burning her body alone would end her, then she watched his face fall in total shock. She stood her ground and told him, straight-faced, that she'd survived this all the way back then. Phoenix snapped into it, her empiric regeneration kicking in so fast it outpaced even his flames. Carmilla bared her claws and snapped her fangs, growling like a storm. Phoenix couldn't stop thinking, is she really holding back all that power just by force of will alone? He clutched his sword tight, like he was ready to strike the moment fate blinked. He swung and split her clean in two. Blood exploded outward, spraying across his cheek like a hot, brutal warning. When he touched the mark, he felt it. She'd actually carved him up in her last, deadly strike, and he had to admit it. Her power was real, strong enough to match her spot among the big four and her crown as the vampire queen. And when the blood soaked the ground, movement finally caught his eye. Carmilla, fading fast, apologized to Lemigeden, and he brushed it off, telling her she had nothing to worry about. With one last prayer for his win, she vanished into thin air. Then Lemigeden breathed out a shaky thanks, murmuring it to the shadows. Phoenix slammed his fist down and declared, "I've earned the right to fight Lemigeden." Lemigeden erupted in rage, furious that he'd lost every single one of his subordinates. Phoenix fired back, asking if Lemigeden had been just watching the whole time, but Lemigeden straight up said it was their wish. Then Phoenix demanded what Lemigeden wanted, and the answer hit like a hammer. Wipe out Phoenix's party, meaning Phoenix's defeat. He added that Phoenix's ridiculous power would keep exploding even more, without comrades to hold it back, right? Phoenix finally confessed he'd once been terrified of the very same thing, and right there, the four great spirits loomed on a whole other level, way above everyone else. Could he ever find comrades willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, or would fighting alone doom him? That thought hit like pure fear in his chest. But his best friend snapped at him, telling him it wasn't any fun watching Phoenix stand alone on top. A dungeon raid hits different with comrades by his side, until they're gone and Phoenix finally rips the lid off his real power. Mage grinned and said he couldn't wait to witness a hero's real strength. Phoenix snapped back that he wanted the same thing, to see a demon's true power stripped of every single follower. Then Phoenix lunged for the tag, yanked it, and boom, it exploded, shredding the camera to pieces. That busted device clattered onto the floor, then Rem snapped at him, calling him an idiot and demanding compensation. Phoenix figured this was the perfect move to take Rem head-on with no restraints, because Rem definitely wouldn't want any footage getting recorded. Phoenix demanded to know exactly how much time they had left before the next camera rolled in. Rem's eyes widened, less than a minute and it was over. Phoenix fired the idea that they should use the downtime to see who was truly stronger, and Rem agreed without hesitation. Phoenix, the flame hero, declared with full confidence that he'd burn straight through Rem and crush him. Rem's fingers shot to his mask, he yanked it off in one bold move, and the one-horned sorcerer declared he'd triumph no matter what. Phoenix fired back that in the end it's always the heroes who come out standing, and Rem nodded, saying that's exactly why he was destined to be the one who wins. A lone horn jutted from his head, and a memory sparked to life in an instant. His master once gushed that he'd survived more than a year of brutal training, praising his grit, then pressed him again. Why did he even want to be a hero? Rem shrugged and said, because heroes are cool. They smash villains, win alongside their crew, and light a fire in everyone watching. Boom, that's exactly why he wanted the title. The master pulled him aside and warned, even if you master black magic, you still can't just bully enemies with power alone. Rem shot back, then I'll be the kind of black mage who shows up and lets the whole party fight at their absolute best. But the master shook his head. Unless you climb to the very top, nobody will ever see your worth. Stubborn as ever, Rem vowed to keep going anyway. Seeing the fire in him, the master ruffled Pat's head and told him, you don't have rare talent, but you've got something stronger than anyone else. Your grit. When Rem asked what that meant, the master smiled and said, your diligence. No matter how crushing the losses were, no matter how old friends laughed in his face, even when his best friend finally got the class he dreamed of, Rem never folded. He even tracked down a shady demon just to train, swallowed every cruel insult and spiteful beating, and never once complained. Then the master finally called him a disciple, and Rem accepted with steel in his blood determination. And as he spoke, the master made the truth hit like thunder. Once Rem unleashes that power, the bond between them will be exposed to everyone. Then he ripped one of his horns right off his own head and shoved it into Rem's hands. Only when winning mattered more than his oath would it ever be allowed. If that moment finally arrived, Rem could do whatever she wanted. But taking that horn meant swallowing even darker bitterness. Could she really handle it after everything she just vowed? She'd already shouted her yes. Right now, Rem told Phoenix this was the very first time he'd ever used it. Then Phoenix shot back, so that's your trump card. Rem slammed his other arm down, and blood sprayed as another horn erupted like a weapon. His body erupted into a whole new form. Skeletal wings snapped open, tearing through the air like a nightmare taking flight. And his body contorted into a terrifying demon king, like pure nightmare had stepped into the world. A thunderous explosion detonated inside the castle, and the whole place shook like it was about to fall. Phoenix yanked a foot back, sliding away with sharp intent. His whole body violently shuddering. His face tightened into a grim, tense stare. Phoenix smirked as the truth hit. He finally saw what Rem had been hiding, and Rem just shot back a tiny, guarded smile. Demon horns acted like living vaults, hoarding mana and refining it into something sharper. The purer and thicker the mana, the bigger the punch of even the same spell. So demons grow their power with a beast of a mana organ and stash it in the two horns on their heads. Every demon's stash is different, but the mana packed into a demon king's horn, unmatched. The thing Miss Lucy had once planned to explain, it was about how demons could get through. Down the horn it went, right into their chosen successor, dripping a slice of the power that kept them standing. Rem remembered his master had to cheat fate with a secret ancient technique just to make that transfer possible because humans can't do it naturally. Horn was worn down to dust, and Rem took it in day by day, piece by piece. With only a pinch, his utterly ordinary body screamed with pain, after more than a year just to get used to a single horn. Phoenix shoved him onward with relentless pressure. And Rem finally spilled the truth. Every drop he'd swallowed since that day had stacked into the mana surging inside him now, because each horn piece he'd taken just kept feeding his strength bit by bit until it all came together. When Phoenix pressed Rem, demanding to know if he really meant to use it on him, Rem nodded hard, saying that as far as he knew, nobody could take Phoenix down by himself. Phoenix scoffed at the challenge, and then flames exploded around his sword, roaring to life. Rem's eyes snapped shut in suspicion when he clocked the strange white flames. Phoenix lifted his weapon. A raging fire wrapped everything up, and the spirit's power surged in search. Because these weren't ordinary flames, they were the flame of the gods, meant to turn anything in existence into ash, and still, with that world-ending fire swirling right before him. Rem didn't flinch. He fired Phoenix's own earlier question right back at him, mocking how reckless that magic looked, because he knew no hero was more dangerous than Phoenix, and that was exactly why he'd come to take him down. Even with the clock ticking, Rem was sure it wouldn't take long, because the colossal walls around them started cracking as their brutal power slammed into each other. Phoenix braced himself, admitting this was the first time he'd ever cut Rem, while Rem realized this would be the first time he'd ever hit Phoenix with everything he had. They stared each other down, then slammed into a clash. Phoenix didn't even hesitate. He charged in head first, and right on cue, Ren started weaving his spell. He summoned a towering wall of mana straight in front of him. Phoenix shattered it like glass in a blink, then drove his attack straight home. The sight tore through Ram's mana wall in a single beat, leaving him utterly stunned, like all those years of careful buildup had just vanished. With the danger finally clicking in his head, Rem shot his hand up. With one brutal surge, black energy crashed over Phoenix like a living storm. This wasn't some cheap, everyday black magic. Rem knew it in her bones. But the real sorcery the world feared, one that devoured light whole, trapped its victim inside their own mind, dulled every sense, turned the outside world into nothing, pinned their body down like stone, and struck with sickness so fast it could end them in moments. Darkness swallowed Phoenix whole, snapping his advance to a dead stop as it pinned him in place. Phoenix's glare turned razor-sharp, and with each step he took, a blinding burst of light erupted right under his feet. Rem couldn't stop staring. Phoenix had crushed almost all his sorcery with raw resistance like it was nothing. Rem expected pushback, sure, but Phoenix's mana didn't just resist, it stretched way past normal limits. And with that kind of pressure, Rem couldn't keep his focus long enough to fire everything, so most spells would have to be ditched, leaving only the truly deadly ones he could still afford to cast. Phoenix didn't fight back at all. Some debuffs slipped in and crushed both his attack and his defense. Rem realized the truth fast. Sure, the weaker defense barely mattered, but losing attack power, that was the real problem, and he couldn't ignore it. As long as Phoenix could unleash the god's flame, attack's power was totally useless. The chamber shook violently as Phoenix charged forward. Every step he took, the walls tore apart and the ceiling buckled, stone and rubble rained down from above. The echo of his stride blasted through the empty space like thunder. His speed shot up out of nowhere, and he broke into a full sprint. In the distance, the throne shattered and tore apart, the walls crumbled with it, and everything slammed shut as their roaring powers hit like a wrecking ball and shook the whole hall. Phoenix barreled forward with relentless, unstoppable momentum. Determination surged like fire through him. He was going to win and prove his faith was real. Rem met that conviction head-on, his whole body swallowed by seething darkness while Phoenix blazed with white-hot flames. The two of them lunged forward at once, refusing to back down. Black energy and searing light crashed together in one brutal collision, darkness and brilliance tangled so hard the air itself shook. Rem's fist slammed into the edge of Phoenix's sword, muscles screaming as power exploded on impact. Teeth bared, both fighters locked in the same deadly promise: break the other no matter what it costs. The chamber roared to life as a colossal explosion ripped through the air, and the shockwaves slammed through the ruined hall like a punch. Debris kept pouring from above as the fight raged on and on. Rem skidded backward, knees scraping the ground as he fought to keep his balance. His fists throbbed from the impact, then boom, something blasted into the sky, a flame bird, wings beating hard as it roared upward. It was the Crimson Wings. Blazing wings rolling across the sky, those were Phoenix's for real. Phoenix exploded forward like a missile, diving straight at him. Rem stood his ground, totally unshaken. Two heroes collide and someone has to fall, and in his heart he knew the hero he was betting on was the Rem from back then. He worshipped Phoenix, so losing wasn't an option. Phoenix fought like a flame hero for the win, no matter if it meant crushing Rem, no matter if it meant praying that his best friend would break. So they fought to protect the dream they swore to chase together, and then Phoenix's and Rem's massive crimson wings slammed together once more. Phoenix tore open a call to his mighty spirit, and Rem barreled forward with a devastating punch. Their voices crashed through the air as they launched raw determination straight at each other. Rem lunged forward with every ounce of strength he had. He flat out refused to use the horn, no way, not now. Right then, Phoenix's blade cut through the air with a savage slash. A massive explosion ripped through the air, rattling the ground and blasting debris everywhere. For a split second, both of them froze in place, trapped in that eerie stillness where time somehow slowed to a crawl. Falling rubble froze midair, hanging there like the whole world held its breath. Threaded through it was Rem's horn. Phoenix burst the silence and admitted it, none of the four great spirits could ever burn Rem to ash. Rem drove her hand straight through him. Phoenix snapped his eyes shut. Shaking uncontrollably, he strained to raise the hand gripping his sword. With a soft, barely there smile, he reached out slowly. He yanked Rem's mask away. He promised he'd be back, then Rem snapped at him like a stubborn houseguest, staring at how empty everything felt, while Phoenix's body started to fade into nothing. And just like that, Rem's horn disappeared too. Phoenix mumbled, "The one who wins in the end, that's the hero." That's why he was coming back for round 2, Rem grined, grinning like he already knew he'd win again. Phoenix demanded he wanted to take Rem on at full power, ordering him to use his horn on no one else but him. Rem scoffed like, "So I'm supposed to keep fighting enemies who all demand I draw it every single time." But Phoenix hit him with one more reminder. He was a cool hero, just like when they were kids, right before the silence could even settle and a voice screamed out. The moment they heard her voice, both spun toward the woman who had found them. She blared their names, the flame hero Phoenix and the one-horned sorcerer Lemagiden. Camera trained on them, she went completely still, then shock hit as she stared at what was in front of her. Phoenix's sacred sword sank into Lemagiden's shoulder, then Lemagiden shoved an arm straight through Phoenix's chest. She stammered through shock, staring at the surreal scene in front of her. Phoenix's body kept fading away, yet he grinned and declared it a wonderful fight against Sir Lemagiden. Rem fired back the same way, nodding to the flame hero Phoenix. Their quick talk ended, and Phoenix flashed one last smile, then vanished like he was never there at all. The woman beside them choked on a gasp, staring in disbelief at what she'd just seen. Phoenix had retired, the hero was gone, and his whole party was wiped out. The flame hero had been crushed beneath the Demon King's staff officer. Rem snapped back that she had one detail wrong, and when she flinched and stammered, "What do you mean?" Rem didn't waste a second, because as his own body started to fade, he explained that yes, Phoenix had retired and his party had been annihilated. He didn't lose, he fought to keep going, but before he could finish his sentence, everything cut out and he vanished without a trace, leaving the woman there, alone with unanswered questions. Thick smoke churned through the air as they yanked Rem back to the link room. He mumbled that maybe it was a draw or maybe he'd scraped out a win by the tiniest margin. Right then, Carmilla, Marcos, and the other werewolves exploded into motion, sprinting straight for him and yelling his name at the top of their lungs. The room erupted in murmurs as they closed in around him, and Rem's eyes darted through the crowd until it clicked. Lucy and Cashew stood right there. Before anyone could blink, Cashew tore across the ground straight to him. She blurted his name through tears streaming down her face. The crowd leaned in, smiling warmly as Rem pulled her into a tight embrace. Lucy cut in and stepped forward. She and Rem locked eyes, then she shot him a confident thumbs up to calm him down. After that, they huddled up and talked fast. Carmilla flashed a grin, Furcast stayed stone-faced like always, and everyone else clung around him, waiting for what came next. With his friends all around him, Rem kept talking as they greeted him back with open arms and pure warmth. Next, he tracked down Phoenix, and right then he kept his word. He spilled everything about his job to him. That raid broadcast on the 10th floor still hadn't dropped yet, but I swear it was going to blow up the moment it aired. Alva would probably shove for another raid immediately, yet those three should have seen the cracks in their plan from this run. Miss Bella especially, she's the kind who drags failures right into the spotlight. And viewers, they love a comeback story, the kind where adventurers get knocked down, train harder, and come back swinging. Plus, Miss Bella already knows who he really is, and that alone makes her feel like she's looking at the whole thing differently. But even with all that, I can't imagine she'd be ready to hit another raid anytime soon. And there was the catch: Phoenix's mana tanked before it could unleash the full flame of the gods, and the fire spirit had to burn time to refill the mana it had poured into its contractor. He was trapped in the exact same nightmare. After 9 years of hoarding mana, his reserves finally hit zero. From age 11 to now, he'd stacked up that massive stash, but with his current powers, refilling it wouldn't take nearly as long as before. Then he heard Phoenix's party was about to bail out for a dungeon raid in another city, and his eyes snapped that way. He spotted his own crew nearby and charged straight over to them. He shouted to them, and Alvar snapped to attention instantly. Alvar barked, demanding what he wanted, while Rem admitted he'd heard they were planning to ride out to another city. At first Alvar looked lost, then it clicked fast: Phoenix and his crew. Rem leaned in, ready to drop something crucial, then Alvar cut him off mid-sentence with a sharp question. So why did you hide your power? Rem's thoughts snapped back to the night he first met Phoenix, back when Bella had caught his black magic right in the open, and then Alvar flashed in his mind. Would Alvar have ever accepted him if Rem had finally dared to tell the truth? As he snapped back to the present, he asked, straight-faced, if he'd shown his real powers, would they've even let him stay in the party? Alvar didn't sugarcoat it. Nope, they wouldn't, because he was a black mage. Rem smirked and said, that's the perfect answer. Lark fired off his own question: if Rem had shown his power from the start, wouldn't the party have been way easier? So why in the world had he stayed silent all this time? Rem said, maybe you wanted me to spell it out like you'd only reach your full potential because of me, then shrugged. But why bother? Lily finally snapped open the truth and admitted they'd been blind and stupid, though she faltered mid-critique when it came to how he did things. Rem nodded because he already knew, so yeah, he'd shown up to apologize. Then Bella cut in fast, pushing back. The blame can't all land on him. None of them clocked the problem, because deep down they'd been sneering at him for being a black mage, and if they'd trained harder they would have noticed something was off. Right then, Phoenix barged in and demanded, so Rem, did you wait here just to apologize? Rem admitted it, then leaned in and said, yeah, but I've got more to tell you, and the words hung in the air as a tired sigh slipped out. He started with Alvar, then called him out, saying he always kept stretching his magic sword like it was his signature move. That flashy thing might have looked cool, but it still made him wait on it, his real weak spot, so Rem told him to start practicing with it in its compact form. The whole group went dead silent, and Alvar scratched his head with no way to fire back. Then Phoenix just smiled, calm as ever. Rem spun toward Lark and told him, you always chase the perfect spot with barely any movement. Sure, it's sharp, but it makes your moves crystal clear and easy to predict, so he warned Lark to sometimes step back and snap the pattern. Then Rem turned to Lily and said, you're almost there, stop chasing pure speed and lock in on accuracy. He capped it off with this, Godspeed is insane, but you've got to use it smart. Finally, Rem snapped his gaze to Bella and praised her as an outstanding hero, always locked in on what was happening around her, making fast, fearless calls when it mattered. Her magic was gorgeous, but it could do everything. Ella smiled and thanked him for the compliment. But he kept pushing forward, calling out her close-range weakness like it was a crack in her armor. Still a little dazed, Bella nodded and swallowed his pride, admitting Rem was right and promising he'd get better. Rem just gave a quick smile, then swung his attention to Phoenix. His message was short: Phoenix was already fine. Phoenix wouldn't let it slide. He pushed, asking if Rem had anything else to say, then say it. Rem shook his head and admitted the real thought burning in him: if Phoenix kept getting stronger without leaning on his spirit, fighting him would be even more of a headache. Phoenix caught the point and agreed. He even admitted he shouldn't always hide behind the spirit. Then Rem fired back: since the spirit chose Phoenix, that power was his too. Phoenix nodded, but insisted this was a totally different kind of problem. Then he shot out his hand, and Rem froze for a split second, heart racing, trying to figure out if this was really a handshake or if Phoenix was saying goodbye. No hesitation, he snatched Phoenix's hand and boom, their fingers lit up with a blazing glow. Phoenix snapped his vow into the air. He was the flame hero and he'd rush to his friend's side anytime, anywhere the need hit. Rem stared at his hand, stunned by what just went down. Phoenix must have noticed his ring was a summoning magic tool, because Phoenix's mana slipped in and triggered it, locking in a contract between them. Idiot, Rem growled to himself, wondering when he'd ever summon Phoenix. Phoenix just grinned and said he'd make sure to ready a monster avatar for the job. As Rem brushed past him and snapped, "Stop!" His skin prickled with disgust, then right before he left, he urged everyone to do their best and they still refused to let him go. So he just asked, was that it? Like, come on, wasn't he about to spill the real truth behind his power? Rem weakly admitted, "No, I'm not." Alvar clicked his tongue, fuming, and grilled Rem. What kind of job was this supposed to be? Rem shot back, asking if Alvar was even interested. Alvar scoffed like, "Please, I'm not into it, I'm just asking." Rem grinned and said, "All right then, I'll tell you, but only if Alvar swears he won't go spilling it to anyone." Alvar nodded, promising he'd keep it shut. He plunged his hand deep into his cloak. Rem yanked his mask off in one sharp move. The sight froze everyone in their tracks, then his ring blazed, power surged, and fierce winds spun around him like a storm as he barked the command. His summons flashed into existence out of nowhere. Lily, Alvar, and Lark froze in total silence, like their voices got ripped out of their throats. Ella and Phoenix, already clocking the truth, stayed totally unshaken. Alvar gasped for air, still reeling in shock, and his voice simply wouldn't come out. Rem grinned and told them their earlier battle was actually fun and that they could come back anytime. Then his smile vanished. He swore that next time he'd wipe all of them out completely. With a quick "let's do our best, see you," he turned and left the three standing there stunned and speechless. He snapped his head toward his subordinates. Before they even took off, he barked out orders. Phoenix clocked him from the side and flashed a small, knowing smile. Rem fired off the word, "Time to head back," and everyone listened. They all shouted back in perfect unison. 2 weeks later, the airwaves crackled with brutal news. Lemagidon had rammed his hand straight through Phoenix's chest. They said, "Yeah, that was exactly what happened," and the reactions exploded. One woman shot back that she'd figured he was just another sorcerer, but if he could really fight hand to hand, she'd love to test him. Carmilla said the responses were unreal. Could you believe it? Even Herve, the magic sword hero ranked 3rd in the world, wanted to battle him. Ram swallowed his pride and admitted it would be an honor. Then Carmilla dropped the twist. Demon King had summoned him. He couldn't help but wonder out loud what she wanted. In the discussion room, Lucy sat alone, killing time, when Rem finally slid in and announced himself, then asked what he could do for her, calling her Majesty like it was a title meant for the stars. Lucy just scoffed barely, but it cut the air. Before she handed him his next assignment, Rem's eyes snapped wide with shock. "Next assignment?" Rem shot back, then Lucy let out a sharp, dismissive snort and got right into it. He'd personally crossed paths with 2 demon kings, her grandpa and her, and Rem confirmed it was absolutely true. Lucy pushed harder and asked if he wasn't wondering what her father, the former demon king, and her master son were up to right now, and Rem admitted he was too. Lucy snapped that he'd not only thrown away the throne, he'd crossed the line so badly it was unforgivable, and Rem went deadly quiet at her words. Lucy kept going, telling how her father basically shut the whole idea down before she even left. Dungeon raids were old news. Then he promised he'd build a brand new business plan to finally kill them for good. Rem asked what it meant and Lucy admitted she wasn't totally sure, but said Rem had his own logic built from his own beliefs, and right now the crowd's sympathy was going all in on adventures. Her dad just wanted to flip the odds against monsters from the ground up, and honestly, it'd be amazing if a dream that big could finally come true. But the moment it meant dungeon raids getting wiped out, her heart shattered. When Rem heard it, she felt the truth hit home. Dungeon raids were the heartbeat of her childhood dream, and she couldn't just let them vanish if it meant betraying her father's wishes. Lucy then said her father looked like he was gearing up for something huge, and a big part of it was hunting down a specific dungeon. Rem kept chanting, "Acquire," while Lucy shot back, "Our numbers never stopped bleeding red, so we decided to cut that dungeon loose." She had no clue what he planned to do with it, but if he bought it, he'd make raiding or even defending dungeons impossible, and she refused to let that happen. So she snapped his title out loud and ordered her staff officer, Lemagidon. He tried to use his power to drag the dungeon's numbers back into the black, until she ordered him to remake it into a magnet for adventurers, and then the whole place got wiped out. Rem leaned in and asked if that was going to be his next assignment. Lucy snorted and told him it was his job until the wrecked 10th floor got fixed, so would he actually take it? If the Demon King said it, he'd obey, no questions. Lucy shot back that she was the one commanding it so he could use his ring, but he was forbidden to touch the horn. Rem nodded and accepted it, and just as Lucy started to jab at her father's ambition, her sentence got cut off. The door smashed open. Carmilla had been eavesdropping the whole time. She barreled in right as Rem snapped her head toward her and Lucy's irritation flared instantly. "So what is it this asterisk time?" Lucy demanded. Carmilla let out a sharp cry and swore she'd follow Sir Lemidgeton straight into the dungeon. Lucy snapped back that she couldn't and Carmilla erupted in shrieks, firing back, "Why not?" Then she demanded her paid vacation time, insisted she should use every last day and slammed both hands on the table. Rem tried to soothe her, calling her Miss Milla, but Lucy cut in hard. She knew Carmilla was tied to Lemidgeton, yet Lucy insisted she needed her here. And honestly, the city he'd be sent to wasn't far. Carmilla could watch over him on her days off. Tears brimmed in Carmilla's eyes as she spun toward Rem and begged, "Is this okay with you?" Rem smiled and said it was. If the city wasn't far, he'd probably pop back in from time to time too. Lucy admitted she was scared Lemidgeton would be stuck all by himself, so she decided to let him bring someone for now, and she pushed Cashew as the choice. Still shaking with tears, Carmilla wobbled forward and shoved out a shaky smile. She insisted it was okay because Cashew was his secretary, right? Then Lucy suggested they add one more person, but Carmilla snapped and blurted, "Wait, Demon King, at least pick a man." She even swore she could tolerate Citri. Lucy snapped that it wasn't needed, she'd already asked Furcus. But Carmilla exploded in rage, screaming that Furcus was a girl. Lucy's cheeks burned as she hurriedly tried to calm her, insisting Furcus only cared about strength and food and there was nothing for Carmilla to stress over. Lucy then floated the idea of planting a monitoring mission on Cashew, and Carmilla instantly snapped, "Perfect," but Rem's gut twisted with dread. Later, back in his room, Rem realized the second he'd moved into the employee dorms, it already felt like assignment life. Then bam, a knock hit his door. He muttered that it had to be Citri. Then, like the universe heard him, Citri popped in with a dazzling smile and greeted him like they were already best friends. She said it had to be brutal for him to be shoved on an assignment so fast. Then Rem shot back asking if she'd heard it from Carmilla. Citri burst into a giggle, claiming Millie had been low for a while, and that meant he was definitely loved. She then teased him, laughing about that time she'd told him, "We'll talk later," and Rem admitted he remembered. Citri told him it was all good and warned her to bring it up before he left. If he inked a contract with her right now, he could call her in during his mission. Rem nodded, remembering how she swore she'd make it happen once she was satisfied, and Citri slid off her boots as she warned him. If her next move didn't turn him sick with disgust, then she'd bind their contract. Rem shot her a confused look. What did that even mean? Then Citri vanished in a blink, leaving her clothes behind, and right away something rustled inside them. Out popped a tiny winged creature. Citri, now transformed, leaned in and demanded, "So, what do you think?" Rem asked if she was a chimera and Citri dropped her head, crushed, like she could feel him recoiling in disgust. But Rem grinned, promising Citri he really wasn't joking. He even said her coat and wings looked stunning. Shocked, Citri pressed him, "You mean it?" Rem nodded, dead serious. Citri then complained she hated how unrefined she looked, yet she admitted she could become any version of herself she wanted. Right there, Rem shot back that he was jealous. Citri snapped her wings open and lifted her gaze high, like she was about to dive straight into trouble. Then swooped out of the sky and landed right on his shoulder. She fired the same question back, was he disgusted? Rem shot back that if anything he was only worried because she felt so light. Citri licked his face and thanked him with full-on gratitude while Rem waved it off, telling her it was nothing. Then Citri sprang back, flew off him, and bam, the room exploded with light as she snapped into her human form in the blink of an eye. He stared him down, stunned beyond words. Rem jerked away, but Citri slipped her hand in and gently yanked his face back toward hers. With a sweet smile, she said his name, and the moment it hit, she revealed the truth. She could shift into whatever form people craved most. Then, because she couldn't forget his kindness, she swore she'd become the most beautiful woman in the world just for him. Rem snatched her wrist, and he asked if the form she was wearing right now was really the one she wanted to become. Citri nodded yes, and Rem snapped his coat around her shoulders. He insisted this was his favorite form, then leaned in and told her she didn't owe him a single thank you. Citri froze for a heartbeat, then burst out laughing like it was all perfectly fine. As she explained why Millie couldn't resist him, she teased him as a full-on flirt. Then Rem snapped, confused, "Wait, what do you mean?" Citri snapped out an apology and admitted she'd done it just to test things, and she wouldn't dare hand Millie to someone who could cave to temptation at the drop of a hat. Rem heard that and said, "If that's why you did it, then no, I'm not mad at you." The moment Citri brushed his ring, it snapped to life with a blazing glow. She pushed him on, promising they'd give it everything. He nodded right back. After a beat, Citri said, "See you later," and Rem's shout snapped her to a stop. He leaned in and asked if Millie's never-raging attitude toward him somehow traced back to Citri's real identity. For a split second, Citri looked caught off guard, then she dropped the weirdest line, "I've transcended gender," and flashed him a playful wink. Rem just stood there, baffled, not knowing what to make of it. Citri brushed off his question, yelled a quick farewell, and vanished. Days later, on a wagon ride, Furcus rummaged through her bag, yanked something out, and tossed it straight into her mouth. Rem couldn't help smiling as she chewed. She offered him a piece, but he declined politely, thanking her. Before he even finished the words, Furcus took the no like it was totally expected and kept eating. Rem admitted to herself that feeding him straight up would feel painfully awkward, then he told her she could just call him Rem. Furcas nodded, thanked him, and said they'd won because he was on their side. Then Rem cut in and told her the truth. It wasn't favoritism, it was everyone giving everything they had. Furcas said humility somehow even beat the flame hero who once crushed her, and Rem nodded, "Yeah, that tracks." Then Furcas leaned in and went, "And the Demon King, since he showed up, he's weirdly happier." In his mind, Rem watched the old monsters fade away. Either they'd quit for good or they'd sworn loyalty to the Demon King before Lucy's father. While Lucy clenched her guilt like a knife, convinced her own failure to unite them paved the way for everything falling apart, and the way Phoenix's party swept through the castle without a hitch only made her spiral harder. Furcus kept going, insisting that sure, the monsters who'd slipped away were terrifying, but even without them the castle still stood and the Demon King was grinning in delight. Beating her was the only way she could repay Lucy, because the win she'd just taken, that victory belonged to him. Rem felt it click. Furcus loved the Demon King too, just like everyone else, and he couldn't help asking if that was the reason she'd trained him. Furcas admitted she'd stepped in because she knew he was the key to winning, and Rem couldn't stop thinking about it. Lately, she'd been right there with him during sword practice, and even without her armor she was brutally strong. He thanked her and told her he couldn't wait to work with her more. Then, out of nowhere, Cashew jolted awake from his nap and excitedly pointed at the view. She gasped in pure wonder, staring at the city at last. Then, when they finally rolled in, the wagon slammed to a stop at the gates. And they burst inside. Soon enough, someone closed in. A young man in black stood before them with a cute dog-eared demi-human at his side and a pale, expressionless girl with striking white hair staring straight ahead. The lady who greeted them leaned in and asked if it was okay to assume all three of them were headed for the Demon King's castle. Rem nodded and said they'd start working there from today. She grinned and introduced herself, telling Kay she'd been ordered by the monsters to welcome him, and then she'd guide him straight to the master. As they strolled along, Kay started an easy chat and leaned in to ask Cashew how her horseback ride was going. Cashew lit up, shouting that it felt so incredibly high. Kay shot a question: did the world look different from up there? Cashew burst out, saying it was absolutely mind-blowing. Then boom, something else grabbed their attention and Cashew turned to Rem, asking what she was seeing. On a packed stage, a brutal fight raged while the crowd screamed around it. Then a woman in the spotlight thrust her sword up and declared, "I don't care if you're human or demi-human. If you hurt innocent citizens, you'll pay for your crimes." The men across from her snapped, "Shut up and stay in your lane," and just like that, a shimmering silver mist erupted around her. It swirled like a raging cyclone straight toward the men. The man in the middle screamed, so loud it froze everyone in their tracks. With the stands roaring even louder, Rem stared from the crowd and muttered under his breath, because he knew that power, silver liquid, he was sure she was the 99th ranked hero. Nicola, the silver-tipped hero who'd struck a deal with the Earth Spirit's subordinate, could command silver itself, so he spun around to the lady he just saved and asked if she was okay. She flashed him a grateful smile and said she was fine. Then Rem muttered to himself that most of Nicola's fans were girls, which was exactly how he ended up with the nickname Silver Prince. Nicholas snapped his eyes across the crowd, and there it was, someone standing right in front of him. Kay told him the guy he'd spotted, the one lining up to buy their dungeon, was the mastermind behind all these acts, and Rem's stomach dropped as he realized the so-called stage villains weren't demi-humans at all, they were just human bandits. The promo's message was loud and clear. Evil doesn't come from monsters, it comes from the people who choose to do monstrous things, and when he looked out, he realized most of the crowd weren't human at all. He had to admit, under normal times he might have loved a show like that. until the shadow of dungeon raids getting abolished crushed the vibe, and then Kay said the buyer was already set on making this format the new norm for entertainment. Rem mumbled that if they rented space for this spectacle or built brand new arenas for it, then the possibilities would be limitless. Kay shot back that the shift was aimed straight at them, Sir Lemijton and the rest of the Demon King's crew, and she made one thing crystal clear. The man's top priority was wiping dungeons off the map entirely, and Rem wasn't having any of it. Kay pressed him next, hand over your power and hers too, because she needed it as the Demon King's army staff officer, and Rem nodded like, you've got it, we'll give it everything we've got. The whole group trudged forward in eerie silence, no one daring to break it. As they tore through the forest, pushing deeper with every heartbeat. At last they hit their mark and skidded to a stop before a cave's dark mouth. Kay called it their new workplace, and Cashew burst out in pure awe. Seconds later they burst through the door and stepped inside. Rem demanded to know if this was the beginner dungeon, the very first one, and Kay nodded, saying this hidden forest dungeon might not rival the Demon King's castle in glory, but they'd still be under his watch as honored guests. Rem said that even if they cranked up the dungeon's difficulty, it still wouldn't magically earn it more prestige, because adventure dungeons always come with fixed recommended levels, and this one was stamped as a beginner dungeon. But these dungeons kept vanishing year after year, gone before long, like they were getting erased. Once adventurers finished their tutorials, they didn't stick around, they bulldozed straight into intermediate dungeons to grind and level up. Dungeons had to keep up or get left behind, either crank up the difficulty or risk getting bought out for good. But this dungeon, it refused to change, stubbornly stuck on beginner level. Kay leaned in and said, all right, now I'll take you straight to the dungeon master. Then she shot a glance at the side. He wasn't with anyone, he was just sulking alone. Furcas couldn't help but wonder what the big mystery was. Why waste time moping? He said, just adapt and move. Kay shook her head and explained he inherited this place from his grandmother, and he swears he won't twist or corrupt the dungeon she loved. Furcas snapped back that all this soft sentiment would only invite a takeover. Kay admitted he was right, so that's why they needed help fast to dodge that fate. Furcas shot back, asking if brooding would fix anything. Moping was just stagnation, empty and pointless, because if they couldn't power through their troubles, then they might as well vanish. Kay snapped that Lady Furcas was right, because it was their own blind lack of foresight that let them fall for that man's lies. Rage and fear twisted in her chest as she clenched her fists so hard they nearly shook, and she blurted the question to herself. So tell me, was it really pointless to think they could beat this? Rem asked. So it's meaningless only if we refuse to change, right? Furcas nodded hard. Yeah, only if you stay stubborn. Kay grinned and said that's it, the master knows that in his gut. Then she demanded they follow her, and the moment they agreed, the chase began. Kay marched them onward until they finally slammed to a stop in front of a gigantic tree. Everyone clung to her side, and the second they stepped onto the portal and hit the activate button, they disappeared in an instant. Got yanked inside. The three of them scanned the strange place in silence, then trailed right behind Kay. After a short while they stopped before a door and Kay knocked, calling out that she'd brought guests straight from the Demon King's castle. No answer came back. Kay clicked her tongue in pure frustration and shouted again. They demanded Master Thor open the door and greet them like the dungeon master, and once again, silence. But after a beat, another voice snapped at her to back off, and Kay, totally unimpressed, asked how much longer he planned to act like a disgrace, warning him that hiding in a room won't stop the deadline that's closing in. Thor's voice ripped through the room, insisting he already knew and that her non-stop lectures only sank him deeper into depression. Kay shot back a quick answer, and Thor then said he'd greet tomorrow's guests from the Demon King's castle. Right as he opened his mouth to finish, boom, Kay's kick detonated the door open, and Furcas stared in awe, impressed by the raw power of that hit. Kay stormed up to Thor and hissed, "Greet them fast or I'll kick you next." Thor went pale, panicked, and practically pleaded, "Please, I don't want to die yet." With a loud, heavy sigh, he finally stood. Rem slid over and took note. Thor choked out an apology for the disgrace, then introduced himself, claiming he was the dungeon master now. He stumbled through his words, but he still managed to thank them for coming. Rem clenched his resolve and accepted the handshake. Thor admitted that he'd been battling to run the dungeon since day one, and back then the Demon King's father even shoved money his way, claiming he was just a friend of his grandmother. Relying on Thor's own word, he slapped his signature on the contract without even reading it, and once the truth hit, Tears flooded his eyes as rage and shame twisted together. He cursed himself as a dumb orc who couldn't even read a contract. Kay agreed in an instant, snapping that he was an idiot and calling him trash cold as ice. Thor flinched, then explained that his self-bashing was meant for Rem, not for Kay. Kay didn't hesitate. She apologized, saying she just assumed he was the kind of guy who actually liked getting mocked by his mate. Thor spun around and barked that he wasn't hiding in shame, he'd just been wrestling with deep thoughts because contracts can't be tossed aside like nothing mattered. Sniffling, his voice cut out and he went silent. Then Rem spoke up, voice steady and certain, and Thor, tears spilling over, snapped his gaze to her. Rem promised, "We'll think this through together," and said it like a vow. That's why they dragged themselves here in the first place. All kinds of monsters swarmed into the same spot, huddling together and whispering like secrets were burning in their throats. Rem and his crew planted themselves at the heart of the grand staircase, dead center where everything felt like it was about to explode. Thor, all jittery, pushed Rem forward and told her to speak up to everyone. Rem gulped a breath like she was about to jump into the storm. He raised his head and proclaimed himself Lemigiton, swearing he'd come to save the dungeon, and down below, the monsters clustered together, staring up at him like they couldn't believe their eyes. After a short, heavy pause, one of them demanded what on earth a top officer from the Demon King's castle could even be doing, and Rem shrugged it off, claiming he had nothing special, just the power to grant things, so when they pushed him to say exactly what that meant, he shot back with the one answer that could keep them alive until a goblin freaked out, insisting they'd tried everything and were still stuck in this mess. Rem didn't buy it for a second, he said that belief was flat out wrong. Confused murmurs rippled through the monsters as Rem stepped forward and insisted, "This dungeon really is amazing for beginners." The moment they hit the first floor, the goblin forest, monsters smaller than them sprang into battle, and that brutal custom became the dungeon's rule from day one. The second floor, the cobalt cave, trapped them in a pitch-black maze and forced them to think on their feet. Then the third floor, the orc village, threw tougher enemies at them, swinging weapons that hit with nothing but brutal strength. Each of these levels was built to drill adventurers in the raw basics of combat, and sure, some folks might have called it outdated, but Thor's subordinates didn't play that game just like the Demon King and the monsters did. Rem stepped forward and blasted them with the question. Was this really the life they wanted, ready to be cast aside by everyone to stand there while their beloved dungeon rotted to dust? His words hit like a hammer and the whole crowd snapped silent. Then he pushed harder. If they truly wanted to save the dungeon, they had to give him everything, because together they'd make the world see what the dungeon was really worth. Thor stood off to the side in total silence, replaying what Rem said earlier, how they needed to think things through together, because that was exactly why they'd come in the first place. Thor still couldn't shake the doubt, so he blurted that Rem was a defense specialist, not a manager, and Rem didn't argue. He admitted the 10th floor's defenses were rock solid, but this dungeon was beginner level, so he refused to lure adventurers with some tacky promo gimmick, like tossing in a special guest from the Demon King's army staff. That kind of stunt, he said, would just twist the whole point of the dungeon. He kept pushing his logic. Most adventurers never come back to a tutorial after they finish it, so there's nothing left to lure them, and Thor groaned in reluctant agreement, admitting the popular belief was that beginner training was a total waste of time, and that the sting of being left behind felt absolutely unbearable. So when Pharaoh finally offered help, he grabbed the chance without even blinking. Then Rem remembered the name because Pharaoh was the Demon King's father. Then he slammed home the truth. The real problem was that borrowed money. No matter what the contract said, they had to grind hard enough to repay it before the deadline. Thor, still on edge, pressed Rem, asking if she genuinely thought they could pull it off. Rem straight up confirmed it, because the Demon King had dispatched them to help Thor hold down the dungeon with one brutal catch. Thor refused to quit. He stepped forward with fresh fire in his voice, shouting that he was ready to take Lemageddon's help. Then he tore back into the present, faced the monsters, confessed that all of this started because he wasn't enough, and swore he would never, ever abandon the dungeon. Kay nodded like she'd been waiting for him to say it. She'd stand by him and lend her strength. Cashew chimed in just as quietly, promising support, and then the monsters started to twitch and stir again, doubt in their voices but hope too. If that staff officer really had a plan, if there was truly a way to save this dungeon, maybe they wouldn't have to lose it after all. When Rem gave a nod, the whole crowd erupted in one heartbeat, shouting that it was time to start. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Nicholas stood frozen, eyes locked on the far horizon, while she let out a quiet sigh that hung in the air. Behind her, her tent sat there, just waiting for her to come back. She darted back inside, reaching for something, and the second she did, smoke swallowed her whole, her clothes instantly changed, and a woman sprang into her arms. She congratulated her with playful, bursting excitement. Nicola brushed off the gesture, but Layla just teased her for tossing her aside the second her popularity took off, until a man stormed in, his voice icy, saying her performance was acceptable yet her acting still felt painfully stiff. Nicola muttered, "It was my brother." To her, his voice never held a shred of emotion, because the Silver Prince persona he created wasn't just some act, it was her own older brother Philip, the very same hero everyone looked up to. Sure, their adventures had hit a wall, but the Silver Prince name lit a fire anyway, and their fame kept climbing. Layla, the thief, swept into their lives, and suddenly everyone was calling her the Thief Princess. And yeah, adventuring rank shot up, but Nicola couldn't ignore the sick feeling that they were slowly slipping farther from the heroic dream she worshipped as a kid. Her thoughts were spiraling when Layla suddenly called her name. Nicola snapped back and asked if he'd been in the crowd at today's show. Layla looked lost and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Nicola pressed on, and Layla finally admitted she meant the one she respected, then asked if Nicola meant the Black Mage Rem. Nicola leaned in and said she swore she'd spotted him with a centaur, a dog demi-human, and a human girl, together, and she knew that combo was weird, so she couldn't help asking if they'd shown up for work. Layla answered in a deadpan voice that she didn't know, and then she couldn't understand why Nicola adored such a miserable guy. Nicola turned red with fury, snapping that she better not call him that because in her eyes he was ice cold, way cooler than she was, even if everyone else said he was useless. Truth was, after he vanished, Phoenix's party lost a huge chunk of its shine, and before Layla could keep going, Philip cut her off hard, warning her not to let anyone hear her defend an expelled sorcerer or it would look bad, and Layla went silent. Philip nodded, quietly vowing to never say a word about him again. He insisted that Nicola might think the man somehow beat her, yet the truth was uglier. He was just a deadbeat mooching off his best friend, and Phoenix's party didn't lose its sparkle because of him. Sure, but the Demon King's castle wasn't just a place, it was a brutal, maze-like dungeon from hell, and while their hero was insanely strong, the rest of the party didn't quite match up. Nicola snapped that they were still way better than her crew, but Philip shot back, saying they only won because they were more popular. Only because they finally got a stage to shine on. He figured the shows would be their launchpad and they'd blast past everyone. Right then, a new voice cut in, lauding Philip's energy but warning him not to treat the people who sweat beside him like they're beneath him. Philip whipped his head around, apologized to Sir Pharaoh on the spot, and admitted he couldn't always rein in his mouth when he spoke to family. He said the only reason he said anything was to tell his sister to watch her words and her tone in public, then bowed and begged forgiveness. Pharaoh let out a loud snore and agreed on one thing. He couldn't control what Philip thought or felt, but he did expect respect while Philip was working under him. Then he asked the big question, were they going for the open tag tournament? Philip said his younger sister was still on the fence. Pharaoh nodded and explained that the crowd would take time to adjust if the format felt too weird. So for the first tournament he'd keep most matches split cleanly, adventures versus adventurers and demi-humans versus demi-humans. Nicola just sat there quiet as stone listening. Philip then shot up and declared he was ready to seize the moment and jump in, and Pharaoh just stared, saying sibling heroes were so rare they'd pull in a crowd for sure. Philip nodded along, swallowing Pharaoh's words like truth, while Nicola's heart hissed that her brother was chasing popularity like it was fate. Nothing like the noble hero she used to idolize, so she couldn't stop herself from asking, "What road do I take?" Nicola's mind snapped to Rem. What would he do if it were him, marching forward no matter how others laughed? That thought made her clench her fist to her chest. Then the town erupted in whispers. Some brushed it off as just a beginner dungeon, but when the reward was posted the whole place went silent for a heartbeat, then panic detonated. Shock slammed through the crowd as the number hit, and people started shouting that they had to lock in a spot right now, voices tangling as the rush to join grew louder by the second. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Thor couldn't shake his nerves and pressed Rem. "Are you really sure you want to bet it all on a reward that big?" Rem leaned in and reassured him, "It's okay, really." Thor, still on edge, blurted that everyone knew adventures always run thin on cash, and even a beginner dungeon would draw them in the second a reward was promised. but the whole time he worried it would force him to cough up money to Rem. Remik admitted Thor's worry made sense, then swore this was the only way he knew to help, and yeah, every raid spot was already snapped up. Thor's tension finally eased because the plan was landing exactly how it should. Remik even revealed that it wasn't just rookies, intermediate adventurers had piled in too, all chasing that same reward. Rem shot him a nod, and just like he figured, the dungeon's rules wouldn't budge. Beginner dungeons were built to teach new adventurers how to fight monsters so they could snag wins and stack experience. But Rem couldn't shake the fear. Was Thor really okay with wiping out a bunch of kids who showed up only for cash, using that beginner system as a racket? Thor finally admitted it, voice shaky, and if he was being honest, he still wanted Kay and the others to come out on top. Rem finally got it. Beginner dungeons showed adventurers the sweetest rush of winning, the spark of triumph, but what about the monsters? What's the point of chasing greatness when you're getting crushed over and over day after day? Everyone already knew what the dungeon was really for, but Rem could feel Thor wanted more than just a win for himself. He wanted those cherished subordinates to taste victory too, and Rem picked that up from the interviews he'd held with them earlier. With a calm, razor-sharp vibe, Rem declared they'd win, no hesitation. Thor jolted, sputtered in shock, then snapped into realization. This wasn't some random force, it was the Demon King's army led by its staff officer. And while all that hit Thor, Rem just looked faintly thrown off by Thor's weird muttering. Time kept rolling, and their plan surged forward without a single hitch. But on this one day, the tension in the air felt like it could snap at any second. The reason was dead simple. The dungeon was about to face the party ranked 99th in the world, led by Nicola, and every one of their members gathered as one. Nicola, the silver-tipped hero, stood right at the front, and once she struck a deal with a subordinate earth spirit, she could bend and command silver itself like it was her own weapon. Right beside her stood the diamond hero, Philip, her older brother, tethered to a subordinate earth spirit, and with sheer brute force he led the front line, slamming down defense walls so tough they were nearly impossible to break. Third on the list was Mark, the White Knight, swinging white magic like a weapon, and even though his resistance and immunity weren't as high as a normal paladin's, his spells still turned him into a rock-solid shield on the battlefield. Last in line was Layla, the thief, pure agility, pure stealth, always slipping through shadows and bringing trouble with every move. Behind her stood Ruri, the magician, a fairy who siphoned ambient mana so her spells never ran dry inside the dungeon. The five locked in side-by-side formation set. When Philip shouted, Mark unleashed his power and light snapped around them, blasting their defenses into overdrive. Layla strutted in confidence, bragging that no horde of goblins could touch her, and she even thanked Mark for the buff. Then Ruri, rare as it is, said she agreed, even if she thought the whole challenge was beneath her. That comment made Layla snap, firing off questions about what Ruri meant, but Ruri just stayed cool and repeated herself, until Layla finally fumed and threatened to hide the tiny fairy in her hands so the cameras couldn't catch it, only for Ruri to grin back and dare her to try. Philip surged through the chaos, shouting at them to keep their guard up. He knew that dungeon was setting traps for every skill level just like that, but before his words even landed, arrows came screaming from the ceiling. Philip's eyes narrowed, and when one slammed into him, the tip shattered on his hardened body like glass. Arrow after arrow rained down, yet every single one exploded on impact. Then Philip planted his foot on a broken shaft and ground it into splinters under his heel. From the shadows, Rem watched from behind a tree trunk, eyes locked on Philip. Sure, his hardening power looks plain at first, but the picture he paints is pure design, like a diamond guarding the silver, like a brother standing between danger and his sister. It's a persona built to hook you fast and pull you straight into his no-breathing defensive playstyle. Goblins ringed the party on all sides, while more clung to the trees overhead, watching from above. Nicola and Layla clutched their weapons tight as the goblins snarled and stormed in, and Layla snapped into action, slashing away their attacks in a blur. Ruri stared in disbelief at how perfectly their blows synced up, and then she spotted it. One of the enemies was packing real magic, though she couldn't tell yet if it was white or black. She waved it off as no big threat, sure they'd roast those beginner spells, and then Mark snapped his shield up and took the hit head-on, pure, wall-bashing defense, while Nicola churned that silver stuff into a counter-strike. It slammed toward the goblins, but they dodged on instinct, barely avoiding the blast, and Ruri froze for a beat, deciding whether to unleash fire or water. Or maybe the wind decided for her. One brutal surge ripped through the air, blasting straight into the enemy's forces. Philip stared as the attack slammed them down, crashing them hard to the ground. Rory's heart nearly stopped when the goblins, right after being defeated, started twitching and stirring again, then slowly hauled themselves back up. She stared in pure disbelief, swearing that not even the major goblins should have been able to survive her magic. Then the goblins barked back, bragging with clumsy pride about the brutal training Furka drilled into them, way worse than anything else they'd ever faced, claiming their moves were now so slow they could match the swing of that person's sword, all paid for with countless meals burned for practice. Phillips barked an order for Rory to cast again, right now. She hadn't even started when an arrow slammed through her body and the whole party erupted in panic. Phillips snapped around in pure shock, shouting for answers. Where did that attack even come from? But all he saw was the forest, thick with trees that hid the attacker like a ghost. Somewhere deep inside, the leaves hissed and rustled like a secret waking up. Kay's voice cut in, telling the fairy not to judge so quickly. Rem, still hiding, replayed every word in her head, because the riderless cavalry's centaur maid, Cow Oroba, was the one pulling the strings behind the shot, and her arrows were legendary for never missing, no matter how far the target stood. Nicola's party had to be realizing by now this dungeon wasn't playing beginner anymore. Nicola shouted to her brother and Philip answered right back. Nicola didn't hold back. She snapped her spell forward and the goblins flinched, thrown off by a wave of sudden dread as silver spilled over them. It slithered across their skin, hardened into a metallic shell and pinned them there, unable to move. One by one they went stone still, sealed up completely like statues with no chance to breathe. Nicola watched her spell finish in silence, but Philip's warning cut in fast. The magic user and the secret archer were still out there, hunting in the dark. Nicola's danger got confirmed in a heartbeat. An arrow screamed toward him and he snapped his arm up to catch it mid-flight, then another arrow came flying right after. He slammed his glasses out of the way, then clenched his teeth as he spotted another flash, just in time for it to slam into him. Nicola gasped when Philip's body lurched, his knees gave out and he hit the ground with a brutal thud, lifeless. Shock pinned Nicola in place as she stared at her brother. Kay's voice snapped the silence, saying his power couldn't protect his eyes, and now she stood surrounded by goblins. Nicola snapped her gaze straight onto her. The three of them stood their ground, but Layla's blood turned to ice when she saw Philip lying dead. Then pure fury exploded in her chest, and with one lightning strike she wiped out 4 goblins right beside her. As she surged straight into the enemy's rear, her mind locked onto one target, the magic user hiding back there, and the black magic that had to die. The goblins, rattled by her charge, dug in hard, then their weapons slipped from their hands and clattered to the ground, split clean in half by the brutal force of her strikes. To her shock, they didn't blame her at all. They charged straight at her with reckless, no hesitation determination. Layla gasped. These weren't black mages, something was horribly wrong. Her body suddenly felt like a mountain was strapped to her chest, and panic drove her to desperation. She barely raised her guard in time to knock the enemy's weapon aside. Then a knife slammed into her with a brutal, sharp sting, and the goblin who'd thrown it panted hard from the strain. Layla crumpled to her knees, and right away the goblins surged in to end her, but Mark tore through the chaos, screaming her name. Nicola snapped at him to stop chasing her and hold his ground, swearing she'd take care of the enemies as the silver substance began to slither into motion around her. It shifts shape and the next thing you know, shock hits, and the goblins freeze right in their tracks. Out of the shimmering chaos burst colossal silver hands, gripping a massive greatsword like it was nothing. With awe and terror in its eyes, the goblin screamed, but the moment it opened its mouth, blades flashed and sliced its body apart, severing limbs one by one with ruthless, perfect precision. Mark shouted for Nicola in panic from behind, but she never saw the danger closing in until it was already too late. A horse loomed over her, ready to crush her, then boom, a thunderous crash tore the air. Kay burst in and drove her foot down, pinning Mark while he tried to shield Nicola. With razor-calm control, Kay lifted her head and exposed who she really was, Oroba. Nicola reeled from the reveal, finally realizing this was the one who'd wiped out her comrades, and her fear turned straight into a vow of revenge. But Kay tossed that vow aside like it meant nothing, then swore she wouldn't let it stand, and bam, she drove a devastating kick into the moment. Then she whipped around and sprinted the other way, and Nicholas blurted her name as he chased after her with his shout. She demanded Kay stop, but Kay just sprinted deeper into the forest, yanking her along with every desperate step. With fury blazing in her chest, Nicola tore after him, pushing deeper and deeper into the dark shadows beneath the trees. Right as the chase pushed them deeper into the dark, Rem slipped out of the shadows in total silence. Panting from the chase, Nicholas slammed on the brakes the moment it all clicked. It was Lemijten, and the second she realized it, shock slammed into her like lightning, widening her eyes to the fullest. He was the mastermind behind the black magic, and questions ripped through her head as she stared at him, begging for answers, but Rem stayed silent. He just spun away from her, ice-cold and unmoved. So Nicola's resolve ignited and she hurled her silver substance at him, refusing to let him slip free, but Rem danced out of every strike with razor-sharp, perfectly controlled moves. Nicola's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. She recognized those evasions instantly. Shock hit her like a wave, but she clenched her resolve and kept moving. Rem dug in, stayed silent, and then shot back with a defiant roar. She hurled her spell, and that silver power slammed into the air, snapping into a glowing cage that trapped him on the spot like a perfect, gleaming prison. Nicola was sure she got him. She locked eyes with him like a blade, but Rem didn't flinch, no fear at all. Kumlai shot his hand up, saying he'd known she'd try this all along, then Nicola's voice cracked, and her words died mid-sentence. An arrow tore straight through her chest. She stared down at it for a beat, then snapped her gaze up, rage flaring hard across her face. Behind Rem, Oroba stood locked in place with her bow raised, the one who had just landed the devastating shot. Nicola let out a sharp, bitter laugh the moment it clicked. This dungeon had gone all out, even tossing the staff officer in as bait. As her power crumbled, the silver prison shattered and Rem reminded her this place was their territory. And as Nicola's body faded into nothing, she swore she'd never forgive them and would come back for payback. Then Rem, stranded in the eerie quiet, promised he'd personally crush anyone who dared reach the deepest floor, and back in the loud, crowded town teeming with adventurers, everything was about to kick off. Rem kept pace beside Cashew, and the eager young attendant couldn't help but stare, so she pointed out a store that was asking questions about it. Rem nodded, said they had to check it out. But his thoughts wouldn't let go of the fight that just ended, because taking on Nicola's party and coming out proves they can hold their ground even against intermediate-level adventurers. Even though this place was called a beginner dungeon, its monsters weren't some weak throwaway bait. They were legit, dangerous, and impressive, and he couldn't help imagining how they'd not only teach newbies to fight but also challenge seasoned adventurers to break past their limits. He handed the fighting lessons to Furkhouse, then stepped in to lead the black mages himself, even though he had no real qualifications to do it. When the time came, he called in extra muscle from the Demon King's castle, and it all happened because Cashew pushed non-stop, juggling the schedules like a pro. Today, he still led her into the city, hunting one rare breath of peace for her, but right as they started walking, a voice snapped out from behind them and she sounded dead sure of herself. She knew they'd be here. Cashew and Rem spun around. Cashew's eyes widened as recognition hit, and he finally understood exactly who this woman was. Right in front of them stood Nicola, smirking softly, the hero everyone was about to witness. Rem realized this guy was pushing back every drop of the confusion he'd been firing nonstop. Nicola's eyes widened the moment she realized he'd actually noticed, while Cashew, all bright grins and warm energy, confessed she was loving every second, and Nicola's stern look melted into a smile, relieved that stepping onto that stage had paid off. Standing there, Rem stared her down and said her name to confirm it. She took the offer, then told him, "Call me Nicola, Nico, whatever you want," because yes, he totally outranked her. A tense quiet hung in the air between them until Rem, all awkward energy, leaned in and told him the ranks could wait, and that she didn't have to keep talking to him so formally. Rem couldn't help thinking how different she felt from the presence she carried inside her avatar, so when Nicola thanked him, he watched it all click as she decided to call him Mr. Rem and blurted out that even though she understood why he hid his identity, she still couldn't resist finding him. Then her sudden confession hit like a punch: she was his fan. Rem froze, and Nicola went on to explain that was why she'd been so shaken. Lemichen's moves had mirrored his. Her face then sharpened as she dug up a memory from long ago, recalling a video where he'd said he wanted to be a hero, and she stared him down, demanding to know what changed since then. Rem looked down, but she didn't let go. Her sincerity held him fast. In the end, he admitted it to himself. As long as someone stood in front of him with no bad intent and with a seriousness he couldn't brush off, he couldn't walk away. He had to hit back with the same raw sincerity. Then, finally, he admitted that someone once taught him. Even heroes can show up in 100 different shapes, and yeah, sometimes the monsters walk out as the real winners. Nicola leaned in and whispered, "You're still the same Rem I admire," and pure happiness surged through her as she swore she'd never been wrong. Then she dug into her pocket, pulled out a handkerchief, and held it up like it was the most important thing in the world, begging for his signature. Rem blinked in confusion, but he signed it anyway, and only moments later he handed it back signed. Nicola grabbed the cloth with shaking gratitude and promised she'd cherish it forever. Then Rem asked, "Is that all you need from me?" She nodded fast, assuring him it was, and vowed to keep his secret because she knew he wanted to stay hidden. Rem just smiled and thanked her. With that, Rem snapped his gaze back to Cashew and got ready to bolt, and when he saw she was scribbling something, he couldn't help but wonder what it was. Right as they started to walk off, Nicola's voice snapped their attention. She invited them to dinner at a restaurant she swore by and promised to pay. Just then, Cashew's hunger hit back with a thunderous growl that stole the moment. Rem had almost expected Nicola to yank him back. She felt it in her gut that something heavy was lodged in her chest, and she couldn't keep it from being said. So the three of them linked up and headed out to grab a meal. Cashew dug into the meal with quiet joy, and her face lit up like it couldn't hold in the happiness. Rem leaned in, curiosity blazing, and asked Cashew what she'd been scribbling down earlier. Cashew suddenly remembered the talk she once shared with Carmilla, where Carmilla snapped that every woman who came near Mr. Rem had to be recorded, even the female animals, all of them dismissed as nothing but pests, because that was the rule, no exceptions. To save Mr. Rem from the dark force that wanted to tear him apart, only Cashew could step up and do it. In the present, Cashew sagged with heartbreak, begging that she never wanted Mr. Rem's body to get destroyed, while Rem stood there, stunned, only able to stare at her words. Right then, Nicola shot back to the table and apologized on the spot, telling them the restaurant had run out of the chocolate cake she'd been so eager to show them. Cashew just grinned and reassured her that the dessert in front of her was totally perfect too. As they dug into their food, Rem fired off everything that happened right after Phoenix's party, especially the instant Phoenix clocked him as Mage during their showdown on the 10th floor. Nicola went on, telling him just how deeply she admired him. Then Rem felt it. Something still hung in the air, unspoken, and he asked if anything was weighing on her heart. Nicola looked away, and her face betrayed the truth before she even tried to hide it. He slammed her cup down with quiet resolve. Asked what he really thought of her silver prince. Rem told Nicola she was a hero who packed both power and popularity, so Nicola leaned in, grilling him about whether he really meant it, and Rem swore it wasn't a lie. Nicola's face went hot and she blurted an apology, insisting she hadn't meant to accuse him of dishonesty. Instead, she tossed out one more question: if black magic got the same love and applause as spirit magic, would he have gone after it in the open? Rem didn't even hesitate. He said yeah, he probably would've. Nicola nodded like she'd been right all along, and she said it out loud. Society wouldn't accept him for who he truly was, so it shoved him into changing just to survive among everyone else. All this time, she hadn't seen it. He'd been pushing himself to finally become the person he wanted to be. Rem leaned in and asked if she was chasing the same dream. Nicola nodded in a strained, quiet voice, but before she could say more, another voice crashed into the moment. Philip had been hunting for her, worried by her weird behavior, and demanded answers on the spot. Nicola stayed calm and shot back, asking why he'd come at all. Philip's reply hit hard. He'd searched every place she could possibly be. Rem and Cashew just sat there in stiff silence as the tension kept swelling, while Nicola spat out how disgusted she was with him, until Philip shrugged it off and demanded to know exactly who that man next to her was. She snapped her voice up and declared, "Rem is my friend and I get to pick who I keep close." Philip didn't budge. He said she couldn't. He warned that if her identity hit the open air, people would freak out at the sight of her having dinner with a man. Nicola shot back that it wasn't some kind of date. Cashew was right there with them. Philip turned toward the child and his voice softened instantly as he apologized, then introduced himself as Nicola's older brother. Cashew's lips curled into a wide O as she recognized him and asked if it was true. Philip confirmed it, thanked them for watching over Nicola, and admitted he'd only been worried. Just as fast as that warmth vanished, cold rage snapped back, and he drilled Rem with a brutal glare, demanding to know exactly what her connection to Nicola was. Rem felt his confusion magic actually bite, and right in front of him, Philip only saw some plain nobody. Philip repeated Nicola's words, claiming she was his friend, while he pressed on with the interrogation, demanding to know where they met and how they'd ever gotten to know each other. Nicola jumped in and snapped that her brother's questions were downright rude. Philip mouthed out an apology, then pushed even harder, ordering Rem to keep her distance from her. And he grabbed to yank Nicola away. She snapped his hand away and swore she'd never let him meddle in her private life. Then Philip snapped back, warning that those kinds of words sound like they'd belong to a normal younger sister, but he didn't think she was normal. He leaned in hard and demanded she face the truth, who she really was, what she really was, and what she was aiming for, because every choice she made would reshape everything. Rem stayed silent, staring inward, and in her mind she became Nicola, the silver-tipped hero, an adventurer chasing the very top, adored by countless female fans for her princely charm. If she tried to have a normal romance with someone like him, the rumors alone would spark a full-blown storm, and she'd be drowning in non-stop headaches. Nicola erupted, screaming that she hated her brother, while Philip stayed cool, calmly telling her he loved her. With a grin, he spun toward Cashew and told the girl to keep his sister company, and Cashew nodded right away, but Philip made it crystal clear that his kindness didn't include Rem. As he started to walk off, Nicola rushed to Rem and Cashew, apologizing for the way her brother just was, and Rem only answered by admitting how hard Philip's care really hit home. But Nicola shot that down hard, swearing he only wanted to keep the silver prince persona he'd forged for her. Nicola suddenly burst into a sprint and charged straight at Rem, whispering, almost hiding behind her own shyness, asking if she'd get to see him again, then admitting she still hadn't spilled every last truth to him. Her sudden closeness lit up his face and he nodded, ready to help. He told her where he lived, but he threw down one rule: Cashew had to be there too, because he'd never ditch his duty as her guardian. He told himself it wasn't fear of what she might write about him, and Nicola brightened up, asking Cashew to join them. Cashew, grinning like always, said yes. Then once Nicola left, Rem muttered that it felt like they'd become friends, and Cashew nodded, praising Nicola's kindness. Rem froze like lightning had hit her, as she declared she'd log it in her reports. Quickly, he shoved his own cake in her hands, insisting he was stuffed and that she'd worked hard enough to earn it, and Cashew's eyes lit up with pure joy. And she eagerly took it in, instantly tossing her report aside as she savored the sweet. Clanging metal clashes thundered through the silent forest, sending shockwaves echoing between the trees. Furcast sprinted straight at Rem, like the whole world depends on it. Clenching his sword tight, he steadied his stance and braced for her incoming strike. With a snap of speed, Ferguson's spear sliced through the air and knocked Rem's sword clean out of his hands. He spat out a curse in pure frustration, but before the words even hit the air, Furcas rocketed upward and leapt above him. Rem got caught napping. She swung her kick and it slammed straight into him, knocking the breath clean out of his lungs and hurling him backward onto the ground. He groaned weakly, but Furcas shoved the spear's tip right against his head and laughed at his lack of talent. Rem sank down in gloom and admitted defeat, then Furcas yanked him upright, praising how sharp his eyes were. He asked if she really meant it, and Rem shot back, yeah, his eyes were good, but they weren't developed enough to count as an attribute. With a bitter smile, he had to agree, because in his mind, he already knew how attribute combos decided your job class. Mobility, combat instincts, and sword skill, those are the traits that forge a warrior class, and that's why some chefs never make it. They might still be useful in other roles, but without real swordsmanship, they can't cut it as warriors. Furcas snapped that you didn't need to drown in pessimism because you could learn all of it. Then Rem repeated the question back, and Furcas fired off a clear answer. Those traits weren't some curse, they were just raw talent, and the real test was whether it fit you. He nodded, saying you could still make progress without them, but if you had the right attributes, you'd level up faster and smash through higher limits. Because attributes were bound to the body, and Furcas was right. Job classes often missed the mark, treating you like a bundle of physical traits and ignoring what your heart and emotions demanded. Yet even so, the right heart could still make someone grow. Rem was baffled, but Furcas kept talking and broke it down for her. He told them this wasn't about talent at all. Real concern isn't something you're born with, it only comes from a genuinely kind heart. Slowly, Rem finally clocked it. When she'd praised his good eyes, she wasn't talking about just seeing things, she meant his gift for reading people. Furcas swore he'd been watching over his party for years, making sure every win landed clean and without a hitch. That razor-sharp habit of watching every detail is what forged him into a top-tier staff officer, always locking in on what mattered and plotting the path to victory. She went on to say his eyes were almost tailor-made for black magic. Once he weakened, slowed, and threw enemies off balance, he could slip out of danger and land his own hits with deadly accuracy. Then she pushed him to aim that power at one-on-one fights, so he'd grow stronger even if it was only a little at first. Her words hit him like a lightning bolt. Until that moment, he'd never once pictured close-quarters combat as something he could actually do, and not even Myra, one of his loudest supporters, had ever imagined him swinging into a fight up that close. She'd bet on him beating Phoenix eventually, but she knew it wouldn't come from Blade's skill alone, and then Furcas, the real expert, leaned in and told him he could still get better, even if it was just a tiny step. Faint, lingering smile curled on Furcas's lips as she watched him. Rem squared his shoulders, promising himself he'd grab every shred of progress with both hands, no matter how small, and then he demanded another rematch. Her fur-cast guardians silently nodded, and the peaceful forest snapped as clashing steel erupted through the trees. When it finally stopped, Rem crumpled onto the ground, collapsing like his legs gave out and poured out his gratitude, while Furcas just hummed back like he couldn't care less. Breathing hard from sheer exhaustion, he demanded, "Do you ever get tired?" And Furcas shot back, "Not until hunger hits, then everything starts to feel like a grind." Rem muttered a quick yeah, then admitted he'd blown the moment to ask back when it mattered. Furcast wouldn't name her race, just called it a secret. Rem swallowed the slight letdown and accepted the mystery, then promised, "Guess right and I'll tell you." Rem chewed on the idea: extraordinary strength, freakish speed, insane endurance, and arms that could crush worlds. He thought he might be onto something, but when he asked what happened if he guessed wrong, Furcas snapped that the price was a whole year of meals. Rem panicked and shut it down fast, saying as much. Furcas just shook his head like what a shame. Elsewhere, deep in the dungeon, the dining hall buzzed with loud chatter. Then Thor's eyes snapped across the room, and the moment he saw Kay, he called her name like a spotlight had hit. Kay whipped her eyes to him, clocked his presence, and then snapped, "You pig!" before dragging the insult into a fake, sugary apology, and Thor's mind just went blank. Did she really say that? He stepped up and told her those words were way too harsh, but she only shrugged, apologized with a smirk, and said that in her head, pigs were adorable. Thor shot back that he didn't hate pigs, and Kay pressed harder, so was he really asking her to change how she treated him? Thor stumbled over his words, swore it wasn't true, and admitted it would feel way weirder if she suddenly turned nice to him. Kay shot him down, said she was always kind, and demanded to know what he even wanted. Then Thor snapped back to the moment and asked if she knew about Sir Pharaoh's tag tournament, where they could jump in with their avatars no matter what species they were. Kay nodded in confirmation, and Thor couldn't wait to jump in. He told her he'd heard there was prize money and asked if she'd team up for the tournament. She shut him down on the spot, rejecting him cold and fast, and Thor just stood there, completely blindsided by how little she even thought about it. Then she shot him a reassuring smile and told him to chill. She'd already cooked up the exact same plan herself. Thor blinked, totally thrown, and asked if that meant she'd already picked a partner. Kay nodded, smirking like she owned the world, and when Thor nervously demanded who it was, she leaned in, towering over him with pure confidence, grinning as she told him to listen and get ready to be amazed by dubbing him Pigmaster, and then revealing her partner was none other than Sir Furcas. Thor could only sputter in shock. The very next day, Thor's voice cracked with shock as he dug into it, and Rem confirmed he was stepping into the tournament too. The prize money, Rem said, could finally help crush their debt. Yeah, Nicola's party had filled their pockets after that raid, but it still wasn't close. Then Thor admitted he'd been dying to ask when Nicola's crew came to raid, why did Rem suddenly reveal himself? He thanked Rem but warned that the dungeon's whole setup had been blown. What if that raid had gone live? Wouldn't hordes of adventurers have sprinted in just to take him on? Rem shot back, confident nothing like that was going to happen. Yet Thor, still stuck on doubt, kept pushing, grilling him on whether he really believed it and demanding an explanation, so Rem laid it out. The adventurers had probably already clocked that the dungeon's difficulty would shift before they even stepped inside. Rem sounded almost shocked, but he confirmed it. Sure, it was tuned for every skill level, and yet it still showed up anyway. That dungeon got harder fast, and then, boom, there was the Demon King's staff officer in the mix. Even if they uploaded a clip of their wipeout, it would blow up with views, but leaking that kind of intel could get them all killed. Thor finally understood what Rem was warning him about. They wanted to be the ones who crushed the new challenge, so they'd never go and expose it and hand their rivals an advantage. Rem confirmed that exact truth. Whispers of an all-level dungeon started flying through the adventurers' ranks, one that would read you and crank the danger up to your level, no matter who you were. This trial was the proof they needed to turn that wild dream into something real. Thor realized that bumping the difficulty was all it would have taken, so why did Rem himself show up? Rem admitted it would have worked if they were willing to wait and let someone else do the raiding, but Thor instantly got the point. They had to make money fast. Then Thor questioned the real reason. Was it about his horn? Rem confirmed it. As for how Rem even took down Phoenix, nobody really knew for sure, even if everyone had theories. Maybe they figured his horn was packed with an endless ocean of mana, but he muttered to himself that yep, this was exactly what was happening. But that kind of massive mana couldn't possibly be crammed into the horn over and over again. Rem confirmed it, and that meant the moment was theirs to strike. They figured his mana was tapped out after the fight with Phoenix, and now they had to move before that opening vanished. Thor said, "This intel is worth too much to hand to just any adventurers, especially the ones clawing for the top," and Rem nodded hard. Before Thor ever went back to the Demon King's castle, they'd slam back into that dungeon again, no question. Thor promised they'd keep pushing through every single failure, and even the top party's avatar recreations, those could be turned into money. That's the whole plan. Rem told himself the dungeon's core idea could stay the same as long as his appearance was treated like a short-lived event because they needed cash fast. Then Rem snapped back to the main point: the next tournament would pay out real money. Thor shot in immediately, yelling that Miss K had already said she'd join, and Rem just grumbled that they'd been thinking the same thing all along. Rem asked if K was planning to team up with Thor, but before Thor could even answer, another voice cut through the noise. Rem turned and saw Furcas still chewing like nothing mattered, declaring she wouldn't back down. Rem remembered the last time he'd invited Furcas to participate and gotten shut out, so he asked again if she'd join him now. Furcas replied in her usual deadpan, "I'm already promised," and Rem instantly understood. The promise was K's. Then Rem squared up, declared he would win, and bowed to Furcas. "Master." Furcas gave her verdict. She loved his spirit as her disciple, but the one who wins would be her. Night crashed down and Cashew just kept hammering the ground with her sword, each swing fueled by pure will while her wild shouts tore through the dark. Furcas nodded at her swing like it nailed perfection, while Rem just sat still on his bed, hands folded his. Her voice rattled through his room, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was something they always did, so he sucked in a deep breath and finally let out a heavy sigh. He clenched his promise in his mind: tonight he wouldn't go meet her, he would summon her straight here. Cashew meticulously scribbled every soul's schedule in her notebook at the Demon King's castle, so the moment the Demon King needed his contractees, he could call them up on time, no guessing. He put Kay through intense range training, and under the ruthless hunter Larich, her archery finally took off. Then he ordered Marcosius, the werewolves' chief, to lead the kobolds. He'd shown his sorcery to monsters who could use it, then ordered them to curse themselves with black magic for a full day, and at first, their confidence crumbled. Rem swallowed hard, fighting the nerves in his throat. This time, it wasn't work at all. He was rushing in to grant her personal wish to meet, and when his hand flared with light, everything snapped into motion in an instant. A woman stepped into his sight, Carmilla, wrapped in nothing but a towel. Rem's face flushed hard as his breath stalled in pure shock, eyes bulging like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Where were her clothes? In a full-blown panic, Rem snapped his eyes shut and blurted an apology, convinced he'd shown up at the worst possible moment. Carmilla let out a soft laugh and told him he'd made it right on time. Then the towel covering her slipped off and hit the floor. With his eyes still shut, Rem panicked and blurted that she couldn't possibly be naked, and Carmilla just smirked and goaded him to check for himself. When he cracked his eyes open, the first thing he spotted was a towel dumped on the floor. And when he finally looked up, boom, Carmilla was standing there in a nightgown, and the whole room froze for a split second. Carmilla leaned in, asking what he thought, and Rem, still rattled, blurted that she couldn't scare him like that. Carmilla just smiled and said she only wanted to surprise him. He admitted she'd nailed it, and she burst into laughter like it was the biggest win ever. Then she swept the conversation somewhere else. She said she'd heard his work was flying along, exactly like anyone would expect from him. Then Rem brushed it off, saying it was all because everyone helped, especially the serious, hard-working dungeon staff with their allies at the Demon King's castle backing them up. Carmilla chimed in that she'd gladly help anytime, but Rem reminded her she ran the third floor, so she must have been slammed with work. Carmilla nodded, admitting her load had suddenly exploded. Then boom, someone knocked at the door, yanking both of their attention, and Carmilla blurted that it was way too late for a visitor. Rem guessed it could be Furcus or Cashew, and Carmilla agreed that if it was them she could handle the door, so she opened it, and a woman stood there looking totally shocked, then immediately stammered out an apology. She snapped that she must have walked into the wrong room until her eyes landed on Rem. Carmilla spun toward him and demanded to know if he recognized the woman. Then the three of them slid into a shared circle and passed around coffee, but the mood stayed razor-thin. Both women sat at the table while Rem hovered nearby, tense as a drawn bow. Carmilla demanded answers at midnight, glaring at the woman who showed up in Rem's room and barking, "So you came to crawl into his bed?" The woman went all flustered and hurriedly insisted she'd only slipped in with late-night snacks as an apology for her brother's rude behavior earlier. Carmilla, still unconvinced, snapped that she couldn't stomach a young lady showing up in a man's room alone at that hour, and the woman kept grumbling under her breath, throwing questions at Carmilla for even being there. Carmilla fumed and snapped that she'd been summoned, insisting this mess had nothing to do with her, and then the woman demanded, straight up, who Carmilla even was, even wondering if she could be Rem's lover. Carmilla shot back that they were just close friends, so close they could keep each other company past midnight. The woman paused, trying to read between the lines, and Rem jumped in fast, correcting her. Carmilla wasn't a lover, she was only a friend, no, a co-worker. The woman repeated it, studying Carmilla, drawn in by her grace and beauty, then her eyes widened as she finally clocked it, the vampire queen Carmilla. Carmilla froze in shock and Rem blurted out that the woman was Nicola, a hero. Then Nicola admitted she clocked Rem as Le Midgeton the second she watched him move during her raid on the first dungeon. Carmilla couldn't believe it. Nicola figured out who he was from that alone. Then Nicola just nodded and said she'd always been his biggest fan. Carmilla finally clicked, leaned in, and asked which of his live dungeon streams Nicola liked most. Then Nicola grinned and said her favorite was the Advanced Hellfire dungeon. Carmilla nodded at the pick, called it a solid choice, but then she leaned in and admitted her true favorite was the Intermediate Transient dungeon. Nicola agreed on the spot, practically grinning as they said the footage of Rem was the most they'd seen. Then their shared hype lit up both of their faces and they smiled warmly at each other. Carmilla strutted in and introduced herself, claiming she worked at the Demon King's castle, something Nicola already knew. Then Nicola bowed politely and said it was a pleasure to meet her. Carmilla leaned in and asked Nicola just how long he'd been a fan of Mr. Rem. Nicola shot back that it was probably since Rem first debuted, and Carmilla's eyes widened like, "So you've been into him forever." That night, before the silence could settle, another knock rattled the door. Furcus opened it, only to find Rem standing there carrying Carmilla on his back. Rem greeted her calmly, "Good evening," but Furcus stared at the whole scene with a grin and asked if he was sneaking into bed with Carmilla. Rem immediately swore that wasn't happening, and Furcus teased even harder. Cashew was in the room too, bold of him. The moment Rem reacted, Furcus burst into laughter and said she was just messing around. Rem jumped on the moment, saying Carmilla wanted to talk and begging forgiveness for bothering her so late, but Furcus waved it off and ordered him to lay Carmilla on the bed, yet Rem froze mid-step. Furcus shot him a look and snapped that cheating was something she wouldn't ever stand for. Right before Rem could even raise a guard, she burst into laughter again and teased that she was just joking. Rem muttered that he really hoped she meant it, and then Furcast grabbed Carmilla, spun her around and flung her onto the bed with effortless ease. Rem jolted from the sudden move, then Carmilla slammed down while still half asleep, mumbling dreamily that Rem was rough, but somehow she didn't hate it. Heat flooded Rem's face and she practically fled the room. Soon after, she and Nicola stepped outside and Nicola lit up with cheer, saying the evening had been pure fun. But when she thought back to her earlier clash with Carmilla, she admitted she never imagined she'd actually find someone she could laugh and talk with about the things she loved. Rem brought up their earlier talk and leaned in, begging for more details. Nicola nodded and agreed. She said she admired both Rem and Ms. Herve, and Rem chimed in that he loved watching Ms. Herve's raids because they always set his pulse racing. After all, the magic sword hero fought barehanded, title or no title, so people swore she had superhuman strength. Nicholas blurted out that she wished she could jump into enemy lines like Miss Hervier and be as cool a hero as her, while her brother worshipped the Iron Wall like a legend. Together they'd made their own parties, charged into dungeons, and still never managed to go far. Rem couldn't help but think, yeah, it's rough, but it's the same old nightmare. No matter how hard you bust your ass, results don't always come, because that's just how their world works. They kept moving until bam, there was a bench and Rem nudged them like, sit down for a bit, you need a breather. Nicholas spoke up again, saying she just wanted to stay loyal to what she loved, yet her brother was a whole different breed. He insisted that when you fail, it's not the end, it's the signal that something has to change. His new move was to forge a crew called the Silver Prince and Companions ***. And Nicola didn't just agree, she totally reshaped herself by tweaking her avatar's look and dialing in a whole new way of speaking and acting to match. Rem asked if Nicola still couldn't let go of her dream, and Nicola shot back, I can't. Rem shot her a question, did she talk it over with her teammates? She nodded hard. She'd brought it up again and again, but every single one of them had already crashed before and her brother was dead set against them trying again. That's why she loved Rem so fiercely. While everyone else insisted his path was impossible, he still chased what he wanted, no matter what. Watching him declare his challenge with zero fear hit her like lightning, so hard she clenched her fist and shouted his name. And he leaned in and demanded, so tell me, what do you want me to do? Rem shot back that only she got to decide that, so he confused her and she demanded what he meant. Then Rem leaned in and said, if there's something you truly want to do, do it, no matter what, and honestly, that was all there was to it. Her brother's logic wasn't wrong, but it wasn't the whole story either. She could still pull in fans, even without chasing whatever trends were hot right now. Rem leaned in and told her, your whole situation is different now. When she asked what he meant, he pointed out that before, nobody even noticed her, but now her fanbase had exploded and thousands were staring at her rates. Crowd size had changed completely. Nicholas stammered out that if they lost, they'd risk losing those fans all over again, and Rem snapped back that the Silver Prince could put on that insane show only because Mr. Mark and her brother stood as living shields. Nicola confirmed it and Rem kept going. She praised her team's formation as pure perfection, so balanced that nobody wanted to snap it apart, because if they changed it out of nowhere, the viewers would instantly feel thrown off and unsettled. Nicola nodded, and Rem urged her to fight somewhere those tricks wouldn't matter, because without tanks guarding her, she'd have to defend and dodge on her own and even take over the support duties that Miss Layla and Miss Ruri usually handled. If she cooked up a twist to break the usual routine, her moves would pop on screen like fireworks, and Nicola leaned in, thinking hard about it. Rem warned that a hero show is scripted, so her experiments won't fly, but if she really wanted to try it in a serious battle, she could take her shot in the tag tournament, and the whole idea hooked her instantly. She told him the tournament sponsor had already begged her to join her brother's team, but she still hadn't answered yet. Rem instantly knew she meant Mr. Pharaoh, the guy who ran both the hero show and the tournament. Suddenly Nicola blurted out, yelling Rem's name. And he grabbed his hand. With iron resolve, she demanded, will you tag in the tournament with me? Rem froze, totally blindsided. Inside Nicola's place, everything felt spacious and beautifully put together. In the quiet room, Rem and Nicola sat across from each other, and for a moment, neither of them could find a word. The air between them crackled with tension, and across the table Philip just stared, watching those two like he was weighing every word. Then he finally spoke, greeting them like it was a pleasure, and reminding Rem they'd met already. Rem gave a polite smile, saying it was great to see Philip again. Philip took a drink, swallowed, and admitted, straight up, that he was shocked. He said the world has no clue how deadly capable Rem's black magic really is. And then, out of nowhere, Philip snapped his question. Was Rem the same guy his younger sister ran into the other day while hunting for work in the city? Nicola's glare hit like a blade and cut him off instantly. Philip caught his mistake, muttered he'd drop it, and added he wasn't interested anyway. Rem tried to move on to the tag tournament, but Philip cut him off hard, refusing to give his approval. He insisted he wouldn't let his sister's brilliance, the Silver Prince's shine, get stained by black magic. Nicola shot back, protesting at full volume. Philip didn't flinch. He accused Rem of trying to use Nicola's admiration and worry to get closer to her. Then he demanded the truth. Did Rem really think he'd stand for that? Rem stayed calm, saying he only thought it was right to talk things through first with Philip, or rather with Nicola's whole party. With total confidence, he finished by saying they'd participate in the tournament. Philip stammered in total disbelief, but Rem kept going, straight-faced and unshakable, saying that if they walked in, they'd win. Philip snapped, slammed both fists onto the table, and his face hardened as he barked back that Rem was just spitting nonsense again. He admitted he'd seen Rem on TV before, then sneered, asking if Rem had turned into some kind of hero or maybe even climbed to first place in the whole world. Rem said nothing, just stood there while Philip pushed forward because Rem hadn't even made it to the top. Worse, he'd already been kicked out of his own party, so Philip couldn't wrap his head around it. How could he even dare to win now? Philip's voice climbed in heat as he snapped that even if Rem were a gifted black mage, it wouldn't matter because he was still a black mage. Why couldn't Rem see that? Rem finally shot back that this time he didn't think it was a problem at all. Philip blinked, thrown off, and asked what he meant. Rem explained he knew exactly how the world judged him and he planned to turn that cruelty into leverage. He told Philip Nicholas's fears were obvious and that this wasn't going to vanish on its own. Philip's rage dulled into thought and he urged Rem to keep going. Rem said everyone would assume any team-up with him was doomed, so the crowd would paint Nicola as the brave silver prince fighting beside someone hopeless. Then Nicola would be forced to shoulder the real fighting, scrambling to adjust her style under pressure. If she even stumbled in the first round, the audience wouldn't hammer her because they'd already decided how the story had to go. Philip finally murmured that the stands would roar with every voice praise for Nicola's grit, poison for Rem, and then it clicked. Nicola, still chasing her childhood dream, would face one last, brutal test. If she failed, Rem would be the one everyone targets, taking the blame clean off her shoulders. Rem confirmed that was exactly the point. Philip went quiet for a moment, then called for Nicola and told her this was Sir Rem's plan, but he wanted her to hear it from her directly. If she teamed up with Rem and lost, would she finally quit? Nicola answered with steel in her voice that she wouldn't lose. Philip corrected her this wasn't the question he was asking. Nicola nodded, saying she understood. If she bombed the round with Mr. Rem, she'd own the loss, and if the crowd said their performance wasn't good enough, she'd admit they never really fit together. Philip went still, then released a heavy, deep sigh. He admitted, straight up, that he figured the crowd would love seeing him and Nicola together. There was no real upside to pairing up with Rem, not in his eyes. Still, if it helped Nicola sort out her feelings, he'd swallow the cost. Nicola whispered to her brother, and Philip answered that he only believed that if he fought at her side, they could finally stand together again. Then he snapped his attention to Rem and asked what good partnering with Nicola would do for him. Philip said he had conditions, meet them, and he'd let the two of them jump into the tag tournament. After that meeting, Rem and Nicola headed straight to the Adventurers Guild, and the moment they stepped in, the place was packed, voices crashing through the hall. Rem leaned in and told Nicola, "We're staying here for today." Nicola nodded like that was exactly what they needed to do. To get their teamwork locked in and figure out each other's strengths and weak spots, she and Rem started training side by side at a facility run by the Adventurers Guild, cooking up strategies, hammering them through endless simulations, and judging how well they'd actually click right up until the tournament crept closer. Their sessions weren't just talk. They ran real combat drills, replayed past fights, and even spent a whole day digging through Nicola's old videos, where her early days showed a vanguard fighting style, but her newer rhythm had shifted her into a middle guard, and Rem studied every detail before speaking up with careful restraint, making sure his words didn't land as an insult. But audiences these days hate watching female fighters eat heavy hits. Nicola admitted her fights often spiral into full-on slugfests, and yeah, she's right. Rem kept going, admitting there were still exceptions, fighters like Ms. Herve, and the second Nicola heard that name, her face lit up like a spark. Rem shook her head and said imitation wasn't enough, she couldn't just copy someone else's moves. She had to carve out her own fighting style, a way that screamed her individuality, and then Nicola fell silent for a moment as he thought. Rem went on, dead serious, saying she truly believed Silver Prince was one of her biggest strengths, her calling card, her charm, her edge, so instead of tossing it aside to become like Miss Herve, she should own it and build her perfect fighting style around it. Nicola stayed quiet for a beat, then shot up in pure excitement like, "Wait, I just got an idea." Rem lit up and said it was perfect, then told everyone, "Let's try your new idea tomorrow." Since it was already way too late, Nicola nodded and agreed. Rem leaned in and told them the truth. His idea couldn't be spammed. It was the kind of move that hits hardest only once. He was planning to unleash it on Philip and his partner. Philip wasn't coming alone either. He dragged a teammate with him, probably because watching his sister fight was best done from the other side. Nicola then brought up a new nightmare. Furkaz, the Demon King's Big Four monster, was in the tournament too. She stared at Rem and asked if he was actually ready to take him on. Rem grinned and said he already had a way to beat Furka's, but it was going to be a dangerous gamble, one that needed Nicola to back him up. Nicola's smile lit up. She'd love to have a shot at taking down one of the Demon King's elite. And far away, Phoenix was calling out to the spirit that had once lent him her power. Every hero had to report to the spirit cave after getting their class, because if a spirit decided they were worthy, a contract would snap into place and spirit magic would answer on command. Spirits weren't toys. They had their own minds, feelings, and judgment about humans, and they rarely spoke to mortals unless you really caught their interest. Then they'd bless you and fade from the world like they'd never been there. So Phoenix didn't just wander in, he called out with razor-clear intent, and his voice slammed through the cave as he shouted for Sarah, the spirit of flame. Sarah shot back, teasing him as her defeated bird. Phoenix blinked, repeated it like he couldn't believe his ears, then had to admit she wasn't wrong. He'd lost to Rem. Sarah let that sink, scolding him that she'd lent him the flame of the gods, not some cheap little spark just for show. And no, she hadn't named it like that to impress anyone, she named it because it matters. Phoenix tried to reason it out, admitting Rem was simply too strong and frustration had burned him for it. Sarah countered by reminding him Rem carried the Demon King's horn, something you never underestimate. Then she still dragged him for mishandling her flames, calling him a clumsy bird. She made it worse. He was supposed to be her chosen contractor, and he still failed. Phoenix finally bowed his head, apologizing for real, praising the brilliance of her flames, and owning the loss as his own weakness. Sarah accepted the humility and asked what he wanted from her this time. Phoenix confessed that when she first taught him spirit magic, there was one spell he never got to learn. Sarah said the truth out loud. Back then, he simply wasn't capable, but Phoenix asked to try now. Sarah's answer came sharp and final: master it wrong and his body would turn to ash. Phoenix shot back that he'd run the spell test through his own avatar right away. Sarah let out a tired sigh, muttering that modern heroes were getting way too reckless, though she admitted it might not hurt much if the avatar just burned out. Phoenix snapped in his head that it did matter, those avatars cost a fortune to build. Sarah chuckled and warned him, sure, your body might live, but what about your mind? Because the spell didn't just tweak the surface, it rewired your body from the ground up. She questioned if a human mind could even survive that kind of strain. Phoenix fired back that the ancient contractors had done it and they still left behind the legends of old. Sarah grinned and said, then good luck. Mastering this is going to be just as brutal as inheriting the Demon King's horn itself. Phoenix's eyes flared as he declared it was wonderful. Then he snapped that if Rem could handle that kind of power, he had no choice but to climb to the same level just to outdo him. Sarah burst out laughing like, I don't even get your logic, but she admitted it totally fit him. Then she teased, so you really like that boy? Phoenix didn't dodge, he said he'd been admiring Rem since they were kids. Sarah chuckled at the whole thing, shrugging that humans chase their ideals hard, and sometimes they even beat them, so why not go straight for the highest peak? Phoenix admitted he didn't know what others thought, but for the two of them they were friends who vowed to stand as equals. Then he turned to Sarah and asked for her help. She paused, waited, and finally said yes, teasing him like her good birdie. And she promised that once he mastered this magic, he'd be famous as the immortal bird. Phoenix vowed in his head before his unavoidable rematch with Rem he'd get stronger. He trained hard to fight without leaning on spirit magic while still digging deeper into how it worked. Later, he slipped into the guild and the second someone he passed called out, take care. He answered thanks and kept moving until his eyes snapped to Rem. Rem had just told Nicola he'd hang around a little longer just to be safe. Phoenix got blindsided. Nicola, still fuming, snapped that one of Philip's rules meant they had to move apart, but Rem calmly reminded her it was only because Philip cared about her so deeply. Phoenix suddenly called out to Rem and it snapped him out of his surprise. Then the two traded quick questions about why the other was there and Phoenix told him straight up. He'd joined a dungeon raid, the job was already done and they were just stuck waiting on the editor, but Alvar insisted on staying behind to watch the tournament. The moment Phoenix spotted Nicola, he blurted out an apology for the late intro, then struck a heroic pose and declared, I'm Phoenix. Nicola spun around, cheeks burning, and shot back her own introduction. Phoenix flashed a grin and told her to stop shaking, because they were both adventurers cut from the same cloth. Curious, Phoenix couldn't hold back and blurted, so what are we doing in the practice room? Embarrassed, Nicola insisted it was nothing improper and spilled their situation to Phoenix, who listened and instantly got it. then practically blinked in disbelief when he heard Rem had already come to the city, ready to cheer them on in the tournament, and even looked forward to how they'd explain all of this later. Rem asked the obvious question to who, while Nicola squirmed and fidgeted like a live wire. Seeing that, Rem told Nicola she could head home first, and she agreed, so Phoenix leaned in and teased a bitter little goodbye, promising he couldn't wait to see her performance. As Rem watched her walk off, he thought, of course the flame hero would rattle the 99th ranked hero. Then Phoenix turned back to him and said he fully approved of his call, no complaints at all. But next time Rem wanted to jump into something like this, Phoenix demanded he invite him too. Together, they'd be unstoppable. Rem said he would, then raised a concern because with both his spirit and mana looking drained right now, could Phoenix really handle it then? Phoenix finally confessed that Rem had been spot on. He was in the middle of training right now. Rem nodded like he got it, then didn't press any further. Phoenix thanked him, relieved it helped clear things up. Next, Rem asked if Phoenix wanted to grab some food, and Phoenix immediately said yes. Few days later, the tournament's opening day finally slammed into place. Together, the two of them strode down the corridor toward the tournament grounds. Nicola breathed out that it was finally time, and Rem shot back that they could win, no question. Nicola admitted in a quiet rush that something about it scared her. Rem's mind flashed. If Nicola got ignored out there, that would be pure nightmare fuel for any adventurer, because being invisible to the world is worse than failing. He tried to calm her with a gentle voice. If she tripped, she'd still be fine. If she messed up, she could blame him, say she lost because she was stuck with a talentless black mage. Nicola just shook her head, refusing that excuse. She wouldn't lose, and it wouldn't be on Rem. Rem let out a faint smile and said, "Good, then we take this and we'll make the whole world look our way." Nicola shot back, "And don't get it twisted, if we fall, I'm still the one to blame." Rem fired back, "You're the reason we can win. Without you, we're done." Nicola thanked him, chin up, vowing, "I will win, not just to prove I can be a hero people admire, but to show everyone that an incredible black mage stands right beside me." Then the entrance exploded with blinding light, washing over their faces as they stepped forward. Inside the arena, adventurers jammed shoulder to shoulder, and the air crackled with raw, can't-wait anticipation. Murmurs ripped through the crowd the second people spotted Rem, the black mage who once crashed from glory. Some couldn't believe he'd ever bounce back as an adventurer, while others instantly saw Nicola standing right beside him. The Silver Prince name landed and the comments erupted into mockery. What was rank 99 even doing hanging with him, and did Rem use some black magic to force her into becoming his partner? Their laughter rolled through the crowd. Nicola murmured that being brushed off already hurt like hell, but this time the pain wasn't just indifference. It was cruel attention, mockery, and suspicion all tangled together. Then the host's voice thundered across the arena, blasting through the mic as he tested it, boom, echo, boom, until the sound filled every corner. He introduced himself, Pharaoh, sponsor of the tournament, a horned man that looked like a demon. He scrambled to soothe the crowd, insisting he wasn't scary and begging them not to hate him. Rem recognized him in an instant because that was Pharaoh, the Demon King's father. Pharaoh kept talking and the whole tournament suddenly felt real. 49 teams, split into 3 blocks, 16 in each prelim, with 5 winners from every block plus 1 seeded squad, so just 16 teams would survive into the main event. Rem's mind churned over the plan. The seeded team was probably Phillips since he was the top ranked there and his partner looked just as dangerous. Nicola matched Phillips in rank, but Rem, he was unranked. Then Pharaoh flipped the script. Every one of those 16 teams would collide at the same time in a brutal free-for-all, and only the last 5 standing would move on. With a shout that shook the air, Pharaoh declared the match started, yet the crowd erupted in loud chatter, half confused and half hyped. The fight already begun. Pharaoh tossed in one last bombshell. The organizers would personally interview the pair that somehow managed to beat Rem. That comment jolted the adventurers to life. Cheers erupted as they realized beating him meant more screen time, and you could feel everyone's curiosity spike. One person even shot back with a smug reminder. Rem once sat at 4th place before everything went downhill. And right now, several teams had already closed in on Rem and Nicola, weapons raised and ready to strike. 2 of them burst in first. Rem's eyes snapped over everything, and he realized 6 teams had fallen for Pharaoh's bait and were zeroing in on him. Hero warriors and hero paladins came surging at him in pairs, so he snapped up a slow spell on the 4 squads trailing behind and went straight for the 2 charging at him first. Nicola snapped everyone back to the rules. This wasn't just any showdown, it was a tag tournament, and she stepped forward like she owned the arena. Her magic detonated like a cannon blast boom, and a brutal wall of light slammed into existence in front of Rem, thick as armor. The attackers' swords crashed into it with a metallic screech and got jammed deep. Panic hit them fast. They'd completely forgotten the Silver Prince was right there. They grunted and yanked like crazy, but the wall wouldn't budge. One of them snapped at the other to stop throwing punches and use magic. Nicola shot Rem a look, checking if he was ready. Rem nodded with no hesitation. Then one trapped adventurer smashed his fist into the wall and it stayed rock solid. But when he turned to talk, his face froze. His partner was already down, wiped out, slipping out of the match. He could barely even understand what happened before the wall split open, crack, and a weapon tore through, a staff. Rem stood on the other side, gripping the staff that just crushed him. The rest of the adventurers, still stuck with their swords stuck fast, cursed through clenched teeth, furious and helpless. He tried to carve a hole through the wall with magic, but right before he could finish, a brutal crack snapped out beneath his feet. His body betrayed him, and with a sharp groan of pain, he crumpled to the ground. People watching from afar snapped their breath short. 2 enemies wiped out in a blink. Seriously, how powerful were they? The surviving adventurer snapped, cursed, and bellowed at the others, furious that they kept stalling. Then he shoved them forward, screaming for them all to strike together. The others banded together behind him, and Nicola leaned toward Rem. "Can you wipe out the rest of the enemies on your own?" Rem just nodded, telling her to go wild, make it loud, make it flashy. Nicola grinned and promised she'd send them fleeing in bold, elegant style, while the remaining adventurers stared forward, baffled, like they couldn't quite process what they'd just seen. Nicola snapped her wrist, and with a burst of magic, a snowfall gauntlet blossomed around her hand, shimmering under the arena lights. Then one adventurer, trying to look fearless, charged at her and scoffed that she was going to smash him with that thing. No chance, he told himself. She couldn't possibly land a hit. But as he barreled forward, he suddenly slammed on the brakes mid-stride. Rem had lifted a hand just a little, calm as could be, and somehow it froze him in place. Nicola's punch hit like a thunderclap, ripping the air out of him, and the black magic he swore couldn't touch him froze his whole body. Until she closed in and erased the adventurers one by one, leaving the guild to roar with celebration that night as Citri teased her right into asking if she wanted to become a demihuman. Nicola blinked, totally lost, and asked what she meant. Then Citri dove into her bag and pulled out a headband with soft animal ears, explaining she'd sensed this could happen and had built a demi-human disguise for it. She said if Nicola tacked a meow onto the end of her sentences, the transformation would be perfect. Nicola awkwardly laughed like, "I only ever see cute demi-humans in stories," and Citri shot back, "That's not true. Even Cashew, her little Cashew, doesn't she occasionally end her words with wolf, right?" Cashew instantly choked on her drink, eyes popping wide while Citri gave her a playful glare. Cashew froze, then scrambled out, terrified, "It's delicious, wolf." Carmilla locked eyes with Citri, stone cold and unblinking, while Rem's expression twitched as she realized, with Cashew's reaction being adorable and all, that Citri really shouldn't be pushing people into this. Under the group's stares, Citri let out a jittery laugh and told them Cashew did her best, so why not have Nicola take a shot next? Nicola snapped back that Citri didn't need to go through all that just to end every sentence like that. Citri leaned in close and whispered a secret like they were breaking the rules. She'd let Nicola in on it, and Rem couldn't resist girls with dog ears or horns. The moment he noticed them, some deep instinct screamed, "Pet them," and Nicola froze as the idea hit. Rem cut in fast, telling her she didn't have to do a thing like that. But just when everyone expected a fight, Nicola snatched the headband right out of the air. Her face flared pink and the whole room froze as everyone stared. Nicola stared at the floor, flustered, her hands shaking as the words burst out. She couldn't do it. While heat rushed into her cheeks, Rem let out a soft chuckle, totally entertained. Carmilla, tipsy and slouched against Rem, whispered that she'd been dying to join the tag tournament with him, and Rem answered softly that it wasn't going to happen, she had work. Carmilla sighed, then promised, "Fine, I'll cheer you on for every match I can," and Rem smiled and thanked her. Cashew added that she'd be cheering for him too, and Rem said it out loud, hitting him right in the heart because their support always pumped new fire into his spirits. Cashew let out a soft laugh. Right nearby, Thor congratulated Kay, saying he'd heard she tore through her qualifiers. Kay bowed her head and credited Surfrika's strength. Then Kay snapped her gaze at Thor and demanded, "So what were you doing while I was out there?" Thor grimaced, saying the dungeon was getting busier by the day. He even tried to snag a partner, didn't he? Kay jabbed 2 fingers into her forehead, playing it up with mock pity, and asked if any unfortunate soul had actually agreed to team up with him. Thor groaned back, insisting he was technically a dungeon boss. The whole group erupted into laughter. Lively chatter and loud laughter kept rolling through the night like it would never end. The very next day, a roaring crowd erupted in the air like thunder. The main tournament finally kicked off, and the whole arena went wild. Phoenix's party crowded the stands, packed in tight like they came to witness something huge. The Demon King and the Big Four were there, and even Pharaoh watched, all locked in. Behind the entrance gate, Nicholas swung around to Rem and whispered, "It's almost time." Rem stood up, face cool and steady, then nodded once. "Let's go." Galloping hooves thundered across the arena. Mina stepped into the chaos as the crowd roared in cheers, and every single eye locked onto Furcas. One adventurer muttered, "I know what's coming," but before he could even move, Furcas rocketed ahead. His spear landed dead center, and the adventurer crumpled in an instant. Before the second opponent could even blink, Oroba loosed a full volley of arrows. Her shots hit dead on, and the fight got cut short before it ever had a chance to start. The host declared Furcas and Oroba victorious in a perfect first-match sweep, and the crowd went absolutely feral at their overwhelming power. Then he raved about that insane spear technique, saying it was exactly what you'd expect from a Demon King's Big Four member, before swiveling to the guest commentator, the world's top-ranked adventurer and storm hero Ariel, and demanding his take. Ariel raved about how the duo moved like one. Furcas's spearwork was unmatched, and his centaur partner slid through the chaos with perfect timing. Ariel pointed out that archers usually crumble the moment the enemy rushes in, but Arabaz didn't just survive the close range, she kept firing, slicing space with speed and pinpoint aim. When the host asked if Ariel found their solo-looking fighting strange, she grinned and said the truth was the exact opposite. They might act separate, but every step was synchronized. Oroba spun around the battlefield, yanking attention everywhere at once until you couldn't track her and Furcas together anymore. Anyone who faced someone from the Big Four would lock onto Furcas first, so Arabaz used that moment to strike. The host burst out laughing because it was a cruelly perfect combo, the centaur's lightning speed backing the terrifying presence of a Demon King general. Yep, one-sided on paper and brutal in practice. And he teased what came next, promising a wild surprise team-up. Rem and the Silver Tatiro. Then the host leaned in and fired a question at Ariel. Did he know Rem personally? Ariel started rating Rem's strength, then hit the host with a jaw-dropping comparison. Rem matched Panacea, the white mage who just stepped away from the world, a magician so terrifyingly skilled. He said Rem, as a black mage, stood on that same peak. The host nearly choked on the praise. Ariel kept going, revealing he'd once invited Rem to join his own party. Then the crowd gasped even harder when Rem refused. The entire arena froze into stunned silence. Nicola turned to Rem and asked quietly if it was really true, and Rem nodded. Back then he'd been living near the Demon King's castle, and he refused to climb to the top on someone else's name. Nicola looked genuinely impressed. Rem just smiled and told her to lock in on the match. Right then, an enemy adventurer slid in and straight up confirmed it. Rem really was that good. But he insisted that no skill in the world could ever shake his mediocrity. Then he snapped at Rem, calling her attention-hungry, the type to team up with a rank 99 hero just to stay in the spotlight. The crowd erupted in laughter and cheers as the boastful man strutted out, soaking up every second of it. The announcer roared, kicking off the first round of the main tag tournament, Hero Guy and Mage Gwen versus Rem and Nicola, and the whole crowd went wild as both teams locked in. Gwen scoffed that he already knew everything about Rem's partner and smirked like he'd crush him. Then, bam, Nicola slid into position right in front of him and snapped his hand, cracking the ground as a brutal wall blasted up, cutting Gwen off from his partner. Rem exploded forward. Gwen laughed at the sight of a black mage charging straight at him, thinking he was being underestimated, until Hero Guy staggered, feeling his body sink under dark magic. Gwen steadied himself, certain no black mage could slip past his spells. But right before he could strike, Rem appeared at arm's length, eyes blazing with focus. Gwen fired his magic and Rem dodged like it was nothing. And suddenly he was right there, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. A metallic asterisk click asterisk snapped through the air as Rem tossed the bottom half of his staff aside. Gwen's eyes snapped wide as a hidden blade was revealed right in front of her. The blade cut across his shoulder and Rem spoke through clenched teeth. Gwen had been right about at least one thing. Rem was at the end of his rope, so why was he turning the question back on her? Wasn't Gwen the same? Gwen shot a glance at Rem, then disappeared into thin air and the whole crowd exploded into wild cheers. The hero spun to get around until he spotted it fast. Nicola came barreling straight at him, her speed slicing through the air like a blade, and he tried to scramble away. But it was too late. Chains had clamped tight around his body. His eyes went wide when he saw the glow of them. Those shimmering silver chains. Nicola zipped forward in a blink and slammed her weapon into him, and the hero snapped into a brutal cough from the impact. She didn't budge, standing over him like a wall, and if he really thought the preliminaries were where they showed everything they had, she'd make him regret it. Her words tore straight through the chaos and the crowd erupted louder than ever, stunned by how instantly the fight ended. The host, still reeling from that lightning speed, shouted over the cheers and declared the winner Rem and Nicola. They'd smashed through the first round of the main tournament with unreal speed. Then Nicola turned to the stands and fired them up, promising this was only the beginning and urging everyone to keep roaring for them until the very end. With one graceful wave, the crowd's energy hit fever pitch. Seconds later, their next rival charged onto the stage. The air instantly changed as both teams slid back into position for round 2, and the host's voice boomed through the arena, who'd snatch victory and punch their ticket to the semifinals. The match kicked off. One of the rival adventurers lifted his hand a little, demanding a pause just to apologize before the fight even started, and Rem locked eyes with him in grim silence. The man admitted he'd totally misread Rem, at least until he saw that first round of brutal mash, because in his mind, being a black mage had to be a hard road, especially in a tag battle where raw personal strength usually wins. Once he watched Rem tear through the ring, he realized he'd been dead wrong. Rem's style wasn't anything like the version he'd shown back with his old party, maybe fewer friends to shield now, maybe fewer enemies he could cripple with curses. But whatever the reason, Rem had become a fighter who moved with total freedom, a black mage charging the front line like he belonged there. The man grinned as he said Rem's creativity and stubborn, won't lose will were genuinely inspiring, and seeing that skill forged to perfection made his own blood surge with excitement. He yanked his sword free, swore he'd pour everything he had into this fight, and refused to cheapen Rem's power by holding back. Then Rem gave a calm little smile and lifted her weapon right back. The man's partner stared at Nicola and muttered, "So that's who I'm up against, the Silver Prince." The first adventurer dropped into a fighting stance and hissed an incantation under his breath, "Come wind." A furious gale erupted around him, spinning like a tiny storm as the air sparked with magic. Rem watched every move like it mattered, tracking each twist and change in the current, ready for the next hit. Then, in the second round of the tag team main tournament, Rem and Nicholas faced their new enemies. The Gale hero Harem and the Burst hero Aldous. The arena's tension turned heavy when Harem's aura started to stir, his presence warped the air and the wind sharpened by the second. Harem shot his sword up, and the blade shimmered with a faint magical glow. He snapped his arm back and unleashed his spell. Boom! Two monstrous tornadoes tore into existence, roaring straight at Rem and Nicola with terrifying power. The host's voice got shredded by the wind as he blared that Harem, the Gale hero, had finally poured out his deadliest magic. Everyone held their breath, praying Rem and Nicola could survive what was coming. Rem shot Nicola a quick look and she nodded once, no hesitation. The tornadoes blasted across the arena floor in a deafening frenzy, swallowing them whole for an instant until the storm started to shimmer. Between the raging winds, silver light ignited into a gleaming wall. The host gasped, because Nicola had thrown up a massive silver barrier and slammed it straight into those twin tornadoes head-on. Harem flashed a grin and didn't budge. Good. This is what a tag team battle was meant to feel like, his partner snapping into rhythm, trading punches blow for blow. If it truly came down to that, then all he had to do was smash Rem and slam the Silver Prince together, so he dropped his stance and he sprinted through the howling wind, and then, mid-run, something snapped his attention. He jerked his gaze up. Right above the barrier, Rem was already waiting. Harem's eyes narrowed, so the wall wasn't just armor. Nicola had tilted it on purpose, carving an incline for them to ride up. It was a sneaky ramp until he clocked it instantly. He shifted his stance and launched into the swing. Rem carved in toward the figure above, his blade slammed home and the body shattered to pieces. But it was Rem at all, it was just a silver mannequin. Harem spat a curse and lunged forward anyway, only for the wall behind him to split wide and the real Rem exploded through before he could even react. Wind magic roared around Hiram as he tried to wrestle the field back into shape, yet the currents twisted and surged while Rem barreled through like he couldn't be slowed. Each stride was ice cold and deliberate speed stacking fast, then his foot landed on something slick and silvery embedded in the ground. With one brutal shove, he launched himself forward on a springboard forged from Nicola's magic. Hiram barely had time to blink, then Rem's weapon stabbed clean through him. Hiram forced a faint grin, admitting to himself that Rem really wasn't the only one he'd underestimated. And the crowd, they lost their minds. A black mage beating a hero, nearly unheard of. Gasp after gasp tore through the air, followed by wild shouts, and one spectator even swore it felt just like the time Rem was with Phoenix. His partners were always unstoppable. Someone else shot that down instantly. This time was different. Rem wasn't lurking in the back anymore. He was fighting head-on. Another guy scoffed that black magic was boring no matter what, and yet another snapped back that Rem's new, non-stop aggression was exactly why it was exciting, way more movement than ever in dungeons. On the field, Rem stood there steady as stone, breathing controlled, like this was all going according to plan. He said maybe people didn't really understand what fighting together meant until now. Aldous stepped up, face set in seriousness, and admitted he wanted one final chance to pour everything into a single strike. If Rem would let him, he wanted to test his magic against Nicholas just to see whose power was stronger. Rem and Nicola traded a quick look. Nicola stepped forward without hesitation, stance locked tight. The commentators fell silent as the two detonated their abilities, light and fire colliding with silver brilliance. The clash was fast, but it was vicious. When the energy finally faded, Aldous crumpled, Nicola stood victorious. The crowd erupted again, and outside the arena, Alvar's jaw dropped on the live broadcast. Rem actually won. The commentator called it victory for Rem and Nicola. That meant they'd advance to the semifinals. Bella said Rem's personal performance was great, but the real standout was the synergy, how perfectly he and Nicola moved like one unit. No matter how one slip could have doomed them, Rem stayed calm and made every call with surgical precision. Lark added that walls and decoys might look simple, but Rem knew exactly how to weaponize them for maximum damage, because that's what makes him terrifying. Alvar snarled, demanding why Rem never pulled those tricks when he was on their team, and Lark only smirked back that even if Rem had tried everything, could anyone really expect an active black mage to be accepted? It was basically unheard of. Bella cut in that if Rem had gone that route earlier, Alvar would have never clawed his way to rank 4, because going that agile meant bleeding away magic power. And you can't juggle perfect concentration for spells and still keep that other feat steady in your head. At Alvar's scoff, Bella snapped back that maybe she'd forgotten he had limits. That hit a nerve so hard Alvar bristled and accused her of getting way too cocky. Lark laughed it off, saying that's the kind of weird grit heroes need to survive, and the talk spiraled into the comment section, where viewers joked that Bella should beat Alvar into pulp with pure logic. Bella then turned the spotlight on Phoenix, asking what their leader thought about his best friend teaming up with someone else. And Phoenix admitted he loved seeing them support each other and win. Still, he quietly craved the chance to see Rem take down an enemy alone, because maybe that one feat would flip public opinion. The commentator hyped everyone to come back tomorrow, and boom! The next day the tag tournament slammed into the semifinals. Rem and Nicola rolled in, and Philip admitted he never thought they'd make it this far. Sure, Rem had changed, but easy wins don't build a dungeon raid career. You have to fight the right way, and Rem should know that. Rem nodded quietly, saying both sides would burn every ounce to see who comes out on top. Philip stayed on edge, thinking survival here was all about smart choices, and he fully intended to hand Rem a brutal lesson in reality. Then the semifinal match detonated, Rem and Nicola versus the White Knight Mark and Diamond Hero Philip. Philip motioned Mark forward and surged himself, while Rem angled toward Nicola with a nod. The commentators noticed Rem and Nicola split up and instantly speculated about Rem's tragedy this round, and Nicola quickly threw up multiple massive silver walls. Philip slammed through them with raw force, burst ahead, and then Mark cut a different path straight for Rem, so everyone clocked it. Mark wanted to confront Rem head-on. Philip insisted that if Rem and Nicola's teamwork was truly that strong, breaking their bond should be enough, and now Nicola and Mark started reading each other's moves like a duel of shadows. The host finally admitted he couldn't tell what Rem was planning anymore. Had he predicted this split? And when Mark closed his eyes, the whole arena went silent and tense. Rem and Nicola paused. They finally uncovered the one rule that could break their teamwork. When Rem was locked in close quarters combat, he couldn't focus on casting at full power, and if Nicola fed him extra energy, both their spells would hit weaker and slower. By helping each other, they drained a chunk of every fighter's power and snapped back with clean counters. Breaking their connection or crushing Nicola the moment she was free from Rem's control was the smart, ruthless way to win, and those cracks in their plan said it all. Rem and Nicola got their counters ready. They snapped into place back-to-back, locked and ready. The twist caught the commentators off guard and snapped Phoenix's sharp focus into place. Then Mark pushed through, grumbling that Rem had zero common sense, and the crowd immediately piled on, chanting idiot at her and screaming at Mark to knock the black mage down. Rem read Mark's rage as exactly the right response, and that alone proved she was pushing back against the old rule that black mages weren't meant to stand in the front. Mark decided it was time to face that common sense head-on, so he accepted the challenge and vowed to cut Rem down with everything he had. Then he surged forward at full speed, only for Rem to instantly slam a spell that slowed him to a crawl. Mark's stride hiccuped for a split second, but Rem instantly clocked it. Mark had fought through her debuff. He'd instinctively wrapped himself in mana, shielding his body from her black magic. Since the moment the match began, Mark had been non-stop feeding white magic into himself, and pouring it into Philip too. Mark knew he couldn't brute force his way out of Rem's curse. His options were razor-thin, but he'd already worked out the exact sliver of resistance he needed, just enough to cancel the slowing effect, and it proved how tightly he controlled every move. But Rem wasn't done. He cranked his black magic up to a terrifying, unbearable roar, pushing even more pressure into the field. Mark pushed through the chaos, swung his sword and landed a brutal hit. Rem just barely dodged, but Mark still pulled his blade all the way through. Mark swung again, and that brutal rush of danger jolted Rem's instincts into a full-blown alarm. His blade sliced through the air and shoved Rem back with sheer force. Sliding across the ground, the crowd detonated into cheers, yelling for Mark to end it and jeering at Rem for standing there without his partner. Non-stop comments snapped that no black mage could beat a fight alone, that training was pointless, and that Rem was straight-up delusional for believing otherwise. The host pointed out Rem had barely dodged the first blow, but Mark's follow-up strike hit so fast he had zero chance to recover, launching him straight back. And Ariel insisted on one thing Mark didn't crack. He instantly rolled his blade upward with razor-sharp control, showing off he'd been holding everything together. Normally, that kind of precision would have shattered a black mage, but Rem didn't flinch. He hadn't taken the blow as badly as everyone thought. He didn't get tossed. He snapped back with a deliberate leap to dodge the damage. Mark and Ariel probably clocked it too. But the crowd stayed blind to the truth, still roaring like Mark's crushing power was the whole story. Rem sensed it instantly. Mark wasn't feeling it at all. After all, Rem had already parried Mark's first strike and even read his next move, shutting it down cold. Rem couldn't stop thinking that white knights always got treated like the lesser choice compared to paladins, less divine, more mortal. And with Mark sitting in a ranked 99 party as a contributor, this was the highest honor he could possibly earn. So yeah, Mark couldn't even blink, because if a white knight got smashed by a black mage, his pride would crack and his spot could vanish too. Both of them carried stakes so heavy the audience never stood a chance of imagining. Mark surged forward and sprinted again, this time hauling his shield up in front like a battering ram. Ariel's eyes tracked every inch. Mark was going straight at Rem, shield raised to slam aside whatever came. But then Rem did something nobody expected. He backed up, step by step, retreating farther and farther from his opponent. The stands erupted, laughter turned into jeers as the crowd shouted that Rem was a coward, demanded he fight like a man, or just forfeit if he was scared. Even the host looked lost and asked Ariel what it meant. Ariel just smirked and said, "It's exactly how Rem planned it." Under pressure, he admitted it straight up. A heavy shield always drags your speed down, and Rem was using that weakness to widen the gap. Then the host finally caught on, and Ariel spun to the crowd, daring them to ask, "So, has any adventurer figured it out yet?" Rem backed away to pull mana into his staff, channeling it like a weapon getting charged. This wasn't cowardice, it was a smart reposition. The host grudgingly admitted it made sense, even if he said it was rare and to some folks, downright shameful for an adventurer to face an enemy without holding his ground. Ariel shot back that Rem's power wasn't in bending to anyone's expectations, it was in breaking free of them, and she added, "Relax, this isn't some dungeon raid." Back in the arena, Mark tore after him, cutting down the distance with ruthless speed. then Rem swung his staff. Mark froze in place, seconds stretching like forever. A chill of doubt hit him. Had someone poisoned Mark? The host saw Mark freeze and wondered if Rem had fired off another spell, but Ariel shot that down. Mark wasn't panicking, he was steady, watching Rem's every move like it mattered. Ariel realized he wasn't charging in at all, he was dissecting Rem's plan, searching for what she was really aiming for. And that was the real lesson. People who can stay composed in the middle of a fight, like Mark, are the ones who become truly strong. Mark mumbled an apology to Philip, then whipped out detox magic on himself like it was life or death. Rem watched, stunned, as Mark clawed his own poison out of his body. Then it hit her. Did he stop pumping attack boosts into Philip to save his thinning mana? But right after, Mark shocked everyone by flinging his shield aside and snapping that he had no time left. The crowd gasped as the White Knight threw away his guard. Going all in, Ariel practically vibrated with joy when he declared Mark was finally starting his counterattack. Mark exploded forward, sword slicing the air straight at Rem, and Rem dodged just in time, only for the strike to crack his weapon as he skidded back, still losing his balance when it happened. Mark slammed the gap and drove a brutal kick straight into his chest. That hit blasted Rem into the wall, his body folding on impact as pain exploded through him, his left arm dangling useless, wrecked and broken. Right before he could even finish his sentence, something slammed into his right side like a punch from nowhere. He yanked his gaze down at the exact worst moment. Mark's thrown sword came screaming in and sheared off his right arm. As soon as Rem lifted her gaze, Mark was already on her, fist swinging in like a cannon blast, and Rem barely dodged the hit. Mark tore his sword free and crashed back into the fight, but the very next blow slammed Rem to the ground, leaving him wheezing for air. Rem's mind thundered. There was white magic that could shut down black magic clean, but without his staff and with his strength draining fast, he couldn't dodge like before. If this went on, Mark would win. Mark lifted his sword and slammed it down, like it was the final word. In a sudden yank snaps Rem backward with a violent jerk. Silver chains snapped onto him, hauling him out of danger. Nicola's magic. Mark clocked it the second it hit. Nicola flicked her hand, eyes locked in, calm as could be. Rem, barely holding herself up, staggered and swayed toward her opponent, while Mark froze in shock, realizing she had absolutely nothing left to fight with. But Rem snapped him back to reality. This was still a tag tournament, and at that exact moment, Nicola's silver chains twisted and transformed, turning into a shining prosthetic that slid into place and replaced Rem's lost right arm, while Mark muttered the name everyone feared, Silver Prince. Rem understood it instantly. Right when Mark stepped into the hero he idolized, Nicola finally ended the black mage she used to rely on, wiped out her brother too, and then charged into battle at Mark's side. Mark roared, stood ready for the final clash, and Rem burst forward like a bolt of lightning. His mind snapped into focus. He'd fire his spell the instant that blow landed, slicing straight through Mark's defenses. The second their fists slammed together, Mark froze mid-motion, shock hit hard as the debuff landed, and his swing instantly wavered. Rem shot forward and drove his fist straight into Mark's face, using the opening like a live wire. The arena went dead silent, every face in the crowd went still, stunned to the bone by the Black Mage's absolutely decisive strike. Then the Demon King's side erupted in jubilant cheers while Phoenix's party across the arena just sat there, stunned like their brains froze mid-breath. The host's voice shook with pure excitement as he called it. Rem's jaw-dropping offense and defense crushed the game. She was the winner. Thunder rolled through the crowd, but the host didn't let up, warning everyone that Rem's body was wrecked by the strain. And the match, not finished. Now Philip and Nicola would face each other, just the two of them, to decide who takes the semifinals for real. Back at Phoenix's party, Alvar snapped the silence and said Rem crushed that fight all on his own, and Bella nodded, agreeing that the White Knight he beat wasn't weak at all. Lark leaned in and pointed out that Mark's magic resistance and his natural knack for white magic made him the perfect shield against black magic, because taking someone like that down, that was no small feat. Lily tried to stand tall, but sadness crawled into her eyes. She admitted Rem's fight felt wrong, even if he had reasons to hold back, because the power he once showed while defending the Demon King's castle should not look this distant. Bella agreed and Lark nodded like something was off too, while Lily stared into the void, lost in thought. Then Alvar demanded, "Has anyone seen Phoenix?" And back in the arena, Rem was still fighting to catch his breath. His body shook, but his heart burned like fire. This wasn't the end, not yet, because he still had one more thing to do. Mark kept fighting for Philip, so Rem clenched his teeth and refused to face the battle alone. He wanted Nicola beside him not because he was weak, but because he'd rather fight as a team than as a lone flame. Suddenly, a voice ripped through the crowd and called his name. Rem snapped his head around, heart slamming because he instantly recognized who it was. What's that guy doing here? If he starts making a fuss, we're toast. But the real problem hit harder. This match wasn't over yet. Then the voice cut through the noise. "Phoenix!" he shouted at him, telling him to move ahead. And he'd already claimed the win, so when the crowd saw Phoenix standing right there, everyone spun around in shock. Rem hesitated, even though he knew he was supposed to be celebrating. Joy was roaring in his chest like he might explode, but he forced it down and locked in on the match. Phoenix waved him forward and practically demanded he spill his heart out. This moment had to be seen by the whole world. Rem blinked. "So I'm officially off duty?" he asked. He scoffed to himself. Did Phoenix really drag him all the way here just to push him to say how he felt? What a joke, but all right. Rem squared up and took a deep breath. Then screamed with every ounce of strength, one triumphant roar that smashed through the arena walls. Phoenix lit up with pure pride. Inside, Rem's heart swelled like it was bursting. He'd won. No doubt he'd truly won. Now he was going to unleash the black magic his master drilled into him, the swordsmanship Furcus taught. Backed by years of hard-earned battles, he and his partner fought side by side to crush one of their strongest rivals, the White Knight from the rank 99 party, while Rem, the Black Mage, stood at the center of it all. It wasn't meaningless, none of it was. 10 brutal years of hardship, the laughs, the pain, all of it burned down to this exact moment, the victory forged from his childhood dream. Rem steadied his breathing. Stood tall, stared straight ahead and braced himself. Nicola was still in the fight, and he was ready to throw every last ounce of strength in her direction.